Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome to my very first Call of Duty Zombies ranking video. And in today's video, we are ranking every single one of the Treyarch zombie games in Call of Duty. I put out a poll a few weeks ago asking you guys what is the first subject matter you would like me to rank in Call of Duty Zombies, and this was the number one by basically a landslide. So I'm going to be ranking all 6 of the current Treyarch zombie games, which includes World at War, Black Ops 1, 2, 3, and 4, and Black Ops Cold War. And I would also like to clarify as well that this ranking is entirely my opinion. So I would like to mention this right here, is that if you happen to have a different opinion than me, please by all means share your list in the comment section down below. I really would love to hear what you guys have to say, and I'm totally open to constructive criticism. But like I said, just do please keep in mind that this is my opinion and my opinion alone. So if we don't happen to agree, let's just try to keep things civil in the comment section down below. But yeah guys, let's summarize all 6 of the Treyarch Call of Duty Zombies games and rank them from worst to best and see which COD games are the best for zombies. Okay, so coming in at the very first spot on the list, my personal least favorite Treyarch Zombies game is going to be Black Ops 4. Disappointment would be an understatement for how I feel about Black Ops 4 as a video game. So for some context, I was a Call of Duty fanboy for the absolutely longest time. I ended up playing Call of Duty 4 all the way up until Modern Warfare 2019, which means that Black Ops 4 was towards the tail end of basically my childhood fan favorite series. So I've seen all the games through thick and thin. And the thing is that in my personal opinion, when it comes to Black Ops 4, this is one of the worst Call of Duty games and one of my least favorite video games as an entire whole. Treyarch has always been my favorite studio, and I truly loved World at War and Black Ops 1, 2, and 3, so I honestly thought that Treyarch could do no wrong and make another solid game with Black Ops 4. It looked to be an incredible title coming off of the hype of Black Ops 3, which was one of my personal favorite video games as a whole of all time. But Black Ops 4, it just left an absolutely terrible taste in my mouth. Here's a way to summarize Black Ops 4 in a way with an analogy that I think you guys will all understand. Black Ops 4 is like a bad relationship with a girlfriend or a boyfriend. You end up having it where you see all the looks, you see all the potential that this person has, and you get so excited. You think about all the possibilities. You imagine spending your life together, having all this fun memories that you can create, and you think about all the different fun possibilities. And then you get invested into it, and you realize more and more over time that things are not the way that they seem, and there's cracks, there is problems that are beneath the surface, and you realize that you ended up investing way too much time into something that really wasn't the best fit for you. You see all the flaws, you see all the problems, and eventually you are just left disappointed until you inevitably break up. Which in Black Ops 4 case, that was basically what my experience was like. It was a very big, massive disappointment. A lot of expectations were not met, the game had problems, the game was rushed in a lot of different ways, and it just made it where I never wanted to play this game, honestly, again, for the longest time. Now, I know that there's going to be some Black Ops 4 defenders trying to end up justifying this game by talking about how it's the end of the main storyline. There was tons of interesting gameplay mechanics, and there is some maps here or there that are really fun to play on. And I agree, those are still very valid points, but we're trying to summarize the game as a whole. And the thing is that the good stuff in Black Ops 4 is not enough to offset the bad for me. Yes, things get better over time, but when you're trying to compare Black Ops 4 to, let's say, something like the old Call of Duty games, it just seems inferior. World at War and then the first trilogy of Black Ops games is a night and day difference over Black Ops 4. Now, I know that some of you have picked up on the fact that I have not said anything positive about Black Ops 4, and that's just because this game makes me sad. Disappointment is an understatement. It felt like that a peak run in my childhood of enjoying a lot of fan favorite games of mine basically came to an end with this game. It felt like the worst cash grab ever in existence for Call of Duty. I know that the current games are bad and that they have their problems, and that definitely is a very valid statement, but I feel like that a lot of people overlook how that some of those problems originated in Black Ops 4. Black Ops 4 was the end of the original Call of Duty era, so some of the problems from the new Call of Duty era were also manifesting into this game. Even though I can't change the fate of Black Ops 4, I do at least want to say this, is that for me as a person, I want to always end up having a positive outlook on things, and I don't mind being proven wrong. I am hoping that by playing the Call of Duty Zombies games with this phase of my channel, that by revisiting all the old games, including Black Ops 4, that maybe I perhaps will get a new perspective on the game and will be able to enjoy it after all these years. I can't guarantee that that will happen, nor can I end up saying I'll even like playing Black Ops 4 again, but I do at least want to give it another chance. If anybody is a fan of Black Ops 4, if you want to give me some ideas on something I can do to enjoy this game more, please, by all means, don't be afraid to share anything down below in the comments. Okay, so now moving on to the next game in the series, and I promise you this list is going to be a lot more positive going forward. This is going to end up being World at War. I know that there's going to be some people surprised to see that I'm putting World at War over Black Ops 4, but here's the thing, is like I said, content doesn't matter if you don't enjoy it. So for me personally, even though World at War is the very first COD Zombies game, and it's very simplistic, that's not a problem for me. And I'll just say this right here, it's probably most definitely nostalgia about why I'm putting this over Black Ops 4, but to be honest, I shouldn't have to feel bad about that. I had good memories on this game, whereas Black Ops 4 I didn't, and that should be reason enough for why I do or do not like a game. It's all about fun. World at War for me, even though it's simplistic, and really all it is just primarily the mystery box, perks, 4 maps, and maybe 1 Easter egg if you want to count the one that's on Doris. What this game ends up having that makes up for a lot of its simplicity is its spirit. The vibe around this game is irreplaceable. The timing and the execution of the release of this game mode will probably never be replicated again with the modern internet. I wish that I was one of those people that was able to play World at War when it first came out, completing the campaign, and then right as I'm finishing it, all of a sudden I see a zombie running towards my screen trying to kill me out of nowhere. I wish that I could have been one of the people in 2008 to have that experience, but unfortunately I played the Wii as a kid growing up, and I grew up a lot later in life, so I really never got to experience this, and I can only end up experiencing it from the third person, but I can definitely appreciate how cool this must have felt as a kid. The very first iteration of Zombies is by far the scariest one in the entire series. There is no way any of the other modern Call of Duty games could replicate the scariness and the creep factor of World at War. This game is something that will end up giving you nightmares. The immersion of World at War, how it was delivered into this series, and how that the game is just simply fun is enough for me. It basically gives me all I need to end up having a good experience. Being mildly scared at times while kicking some zombie ass with my buddies on just an old childhood fan favorite game of mine. That's enough for me. It's not always about having the coolest microtransaction skin that you got from the shop and doing the dab emote and getting a victory royale and having a cool emblem or calling card or being able to get trending on the internet. Sometimes a video game, all you really need is just to create your own fun memories. I hope that everyone still remembers how to do that. Okay, so coming in at the next spot here on the list, and this proves that it's not just nostalgia for me, because I really didn't like this game back when it first came out because of the bad memories that I had from Black Ops 4, this is going to end up being Black Ops Cold War. So just like how with Black Ops 4, when I had the expectations going into it off of the hype of Black Ops 3, with Black Ops Cold War, I had all my prior disappointments from Black Ops 4 leading up to this game, which means that it impacted my view on how this game actually was. Black Ops Cold War was the very first Call of Duty in over a decade for me that I have not bought on my own. This is a game that I only have because I game share with my buddy on PlayStation. That is the only reason why I own this game. I did not play Black Ops Cold War except for like 3 times when it first came out, and it was months apart from each other just because my one friend Tim wanted to play with me. If it was about playing solo, I wouldn't even want to bother. I was playing other games at the time. I just had such a bad taste in my mouth from Call of Duty at the time, and I didn't want to play and get disappointed again. But after some time away from the franchise and being welcomed back into it, and having my friends offer to play with me and showing me the ropes of the new era of Call of Duty, I have come to realize and appreciate the value of Black Ops Cold War. Black Ops Cold War is, in my opinion, a mid-tier game in terms of what it actually provides, but it's definitely a lot better by miles than Black Ops 4, and it still has more content than World at War. So it's not as good as, like, let's say the games coming up later in the list, But for me, this is right in the middle for me. I can appreciate and respect Black Ops Cold War. It's easier and less crazy and frustrating than Black Ops 4, but still has more content and more things to do than World at War does. I would say that Cold War is a comfort game for me, where I can just casually boot it up, kill some zombies, and then pop out. I can either play this game for weeks on end and rank up and get some camos and be able to end up having all these cool little toys that I can play with, or if I want to, I can also go months without playing this game and hop back on it and still end up having just as much fun and be able to have a good enough experience just like I did back when I played the game months ago. Black Ops Cold War, in my opinion, is a great compromise between the casual zombies community and the hardcore zombies community. There's Easter eggs, there's camos, there's prestiging, and there's plenty of things to do, but there's also not the annoying stressors of some of the other games that keep new players from jumping in and giving the game a chance. And it makes it that way it's more welcoming for more people as a whole, rather than just for a niche community. It's more open for everybody. Alright, so that covers 3 of the games so far. And these last 3 are going to be my personal favorite. This is what I would call the best of the zombies games. I love these last 3 so much to death. I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys are going to too, because this is the peak of COD Zombies for me. This is like the peak of COD Zombies and just video games by Treyarch as a whole, because these were the last 3 COD games that were by Treyarch that I truly loved playing to death. Coming in at the next spot here is going to be Black Ops 1 Zombies. In the early 2010s, this game was inescapable. You saw some sort of reference to Black Ops 1 Zombies, whether it be in a YouTube video, your friends mentioning it, or seeing a commercial on TV. This game was #1 for a brief period of time. Black Ops 1 expanded upon what World at War started, because World at War was really simplistic, and really mostly what it had going for it, in my opinion, was a really good base. It had a lot of scare factor, but there really wasn't substance. But with Black Ops 1, you had the beginning of the story, the core zombie story that we have today, with our 4 main characters, Takio, Nikolai, Dempsey, and Richtofen, and eventually, over the course of a year, you discovered more and more about these characters until you literally blew up the goddamn moon, which was one of the craziest things to experience for gaming back in the day. And whether it was intentional or not, around this time is when the internet started to really become a popular thing, because YouTube was already out for like 5 or 6 years at the time, and YouTube made this game take off like wildfire because everyone was starting to get like capture cards and upload gaming videos, especially like around, I would say, the beginning of the machinima time, when you can actually end up getting monetized for your gaming videos. So Black Ops 1 really took off. Black Ops 1 is a really solid game. I'm very glad that I got to experience it, even though I didn't get to experience it in its peak. But this next game I did experience in its peak, and thank God I did, because this is one of my favorite video games of all time. Coming in at the next spot, this is Black Ops 2. You know how I said that Black Ops 1 blew up because of the internet? Black Ops 2 did that. Oh boy, it did. But it did that at an ungodly amount in comparison. And I would say that the biggest contributor to its success on the internet was probably due to Vanoss, because Vanoss and his friends made some of the funniest shit you would ever see on the internet, and still holds up to this day. Black Ops 2 was just a really overall solid Call of Duty game. It was towards the end of an era for Call of Duty, and I would say that, like, for most people, that Call of Duty 4 up to Black Ops 2 was like peak Call of Duty for them. It wasn't exactly for me. I kept playing, which will explain my opinion for the last spot later, but I think that Black Ops 2 definitely was a really solid game, and it definitely deserves what it got. Black Ops 2 is considered one of the best video games in Call of Duties amongst just pretty much everybody. If you look at Call of Duties, it's either Modern Warfare 2 from 2009 or Black Ops 2 that's #1. And there's a reason for that. It's because this is a fun-ass game. Now, I know that some of you guys are going to be screaming, being like, come on, dude, you had to put it at #1. Why'd you not put it at #1? And I'll say this, is that there was definitely a part of me that wanted to make it #1, mostly because of the nostalgia. But here's the thing, is that I love Black Ops 2 Zombies as much as the next guy. But I have to point out something here really important. Half of the maps in Black Ops 2 are some of the most frustrating within the series, and I don't really like the first beginning half of Black Ops 2 Zombies. The beginning of Black Ops 2 had things such as Transit and Die Rise, which are considered some of the worst maps in all of Zombies amongst the community. And that's what a lot of people typically forget when they think about Black Ops 2. When most people think of Black Ops 2, they think of things like Mob of the Dead, Buried, and Origins, because these 3 last maps in the DLCs were amazing for Black Ops 2 and basically revived this game, because towards halfway through, I would say, for Black Ops 2, the game really wasn't doing that well, and these maps saved the game. I bet you that if Mob of the Dead, Buried, and Origins did not release for Black Ops 2 the way that they did towards the end, that Black Ops 2 would not be considered as fun as it is today, because Mob of the Dead, Buried, and Origins carry Black Ops 2 zombies. Mob of the Dead, Buried, and Origins, especially Mob of the Dead and Origins, are some of the best maps in the series, and even though they're only 2 maps, they can carry an entire ass game for a lot of people. A lot of people say that Black Ops 2 Zombies is number 1 when literally just referring to 2 maps. That shows you how good that these maps are, that they can carry an entire ass game. Now, even though I absolutely love these maps, and I'll definitely discuss them in great detail later on when I eventually rank all the maps individually, but I feel like it would just be wrong and biased, and primarily because of nostalgia, to put Black Ops 2 at number 1 when I feel like something else deserves it, when things like Mob of the Dead and Origins are next to some maps like Transit and Die Rise. So even though Black Ops 2 is a fan favorite game of mine, and there's definitely a part of me that wants it to be number 1, and it will be number 1 to a certain degree in my heart, I feel like that when I explain the number 1 spot, you guys will understand why I decided to put this at number 1 instead of Black Ops 2. So here it goes. Coming in at the number 1 spot for what I believe is the best Treyarch Zombies game ever, this is Black Ops 3. Black Ops 3 is number 1 for me, at least in terms of zombies. Because when it comes to Black Ops 3, there is so much content for this game mode. In my opinion, I feel like with the first trilogy of Black Ops games, that they go as follows. I think that Black Ops 1 has the best campaign, Black Ops 2 has the best multiplayer, and Black Ops 3 has the best zombies, because it's undeniable the amount of content that Black Ops 3 got. Black Ops 3 got content way past its life cycle. It had 6 goddamn DLCs, which was unheard of back in the day. Zombies Chronicles, the 5th DLC for Black Ops 3, where they remastered pretty much all the prior Zombies maps, that was huge. It's one of the biggest selling DLCs in PlayStation history, and Black Ops 1, 2, and 3 have all the best maps in my opinion in terms of the series. So to combine that into one giant DLC for a lot of people, where you end up including all of World at War, all Black Ops 1 besides at least Call of the Dead, and then Origins from Black Ops 2 on top of Black Ops 3, which already has some really solid maps. That's a lot of great content. You got Shadows of Evil, The Giant, Der Eisendrache, Zetsubo no Shima, Garad Krovi, Revelations, Not Durin Toten, Verrucht, Shino Numa, Kino der Toten, Ascension, Shangri-La, Moon, and Origins. All of that is available to you on Black Ops 3, at least in terms of the official maps, because if you don't want to pay for the DLC, I would like to remind you that Black Ops 3 is the only other game, other than World at War, that has mods. And by mods, I'm not talking about the mods that we see with modern Call of Duty, the ones that all the virgins use. I'm talking about like the mod tools that you can get on the Steam Workshop to download things such as custom maps. Some of the custom maps that are on the Steam Workshop for Black Ops 3 Zombies are incredible. There is some legitimately solid maps that should have been official Treyarch ones because they're that good. The mod tool on Black Ops 3 allowing you to be able to create all these fan favorite creations is incredibly healthy for the game, and it keeps the game alive. In my opinion, because of Zombies Chronicles and the mods, that's why Black Ops 3 is number 1 to me. If it didn't have mods and it didn't have Zombies Chronicles and it was just the base 5 maps, I probably would end up saying that Black Ops 2 could probably be more likely to be number 1, but because of the potential with those 2 things, especially the mods, because it's open-ended, I think that Black Ops 3 has the biggest room for growth. I love all the prior Zombies games, and I bet you that there will be eventually a time where I change my list. But I think it's going to be a long-ass time before something replaces Black Ops 3, because Black Ops 3 is a damn good title and deserves to be number 1. But yeah guys, that is going to be my list of all my favorite Treyarch zombie games ranked from worst to best. Please let me know in the comment section down below how you would have ranked the games differently. Were they the same? Would they be slightly different? Would they be really different? Let me know. I'm curious to see what are your fan favorite games. And also let me know why. Other than the list, tell me some of your favorite memories that you shared on each game, if there's anything that stands out to you. I'd be really curious to hear. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. And today's video, I am finally ranking all the maps within Treyarch Zombies. This video has been a long time coming. I have been playing all the Treyarch Zombies maps for the last several months, and I've been trying to do everything within them so that way I can experience them for all they're worth, and see whether or not that I like certain maps, if I love certain maps, or in general, are some maps even forgettable and even worth remembering. That is what we're going to be trying to answer all throughout today's video. Let me know in the comment section down below how you would rank the maps within Treyarch Zombies. Please let me know what some of your favorite maps are, what your least favorite maps are, and also why. I'm really just curious to see how you guys would rank them differently than I would. And before we get in with the official ranking, let me set the parameters for how we are going to be ranking all these different maps. First and foremost, I am ranking these maps personally based off of how fun they are, and that is it. Now this is subjective, which transitions into my second point I'm going to be making here, is that this is my own opinion. Please, if you have your own opinions, share them with me in the comments, but please do not criticize mine. Also as well, when I'm ranking these maps, I am thinking with the original ones in mind. I am not going to be accounting for remakes unless they are drastically different or consider their own maps. So for example, the remakes that are in Zombies Chronicles would not count as different maps, but the remakes of certain maps within Black Ops 4, those will count as their own maps. And lastly, I am not ranking Outbreak or no round-based zombies, so that means I'm also not going to be ranking things like Vanguard Zombies or Modern Warfare 3. I am just ranking the maps that have been within Treyarch's own games. But with all that being said though, I do truly hope you guys end up enjoying seeing my rankings of every single Treyarch Zombies map. Bus Depot from Black Ops 2. In my opinion, this is the worst map that Treyarch has ever made for one of their own games. This is just shitty, not Durin Toten. So what is Bus Depot, for those of you guys that don't know what this map is? Well, basically, long story short, in Black Ops 2, when they decide to end up making the map Transit, they also decide to split parts of Transit into their own survival maps, and one of these is Bus Depot. Now, all the maps that were split from Transit have their own themes, and this one was trying to be like a Nocturne Toten, where the only thing that you can use is one single mystery box. There's no perks, and really the best wonder weapon you can get is a ray gun, and that's it. This map is not fun, because it has all the other elements of what made Transit bad. It has the lava, it has the fog, the layout in general just also sucks. You really can't train anywhere in this map. This map overall is, like I said, just shitty Nocturne Toten. They tried to end up playing on our nostalgia, and it didn't work out. To be perfectly honest, I forgot that this map even existed. It's not necessarily that I thought it was bad, I just didn't remember it. I remembered Town, and hell, I even at least remembered Farm. I just flat out forgot that Bus Depot existed. That's how bad it is. It's just not even bad, it's forgettable. Overall, in my opinion, you're not missing out on much if you've not played this map before. Black Ops 2 is ironically, even though it's one of the best Call of Duties out there, has some of the most annoying and infuriating maps the series has to offer, and one of them is Bus Depot. I just think that this map is so bad, it's not fun. You don't have any Easter eggs or anything, so it's not like that you really have to look forward to playing this map for any sort of cool storyline elements either. The map literally has nothing to offer other just than the fact that it exists, and it's something you can do if you are bored. Farm from Black Ops 2. Once again, this is just another map that was taken from Transit. It's really no more different than Bus Depot other than the fact that it also has perks, but it still has fog and still has lava, so those things are also annoying within this map, just like how they were in Bus Depot. Farm, unfortunately, is just another forgettable survival map. I at least remember it more fondly than Bus Depot, given the fact that there is perks within this map, but in reality, I don't really remember it for more other than just a little bit of nostalgia. That's it. The map's not inherently good. It's literally just because it's tied to my childhood. If you didn't grow up with Black Ops 2, you're going to have no emotional attachment to this map, and therefore you're going to see more of its cracks than somebody if they had nostalgia like me. Farm is not the absolute worst map in existence, but it's just not a good one either. Transit from Black Ops 2. Holy fucking shit, I forgot how bad this map is. I played Transit for the first time in God knows how long, just for the sake of getting background gameplay for this video, and Jesus fucking Christ, I forgot how much I hated this map. Not only is the lava and the fog once again within this map, like the prior two maps I just talked about, but Transit has a plethora of other annoying BS that you will experience just by playing the game. You will experience Denizens, one of the most annoying bosses you will ever see in your entire life. You will experience, if you choose to, the jet gun, one of the worst wonder weapons ever in existence in your entire life. Not only that, but if you want to even build the damn thing, it can also break on you. I think this is the only wonder weapon in history that you can break just by using the thing. There's also lava and fog, once again. There is the crappy bus transportation system. The only really good thing to come out of it is the memes with Ted. And also, in addition to that, we also have the old Black Ops 2 parts system, where if you want to build anything with this entire map, you have to do it one single piece at a time, which means that you are going to spend most of the game running in circles. Now, for those of you guys that are going to say that Transit was not as bad as you remember it being when you were a kid, I 100% promise you it is the nostalgia talking. Because I bet you that most of you, when you ended up playing Transit back in the day, you guys were just playing with your friends, and you were just joking around and not taking things too seriously. I bet you didn't build the jet gun, I bet that you didn't go on to do the Easter egg, I bet that you probably played for only a matter of 20 minutes, just got to the mystery box, probably died, laughed at some dick jokes, and then you moved on to another game, because that's what most players do, including myself. And for any of you that are trying to call my bluff and say Transit was not that bad, do me a favor. Go back and try to do everything that Transit has to offer. Try to build the jet gun. Try to end up playing and get Pack-a-Punch. Try to be able to get to a high round. And do this, by the way, in solo, because without your friends there, I promise you, this map is not as enjoyable as you remember it. You quite literally are going to experience the same pain and suffering that you are seeing right now within the very gameplay, where I'm trying to find a single jet gun part in a Nocturne Toten remake on Transit. You are going to get lost, you are going to get burned by lava, you are going to get scratched by denizens, and you are going to be angry in the face. Voyage of Despair from Black Ops 4. This should have, in its own way, been the Shadows of Evil of Black Ops 4. This map takes place in the Titanic. That's such a cool concept. That could have been such a fun idea for a map. But unfortunately, this map is associated with a lot of bad memories for quite a few people because this was one of the launch maps for Black Ops 4, which means that, not even for its own fault, people associate this map with the PS4 blue screen of death, when the game would just die on you just because it could. So let's say that you get past all the gameplay glitches and your game is still not crashed yet. If you play this map and you manage to somehow get to a decently high round and unlock everything, you'll realize that a lot of the things on Voyage are just a disappointment. The Wonder Weapon, for example. This should have been cool. It's literally a cannon that's called the Kraken. It's supposed to be pirate themed and have all these different elemental ammo types. But the gun is just weak. It doesn't hit as hard as it could, and it basically is useless come round 30 or 40. And not even necessarily the Wonder Weapon, but just the way that the map is laid out is bad. Like, this map is claustrophobic as hell. From the moment that you spawn in, it's tight. When you go throughout the map, it is tight. It really only ever opens up once you get to the very end of the boat and you're able to somewhat camp near the central artifact location. But that's it. The rest of the map is not fun to navigate through. You pretty much are at a race to get to the very end of the map and then stay there the rest of the game and only move when it's just at the end of a round and you can hold a zombie. The map is overall just not fun to be in. It feels like a chore to play Voyage of Despair. More rather, actually feels like a punishment to play Voyage of Despair. You're not going to enjoy your experience. I really looked forward more to when the game ended and I stopped having to get the footage for this map than actually playing the map itself. And this is a video game. I shouldn't end up being in a situation where I'm trying to look forward to not playing a video game. That's when it's not a good game. Alpha Omega from Black Ops 4. God, where do I even begin? The first word that pops into my mind when I think of Alpha Omega is disappointment. Because this is not even necessarily a Treyarch map. This is a Activision Shanghai map. This was a map that was created because Treyarch couldn't finish Black Ops 4. They had to work on Black Ops Cold War come this point in the life cycle of the game. So this map is just a reuse of assets and just trying to end up scraping by. Alpha Omega is just a remake and a bigger version of Nuketown. That's literally it. It's literally just bigger Nuketown. It's not in a cool brand new location. There's really nothing new in this map. The wonder weapons of Alpha Omega are just elemental ray gun Mark IIs, which is kind of cool, but not really because it comes across as lazy. And I don't know about you guys, but once again, this map, just like Voyage, suffers from the same problems. Clutter. This map is cramped as hell, even though it's gigantic. I understand they're trying to copy the Blackout map, but we don't want to try to have to use Blackout logic in zombies. Like, why is this map so close quarters, despite the fact that it's huge? I feel like I'm going to get jumped from every single corner in this map. There's too much shit in my way. There's too many tight, narrow doorways where I can barely fit through. And with the super sprinters, if they trap me in a corner, I am dead. If you are not set up by, like, let's say round 15 within Alpha Omega, you're not going to have fun. There is way too many things that are working against you for this map to be enjoyable. There's annoying boss zombies. The ray guns are basically your only method of killing unless you're trying to end up using PhD slider with a rocket launcher. This map feels boring. This map feels frustrating. There's plenty of environmental elements also as well that are in play that are going to keep you from staying in one area for too long. Because, for example, there is a mechanic in the game where the houses can get filled with this like toxic gas, and makes it so that way if you want to pack a punch, you have to clear out that toxic gas. But if you do that, it's going to spawn in a horde of zombies. And that means that unless you have like a god gun, like let's say one of the ray guns, you literally are going to get surrounded and you can't move and then you will die. And Activision, by the way, I have to ask, whose idea was it to make the jumping jacks all of a sudden have teleport abilities and be able to enhance the powers of the zombies by just simply being near them? Whose idea was that? Because that guy needs to be fired, because these boss enemies here on Alpha Omega are some of the most annoying little shits you will ever experience. Die Rise from Black Ops 2. This map is just a flat-out troll. So for those of you guys that do not know, Die Rise is a map where you're basically playing in a whole bunch of giant skyscrapers, which sounds cool on paper, but it's actually poor in practice, because what happens is that this map has one fatal flaw, and that is fall damage. In this map, you're going to suffer from fall damage a lot, and you could very easily die if you were not careful. This problem could have very easily been fixed had they added in PhD Flopper, but they chose not to. In fact, they not only chose to not give you PhD Flopper, they decided to troll you and make you think you can get PhD Flopper, but it's out of bounds and it's just a cosmetic effect, so you can't actually end up getting it, and therefore you have to end up suffering through the fall damage no matter what you do. Yes, we actually had devs back in the day that quite literally want to just watch us suffer, and they wonder why we don't play this map. Now, at least within Die Rise, it does have one of the best wonder weapons of all time, with that being the Sliquifier. This thing, before it was patched, it was able to end up getting you basically to whatever round you wanted with one single shot, because it could chain kill zombies. And eventually this would be fixed, so that way it stops doing that around round 100. So the gun's still very good, it's just not the best anymore. But it's just like, with the combination of the fall damage and just the way that the map is laid out, and also not even mentioning the elevators, like I completely forgot to mention the elevators. For those of you guys that don't know, there is elevators within Die Rise, and these control the flow of how you get your perks and pack-a-punch in this game. So if you end up going over to an elevator where you can find a perk or the pack-a-punch sitting in, if you are not there in time, the perk will actually just go away, the elevator will go up or down a floor, and then you can miss out on grabbing a perk like Juggernog, or you can even lose your Pack-a-Punch gun in the middle of putting in the machine, and then trying to pull it back out, the Pack-a-Punch just goes away. That is stuff that you would experience in Die Rise, and you couldn't control this unless you end up getting a elevator key, which is just a lying key around the map, and you could use this on one elevator at a time, and you could call the elevator to whatever floor you were on, but the moment that you used it, you had to find another key. So pretty much the process of getting the elevators to work for you was basically useless. And exclusive to Die Rise, we have got Who's Who, one of the worst perks ever, right next to Tombstone from Transit. But there's nothing else that I can say about Who's Who or Tombstone that hasn't already been said before, so I'm just going to move on from Die Rise and talk about the next map. Nuketown from Black Ops 2. So Nuketown in Black Ops 2 is at least what it should have been in the first place, unlike Alpha Omega from Black Ops 4, which is just a survival map. This map is going to be pretty much identical from its multiplayer counterpart, And that's really what I think that Nuketown is best known for, is its multiplayer version and not necessarily its zombies version, because for Nuketown, it really never worked for zombies. And it's not about how much stuff you put into it, because that's why both the original Nuketown and Alpha Omega just don't do well as maps. The only reason why I am putting the original Nuketown up higher is because I just enjoy this map more. I think that the layout is more understandable, and since it's simpler in nature, it's more enjoyable and easier to understand. The only thing that's frustrating about Nuketown is the fact that the perks will randomly just drop out of the sky, which means you can get Juggernog sometimes as late as like round 25, which means that you really can't get set up until at least round 25 sometimes, which is why that this map is really tough to end up getting used to. Some people like it for the challenge, some people hate it for that exact same reason. I don't necessarily love or hate Nuketown, I just kind of tolerate it. It just exists for me. There's some days where I like a challenge and I will play it, and there's some days where I could care less and I actually get frustrated with it. But if I had to rank it in comparison to all the other maps, I really can't put it any higher than this, because the map's not the worst ever, but I really wouldn't go out of my way to go back to it either. Verrucht from World at War. So when it comes to the World at War maps, in my opinion, Verrucht is the least fun to play on because it's the most difficult. I do respect Verrucht, and I respect what it has done for this franchise, but I still end up thinking that this map is not necessarily that good. It's just not my cup of tea. I love the atmosphere about it, but in terms of gameplay, I really don't necessarily enjoy playing on Verrucht, because it's got a lot of elements that annoy me in particular. One specific element that is only ever on Verrucht is a thing called the Verrucht Sprinters. Let me explain what these are really quick. So, back when Noctur and Toten, the very first map ever to exist, came out for World at War Zombies, people were complaining online how slow the zombies took to get to the player and be able to end up attacking them. So slow, in fact, that Treyarch answered this and respond with that we are working on making the zombies faster for our next expansion, which was Verrucht. So you thought that, okay, maybe the zombies will get to you just a little bit closer and a little bit quicker, so that way you can be able to end up enjoying the game easier. Well, they did that a little too well, because they quite literally have it where, on Verrucht only, there are zombies that will sprint so fast at you, you can't even see them sometimes until they're already on top of you. And the way that the mechanics are with World at War, where the zombies can like hug you to death and like not let you go, if they grab you and get a hold of you, you're basically screwed. So I would say that the Verrucht Sprinters are the most dangerous zombies we have probably ever seen within this franchise, because they run ungodly fast. These are just normal-ass zombies. World at War maps are kind of hard to rank because I didn't grow up with them, so I know that there's going to be some people that are nostalgic for this and say that, oh, you should have put them up higher because this was the beginning maps, it's unfair to end up ranking them against all the newer ones. And to be honest, that is a very valid point, but you also got to admit at the same time, we've always got to be able to move on and go on to bigger and better things, so we can't always end up being just hold down by a standard because of the fact that it was always the first thing to come out. And so in my opinion, I really feel like this is the best possible spot to put Verrucht because it honors its legacy and what it did, but it doesn't end up making it so that way it's just blinded by pure nostalgia. Shangri-La from Black Ops 1. I feel like that either you love this map or you hate this map. I'm really not seeing people in between for those when it comes to Shangri-La. Shangri-La is a very niche map for a lot of people. And that's because there's really just unique gameplay elements that really no other map has replicated and are just specifically on Shangri-La. So in Shangri-La, there is, number one, two different types of boss enemies. There is going to be the Napalm Zombie and the Shrieker Zombie. These guys are really interesting because they've really never been replicated again necessarily. The Napalm Zombie walks around slowly and just follows you, but if you shoot at him, he'll run at you and then he will explode himself and try to kill you with fire. The Shrieker Zombie ends up blinding you by screaming so loudly it like causes a blur effect on your screen, which is really, really crazy. And we also have one of the most unique wonder weapons within Shangri-La, which is going to be the Shrink Ray, or the baby gun, which technically has infinite damage because of the way it works. If you shoot a zombie, it will shrink it into a baby, and you can just run it over by running into it, and it can kill it by one-shotting it. Now for pack, it's simple for solo, because all you gotta do is just find a pressure plate and stand on it to get this one statue to stand still. and then you can just go up these stairs and spawn and be able to pack-a-punch. Pretty straightforward. The problem is that when you're playing in co-op, every player you add to the lobby requires an additional tile to end up being pressed, which means that in 4-player lobbies, you have to have 4 of these tiles all being pushed down at once. So if you're playing with randoms, you're literally screwed and you'll never pack-a-punch. It's even hard to do this with friends sometimes if nobody knows what they're doing. Shangri-La is a cool map concept. It's got a lot of unique elements that will really never replicate again, so if you want to experience them, you have to go back to Shangri-La. That's why I feel like a lot of players preach about Shangri-La, because those that like those elements can only get them within this map. But it's just not for me. It's not my cup of tea personally. I'd rather would play other maps, which we'll talk about later on within this list. Nocturne Toten from World at War. Now, I know some of you guys are going to be shocked about how high I put this up on the list. But, like I said, World at War maps are kind of hard to rank because you have to respect them for what they did, and you can't just put them at the very bottom. But if you put them too high, people are like, okay, buddy, now you're just being nostalgic and being quite literally just unfair to some of the other maps. So it's like, where do you put these? And for me, I think that this is a good spot right here for 2 main reasons. Is that, number one, I put this here because even though Noct is just a mystery box in like 3 rooms, Nocturne Toten is a overall really cool map. It's the first ever map, yes, but what it did for this series is unforgettable. You will never be able to replicate this ever again. I'm not even necessarily talking about the map, the way it plays. I'm talking about the way it was revealed. I am jealous of the players that got to experience this map back in the day by just playing the campaign and just being surprised. That must have been probably the coolest experience ever back in the day. And I never got to experience that because when I was a kid, I grew up with the Nintendo Wii, so I never got to experience World at War. Even if it was on, yes, technically the Wii, it didn't get zombies. And second of all, simple maps are okay. I like playing simple maps sometimes. I don't necessarily need to end up having a complex map to enjoy myself. I'm okay with having just a mystery box, a couple wall weapons, and immersion. This map is mostly just immersion for me. I like the ability to imagine that I am in the World at War Nocturne Toten, my actual self, fighting off against zombies as if this was a real-life nightmare. The horror within the original Nocturne Toten will never be replicated ever again. When you're playing World at War Nocturne Toten, there's no character voice lines. There's no dropped sound effects where Sam is talking to you. There is really no good guns in that box other than like 2 or 3, and you're very lucky if you pull any of them. The zombies in Nocturne Toten are so feral sounding that they like snarl and bark at you. They sound like rabid dogs. And just the premise of them being from World War II and knowing what Germany did back in the day, it's the most creepy and horrifying concept if you truly think about it. The idea of being in this exact setting. Noct deserves to be high on the list because it's not. Shinonuma from World at War. If you are a fan of high rounding, this is the map for you. Shinonuma from World at War specifically is the easiest map that you can get a high round on within COD Zombies. This map first introduced the Wunderwaffe, which basically kills zombies infinitely. This also introduced the Hellhounds boss, which allows you to be able to get a max ammo every 5 rounds, and you can even use to refill your Wunderwaffe. And after a while, the zombies cap off at 24, which means that you really don't have to worry about zombies after a while. Let me ask you guys something. If you had to make a guess, what do you think is the highest round that was ever achieved within this map? If you just had to make a wild guess. It's not the hundreds, it's not even the early thousands. The highest round ever achieved in Shinonuma is 11,482. That is the highest round, not only in World at War and Shinonuma, but just COD ever. If you ever want to go for a high round and have easy fun, play Shinonuma. Classified from Black Ops 4. Now, Classified is a remake of 5 from Black Ops 1, and it's pretty similar, but it's different enough to be considered its own unique map. So you're back in the Pentagon, and you're going to be experiencing it with Black Ops 4 elements. So Black Ops 4 perks, and the Black Ops 4 buildables, and also just the Black Ops 4 elixirs in general. The map, honestly, is not too different from 5. Hell, if you want to, you can even do a side Easter egg that gets you the Wonder Weapon from 5, which is the Winter's Howl again, which is slightly better in Classified, although not too terribly much. But I really don't end up thinking this map is any better than 5 because 5 basically was the map that did this first and did it a little bit better in my opinion. Now yes, 5 from Black Ops 1 is harder, but I think that overall the way that that map was executed was better. Which is why that I'm immediately going to follow up Classified with the original 5 and just say that I'm going to rank these back to back because they're pretty much identical for me and I really don't need to separate them that far from each other. I like the fact that you can play as the presidential cast in 5 on Black Ops 1, and I just enjoy the Black Ops 1 system. I enjoy the Black Ops 1 guns. I enjoy the Black Ops 1 perks. I just prefer the stuff in Black Ops 1 versus the stuff in Black Ops 4, regardless of what map it is. Town from Black Ops 2. Now, Town is actually a genuinely good map. The first Black Ops 2 map, I will say, I actually like. Now, it is a part of transit, yes, so there is fog and lava, but it's not pervasive like it is in the other 2 maps. It's not nearly as bad. For a lot of us, including myself, this is our childhood map. This was the map that we played a lot during Black Ops 2's launch. Now, Black Ops 2 suffered from a lot of bad maps in the very beginning. Bus Depot sucked, Farm sucked, Transit sucked, Die-Rise sucked. Basically, the only map in Black Ops 2 that we had to get by for months was Town. Town was what lasted us all the way to at least Mob of the Dead, which took about like half a year to actually get, because Mob of the Dead didn't come out until, I want to say, like April of 2013. That was how long we had to wait for a genuinely good map to come to Black Ops 2. It was a long-ass time. So for a lot of us, Town is that childhood map of ours, because I will admit that even though that Town is not necessarily my favorite map, it at least is genuinely good. It was something to keep me and my friends from getting bored. I rotated on this game plenty of times when I was just trying to play with my buddies on Xbox 360, and even if I didn't play this game long, if I was just playing this game for a few minutes, that was good enough for me, and then I would either jump onto like Halo or GTA or something. But Town does have a special place in my heart, and I'm pretty sure it does for a lot of you guys as well. Kino der Toten from Black Ops 1. Now, what is one man's Town is another man's Kino der Toten, because there are some people that are nostalgic for Kino, like how that I am for Town. Now, I like Black Ops 1 quite a lot, but that's not the game that I grew up with. I grew up with Black Ops 2 predominantly. So I understand why some people would prefer Kino, and even though I didn't necessarily end up growing up with Black Ops 1, I'm still ranking Kino higher because in general it's a better map. I think Kino plays more fun, I think that Kino's more enjoyable, it has a better wonder weapon, it has a better flow. Kino's just better than Town, by a little bit at least. And I think that Kino is deserving of being higher up on the list because even though it was meant to be the last World at War map, it ended up being a pretty decent map when it was brought over to Black Ops 1. I don't think it even would have done that well had it been in World at War, because if it had World at War mechanics, it probably would have been more frustrating. So I think that Kino's a good map, and it was probably for the best that it ended up on Black Ops 1. Blood of the Dead from Black Ops 4. Now, of all the remakes that were in Black Ops 4, Blood of the Dead was the best, despite this map being frustrating, because Treyarch put their heart and soul into this remake. Treyarch knows that Mob of the Dead is one of the best maps they have ever made, hands down. So they decided to end up making Blood of the Dead within Black Ops 4. But I do say this, is that I think that they should have just remade it for Chronicles within Black Ops 3. That's the one thing I feel like the Treyarch should have done. Still kind of bugs me to this day. Black Ops 4's Blood of the Dead is not inherently a bad map. It's kind of grown on me in a way. It's not my favorite because of a lot of different reasons. I think it's still a very frustrating map at times. But it's not, like, absolutely god-awful like I remember it being. I think that's more rather tied to the Easter egg, which I'm not counting Easter eggs when I'm talking about these maps. That's just the one specific thing I'm not going to address because those are, like, a completely different thing, and that's going to be a separate ranking video in another day. But Blood of the Dead, just the way it plays, it's still Mob of the Dead at the end of the day. You still get the Blunder Gat, you still get the Acid Gat. Hell, you can even upgrade this again and get the Magma Gat, which is like a better Acid Gat. The Pack-a-Punch is more straightforward in Blood because you don't need to do the plane stuff, even though the plane stuff wasn't inherently bad in Mob. Here's where I end up getting stuck, is I'm trying to compare this map to Mob of the Dead, like, constantly. But it's really its own map, honestly. All the Black Ops 4 remakes are their own maps. They're not the originals. They have way too many things changed. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, they look like the old map, they have elements of the old map, so I try to keep playing it like the old map, but it just doesn't work with the Black Ops 4 system. It just can't. I think if I were to let go of my rhythm and just fully embrace the playstyle of Black Ops 4, I could appreciate Blood of the Dead more. In fact, I think that Blood of the Dead is more enjoyable for players that weren't completely just absorbed and hooked into Mob of the Dead. If people grew up more rather with the Black Ops 3 and 4 system and not the Black Ops 1 and 2 system, I feel like Blood's a more welcome change for those players than it is for the older ones such as myself. There's definitely a divide in the new fan base and the old fan base for Blood, and there's only some slight overlap because of the fact that it takes elements from Mob of the Dead for nostalgic people, and then has new stuff for the new guys. I'm not going to say that the map is higher up on my list, and I'm not going to say it's down below at the bottom with the ones I was talking shit about. I would say that this is just an average. We're kind of past the bad maps at this point. We're not really quite at the good ones yet. So I'm going to say that Blood is just a little under average and not quite in the middle, but pretty fairly close to the middle. Firebase Z from Cold War. Now, when it comes to Firebase Z, I think that this map sometimes gets too much hate. I don't really mind the flow of Firebase Z. I love the Ray K. I think the Ray K is one of the funnest wonder weapons to use. Sure, things like the Mimic can be annoying, but I can get past that because I've seen more annoying bosses from previous maps. The Mimic is not the worst. I think that they fixed, debatably, two of the worst perks ever in existence within Firebase Z, because what they did is that they took Tombstone from Transit and Who's Who from Die Rise and combined them and made them have it where they were actually genuinely good as a perk together. They took the best elements of each perk and then they combined them so that way it was a usable playstyle. I always knew that both perks had potential and they finally fixed it several years later. The power is actually the generator style system, that how it was like in Origins, which is funny because most maps I feel like without a basic power switch is not necessarily a make it or break it for some people. In fact, I think it sometimes can add a gameplay layer to the map itself, because if you notice, later on in the list, there's going to be a lot of maps that are at the top with non-traditional power switches, which I think is kind of interesting. There's really not a Cold War Zombies map that I don't like. I think they're all fairly solid, and I have a fair ranking of all of them, honestly. Moon from Black Ops 1 Zombies. Now, how do I describe this? Moon is a map that frustrates me, and I don't like it, but I want to like it. I want to end up getting good at Moon because I know that it has potential. I think the setting is very unique, and I'd want to end up liking Moon. I see people swear up and down that Moon is one of the best maps to ever be created, so I'm taking that at face value and I'm trying to appreciate it myself. But I just have a hard time getting into it because, I'm just going to be honest, I really can't get accustomed to the gameplay elements of Moon, and I really don't want to sometimes. It's weird, it's like I'm ranking this map based off of rather its potential rather than my actual experiences, which is pretty much the only map I'm going to really do this for. So I would say this, is that if you want to end up getting into a map that has a unique set of gameplay elements, and it's definitely challenging, play Moon. You'll end up having a pretty fairly unique experience, to say the least. You'll get frustrated at times, but I think you'll end up being in a situation like me, where you'll look at it and be like, even though this is annoying, I know it has potential, and it should be worth it in the end. I want to get to the point where I tolerate things such as the astronaut zombie and the excavators, so I can enjoy things like the wave gun and the immersion of the map itself. 9 from Black Ops 4. Now, 9 is much better than Voyage of Despair for a launch map. It's a night and day difference for me. Now, there is similar elements, like how that the Wonder Weapon is not necessarily the best in both maps, and they both have way too many mini-bosses, but the flow and the layout of 9 is a night and day difference between Voyage, because I actually feel like I can run around. The spawn room / the training room of 9 is amazing. I like running around in this Coliseum area. Plus, also, I can get drops from the AI if I'm just simply doing well, because the audience will throw things at me, like max ammos and fire sales. You get a cool challenge podium where you can also get things like a Pack-a-Punch starting pistol, like, right away, which is also really fun. And not only that, but when you end up playing on 9, you're in general going to have a much more enjoyable experience just because of the processes within this map. The process of getting Pack-a-Punch, the Wonder Weapon if you want to get it for free instead of pulling out of the box randomly, if you want to be able to build the Riot Shield, all that is easier within this map. It's less BS. Forsaken from Cold War Zombies. Now, Forsaken was the last DLC for Cold War Zombies, and it's also the last time we saw round-based, believe it or not, for Treyarch Zombies. So this is a big deal in terms of Treyarch. So what did Treyarch basically end off round zombies at? Well, we got the Crystal Axe, which is one of my favorite wonder weapons of all time. Now, it is better in its axe form in comparison to its gun form, but that's fine with me. I can keep it as the axe for the rest of my life and be completely content. This thing just annihilates zombies, or anything in its way for that matter. I enjoy the Crystal Axe quite a lot. Now, the flow of Forsaken is a little bit weird at times because it's kind of 3 just giant areas that you have to have put together by a whole bunch of teleporters, which is not fun if you want to run around, but it's okay if you at least want to stay in one area for a long time. Now, for some reason in my mind, this would be something that you would see in Infinite Warfare, but they put it in Cold War anyway. There's arcade machines that you can end up playing in the actual game itself, and one of them is of Nocturne Toten from World at War Zombies. You can recreate Nocturne Toten in Forsaken at this little arcade machine, and you can play this for like 2.5 minutes, which is sick as hell. Now, there also is a pinball machine that allows you to play a minigame that is themed after Drak from Black Ops 3, but it's not necessarily the biggest game in the world. You just spawn in an arena, and then you have to feed a dragon head, and all you gotta do is just run around in circles, and then eventually you will win a prize. It's pretty straightforward, but even though this one does give better rewards, I enjoy playing the Nocturne Toten one more just because of the fact that it reminds me a lot of World at War. And if I'm not mistaken, I also believe this is when they finally reintroduced PhD Slider back into zombies, because this is the first time that there's a Perca-Cola machine, because I don't think it's on any other map, and I think you can only get a Wonder Fizz on anything besides Forsaken. So they brought back PhD in this map. Cold War is not my favorite game, and doesn't necessarily have my favorite maps. I think that Forsaken is better than Firebase, but not the rest. And I think that Forsaken is at least a solid map in terms of what we've been getting in comparison to lately, which has been Vanguard and Modern Warfare 3, because since this was the last round-based zombies we ever had, I think that we should give this map more credit, because based off of the recent stuff we've been getting, this is great in comparison. Zetsubo no Shima from Black Ops 3. Now, Zetsubo no Shima was the odd one out back when Black Ops 3 first came out. It was really the only bad Black Ops 3 map for a lot of people at the time, but Zetsubo's actually pretty good. Zetsubo is fairly easy once you know what you're doing. The KT-4 is pretty easy to get. Upgrading it is a little bit harder, but it's still definitely doable. There's this epic spider boss fight that you can have if you wanted to. It's not necessarily for the Easter egg, it's actually just to get free Widow's Wine. But it's worth it in my opinion, because you can actually get a genuinely good reward for it, because Widow's Wine is a great perk, and this boss fight is fun. It's superfluous to the Easter egg, it's literally just for fun, and they didn't need to do this. There's no other map that has a epic boss fight like this that isn't the Easter egg boss fight. Garad Krovi, Drak, Shadows, none of them have that. You just get this spider boss fight for free in Zetsubo. Zetsubo also ends up having the Skull of Non-Sopway, one of the best specialist weapons ever, and 2 exclusive weapons you can only ever get in this map, which is the Razorback SMG and the Marshall 16 dual-wield version pistols, which are 2 amazing guns, but they only are ever available in Zetsubo no Shima. You can never get them any other map at all. Zetsubo as a map is bittersweet. In order to experience the good, you have to go through the bad. You might get Thrashers, but you can also end up getting the Spider boss fight. You might have to deal with paying for a whole bunch of doors inside the bunker, but you get to be able to use the Razorback, the Marshall 16s, and the KT-4, some of the best and most unique wonder weapons / weapons that are available in Black Ops 3. Zetsubo, you have to be in a certain mood to play it, I would feel like, but if you are in that mood, it definitely will scratch that itch for you. Darius from World at War, and then also the Giant from Black Ops 3. I'm putting these back to back just like how I did with Classified and 5 because they're essentially the same map in my eyes, although I do personally prefer Black Ops 3's The Giant over Darius from World at War because I like the gameplay mechanics of Black Ops 3 more. But there's really not necessarily the biggest difference other than a couple of things such as the perks and the gobblegums and the guns. That's basically it. Everything else is the exact same. So I would say that whatever one you like, it really doesn't matter. But this is a really good map. The flow is great, the guns are great, the gameplay mechanics in general are great on all versions of Darius. I think that Darius is the perfect sandbox map. It's probably the best of all the sandboxy maps, or the simple maps, air quote. And I would say that if you want to pick up a simple map, if you want to get first introduced into zombies, play Darius. Tag der Toten from Black Ops 4. Now, out of all the remakes that were in Black Ops 4, this is one of my preferred ones. It's basically just Call of the Dead from Black Ops 1 with a few added things. Now, in Call of the Dead, there was pretty much no good wonder weapons, but in Tag der Toten, they brought back some of the most iconic ones, with one of them being the Thunder Gun, and then the other being the Wonder Waff. The Thunder Gun is worth your time because it's still strong like it was back in the older games, but the Wonder Waff is not. The Wonder Waff only really chain kills if you headshot now, and has this weird sniper scope, so it's really not worth your time to pick it up. Pack-a-Punch on Tag is pretty much the same as it was on Call of the Dead, but there is an additional Pack-a-Punch that you can get if you do a little Easter egg, where you end up going on a flinger, and then it takes you to this one island that you can go to, where there's golden Pack-a-Punch, which basically allows you to be able to Pack-a-Punch your gun fully for only 5,000 points, because the way that Black Ops 4's Pack-a-Punch worked is that you had to Pack-a-Punch it like 4 or 5 times for it to be fully Pack-a-Punch, which cost you several thousands of dollars. So this is kind of the equivalent of a Black Ops 4 version of a bonfire sale, but with slightly different reworked mechanics. It's a cool little Easter egg you can do. It's not necessarily the biggest deal if you pass it up, because the normal Pack-a-Punch is still easy and still worth your time. All you gotta do is just wait for the lighthouse to shine its light on the location as it moves, like in the original Call of the Dead. But the golden Pack-a-Punch Easter egg was pretty easy and straightforward to get, so I would say it is worth your time to do it. You can also end up getting a thing called a heat pack, which is really useful in comparison to what I thought it was going to be, where you can end up being able to last longer in ice, because you can freeze in Call of the Dead and Tag der Toten from the icy cold water. Now, I would say that if you don't end up going into the water, this really doesn't serve a purpose to you, but there probably is going to be at least 1 or 2 times you're going to need to like move in the middle of a round and go through ice. And if you get surrounded and you end up freezing, you're basically dead. So I would say it's worth an investment. It's basically like an insurance policy to you. Now, there also is one more thing worth mentioning about Tag der Toten, is there is this additional room that they decide to add, that if you take this zip line near the lighthouse, you can go over to this area in the map, and in this particular area, there is this research lab where if you wanted to, you can do a side Easter egg that allows you to get these special grenades, which is Samantha inside of a lullaby box, and if you throw it, she will jump out of a black hole and basically RKO any zombies that are in your way. This side quest and this piece of equipment was probably one of my favorite things that they added into this map, because it's super overpowered and it's just really fun to use. It's a much more superior monkey bomb that's more creative. And in case any of you guys are wondering, no, George Romero is not within this map like how he was in Call of the Dead. Unfortunately, George Romero has passed away, so he's not able to end up doing all the video capture and stuff like that he did back when he ended up participating in Call of the Dead. But there is a neat little Easter egg you can do where you can find his glasses on a table, where the character that you're playing as will end up saying a quote that basically pays homage to the late, great zombie king, George Romero. All in all, I would say that this is the best remake that Black Ops 4 has to offer, despite this map not even being made by Treyarch, because it was still, once again, another map that was made by Activision Shanghai, because this was the last DLC for Black Ops 4, and Treyarch basically moved on from this point in the game over to Cold War's development. So, for a final map, it could have been the Great War map that I know a lot of people were really looking forward to. But at the end of the day, they did end up making the best that they could out of the situation, and the map's not entirely the worst because it's a remake of a fan favorite, and they did figure out a way to wrap up the story rather than just giving up on it like the Chaos Crew, so I'm glad that we at least got somewhat of a conclusion within this map. Ascension from Black Ops 1 Zombies. Now, Ascension is a really good map in my opinion. I think it's easy, straightforward, fun, etc. It's got the Thunder Gun, once again, on this map like how it did in Kino, so really solid wonder weapon right there. The map makes sense with the way that it's laid out. It's very easy to understand where you're going and how you end up navigating. And speaking of navigating, the navigating is actually the Pack-a-Punch process on this map. All you have to do is just take all the lunar landers or the fast travel options in a game in order to end up unlocking the Pack-a-Punch machine, which is really awesome because any player can do this. Now, even though I like pretty much everything about this map and is higher up on the list, I have one massive gripe with it. The one thing I can't stand about Ascension is the monkey rounds that you end up experiencing. Now, let me explain why these irritate me. So, in Shangri-La, the monkeys were useful to you because they ended up changing them from the way that they worked in Ascension. In specifically Shangri-La, they could end up modifying drops for you so that way you could roll things like max ammos whenever you want if you timed it correctly. In Ascension, the monkeys try to steal your perks, and if you're not watching the machines, they will attack the machines and take your perks from you. So you have to monitor all of your perk machines and prevent the monkeys from destroying it so that way you don't lose your perks such as Juggernog, which is very important especially in the later rounds. And unfortunately, if you defeat them within their given round, you don't get your perks back like how, for example, during a Pentagon Thief round in the map 5, you would get things like your gun back. So you really have to be careful because if you're not paying attention, you lose important stuff. And for those of you that are being like, oh, this is no big deal, you can just shoot them with your thunder gun or something. No, you can't. I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to go up to a monkey, shoot it with a thunder gun, and then he just laughs in my face. He just continues hitting the quick revive machine. The monkeys on Ascension are way too hard to hit, they have way too much health, they're way too fast, and they end up stealing your perks. That's annoying as hell. And they don't end up attacking you. They only attack you if you stop them from stealing your perks, so you can't end up making them just ignore your perk machines. You have to go around the entire map and follow them and kill them, unless you want to leave like claymores. But if you end up having the claymore fail to kill the monkey, you're screwed. The perks are way too spread out on Ascension for you to watch everything. So unless you end up having good RNG, or a claymore is good enough to be able to stop the monkeys, you're basically going to have it where you lose at least one perk every single round that the monkeys show up again. It's just annoying. But, despite the one little fatal flaw, I still do like Ascension, and I think that the remake in Black Ops 3 is my preferred method of playing Ascension, so I'm not going to completely destroy the map over just one single thing I don't like. D Machine from Cold War Zombies. Now, D Machine is the launch map for Cold War, but it's pretty good. This would be the map that would introduce us to the Cold War mechanics and systems, and the map plays pretty well considering the fact that Treyarch had to rush this. Now yes, it is pretty much a more updated version of Noctur and Toten, which Noctur and Toten has been remade so many times for zombies, it's basically like Shipment or Nuketown from multiplayer at this point. But I'm not going to complain because the remake for Noctur and Toten, in this case D Machine for Cold War, is a million times better than all the remakes in Black Ops 4 put together, so I'll take it. We also do get a pretty unique wonder weapon this time around. We get the Die, which is what I would like to call what the jet gun should have been from Transit, because it's just basically a giant vacuum gun where you can end up absorbing zombies to get ammo, and then you can end up being able to shoot grenades out of it and blow things up. It's a really cool wonder weapon. It's pretty easy to get too. You can also get elemental versions. You can pack-a-punch this thing. You can combine the elemental versions and pack-a-punch that too. So it's basically the Cold War equivalent of how the Blundergat used to function in Mob of the Dead, where you would have like 3 different pack-a-punch variants, or 3 plus rather. And the map has plenty of spots for both camping and also training. This is my I am bored and I want to do something for 2 hours map. I will play Cold War sometimes and just load up D Machine and either play by myself or with friends, and we'll try to get like around 30 and we'll just go for like 2 hours and then we're just going to exfil. Or if you want to, like I know some other people have done before, this can also be considered the camo map because it's super straightforward and it's very easy for grinding. So if you want to get Dark Aether, you can also do that on this map as well because it plays super well for camo grinding. Mauer Toten from Cold War Zombies. This is my favorite Cold War map. I get Walking Dead vibes from this map because we're in a overrun city. You can end up being in the streets, you can end up being on top of the buildings, you can even go underneath of the ground and go into the subway systems where, by the way, if you're not careful, you can literally get run over by a train, which is kind of funny. And Mauer Toten is home to one of my favorite wonder weapons I have ever used in Call of Duty. This is going to end up being the Cerberus, which is this laser pistol that feels straight out of a sci-fi movie. This gun should literally be nicknamed the Thanos gun because it just snaps enemies out of reality. And guess what? You can get 3 additional upgraded variants of this thing by just picking up drops from the floor. You don't even need to do an Easter egg quest to upgrade this gun any further. You just play the game and zombies will drop you parts and you can pick them up if you want to. You don't even have to pick them up. They are just literally going to just rinse and repeat, fall on the ground repeatedly, and if you're just bored, you can walk on by and pick one up. And the thing is that, even though technically this might sound disappointing when I say this, the upgraded versions of the Cerberus are actually worse, believe it or not, than the Cerberus itself. So if you want to, you don't even have to upgrade this thing to get its max power. You literally can just keep the base Cerberus and just upgrade it in the Pack-a-Punch machine. Now, even though this isn't necessarily annoying, I will say this one last thing about Malorder Toten is I will say this is don't fuck around with the Panzer Sovat that is on this map, because he comes back as a boss for this map. And you thought he was strong on Origins and Der Eisendrache. No. He got buff and strong on Malorder Toten. He is the equivalent of Robot Brock Lesnar. It's not even necessarily the flamethrower or the fact that he runs really fast. It's the fact that he can just, at will, jump across the map and land on top of your head. It is absurd. Call of the Dead from Black Ops 1. Now, I would say that Call of the Dead is a map that is worth all the hype. I remember way back in the day when people would hype up this map and say it's one of the best ever. And I would be like, nah, that's not the case, because George Romero looks annoying based off the way that people describe him, and it's Black Ops 1 styled maps, and I really am not necessarily a fan of those in comparison to something like, let's say, Black Ops 2 or 3. I would say that the map in general looks kind of annoying because it's got fog everywhere and that reminds me of Transit. I always just thought that Call of the Dead was not actually a good map. And then I played it, and I actually enjoyed myself. Call of the Dead is a genuinely good map, and I've only ever played it a handful of times because I've never played it until just recently, over the last few months, when I purchased the map, finally, back in June. I never owned this before. This was the last map I have ever yet to play for one of the older Treyarch games, and it's actually really fun. There is a couple of weird elements about this map that make it niche and may turn some people off, such as the fact that we have 2 kind of very underwhelming wonder weapons, and they're statistically considered some of the worst we've ever seen, which is the Scavenger, which is an explosive sniper rifle, which sounds cool, but it's kind of hard to use because you have to worry about either, number 1, splash damage without PhD, or second of all, you have to worry about the gun not being able to kill past round 40. And then we've got the VR-11. This makes the jet gun look like a god gun because this doesn't even kill things. You shoot it and it turns a zombie into a human and sort of is trying to act like a monkey bomb, but failing miserably. This gun is terrible, so that's really why that Call of the Dead suffers sometimes for high rounding, and this is why you cannot get round 100 on Call of the Dead. It's never happened before. The highest I've seen is 96. And then there's George Romero. So, like I said, George Romero is hit or miss for some people. He is a really cool person in real life, but his boss is kind of annoying, to say the least. He has 250,000 health per player in the lobby, which means if you're playing a co-op game with 4 people, he has 1 million health. The best things to take him out are going to end up being the FAMAS, Dragunov, and Death Machine, but the Death Machine is a drop. Nobody uses the Dragunov. And then the FAMAS, I feel like that could be something that somebody uses, but no one's going to waste an entire FAMAS magazine on just shooting George Romero. That's going to be something they're going to save the Death Machine before, which means they have to once again wait for drops. Killing George is useful. You can get another Death Machine or even a Wonderwaff if you do the Easter egg upon killing him, and I think you're also entitled to a free perk. I just don't believe that a lot of people are going to go out of their way to kill George Romero. They just kind of tolerate him. In summary, I really like Call of the Dead, despite its faults. Sure, George Romero can be annoying, and it's probably the biggest turnoff for a lot of people when it comes to this map, but Black Ops 1 in general has annoying boss enemies in every single map. The Pentagon Thief on 5 steals your gun. The Ascension Monkeys steal your perks. The Napalm Zombie will end up exploding at random moments, and then the Shrieker Zombie will blind you in Shangri-La. And then the Astronaut Zombie is going to jump scare you and steal your perks if you are not careful. At least with George Romero, he's not actively trying to attack you except for at molasses speeds. As long as you don't shoot him, he won't run at you. So you can ignore George all game if you really want to, and you'll be just fine. He's just there. And as for the wonder weapons, I've seen worse before. The Scavenger is not the worst wonder weapon ever to exist. And since we have 2 wonder weapons, you can just skip the VR-11 and you're not missing out on much. It just also exists. Dead of the Night from Black Ops 4. I am one of those few people that think that this map is criminally underrated, and I've only ever played it twice. I played it once 5 years ago, back when this map first came out, and then I played it again 5 years later, and ended up getting my highest round ever achieved in zombies, and got round 70, which is a big deal for me. Funnily enough, the exact things that people complain about in this map are the things that make me like this map. I enjoy the spooky 1920s horror movie theme by having vampires and werewolves running around the map trying to kill me. I enjoy the Alistair's Annihilator as a wonder weapon. It's one of my favorites to use. I especially enjoy the final upgrade for this gun. I am glad that I went back and played some of the older maps that I have not played in a long time, and one of those is Dead of the Night. I only ever played this map once before, and I was going to rank it much lower based off of my first impressions, which was not fair to do, because honestly, this map doesn't deserve as critical of a ranking I was originally going to give it. It was going to be much lower just because it was tied to Black Ops 4. But once I got used to the flow and understood the map and came to appreciate it, I had fun playing on it. It's a genuinely good map, you just have to get used to it. Ancient Evil from Black Ops 4. This is hands down the best Black Ops 4 map, because this map is the Black Ops 4 equivalent of a Origins or a Drak. You've got 4 ancient gauntlets that you can use for every player in the game, just like how you have the staves in Origins and the bows in Drak. And I'm not necessarily going to talk about this other than just brushing over this because, like I said, I'm going to try to avoid Easter eggs, but it's kind of hard to avoid talking about it when you're playing on Ancient Evil. They integrated the map into the Easter egg so well for Ancient Evil. The entire mythological theme with the Chaos story was something that I ended up growing to like. It's honestly just a damn shame that we will never get a continuation with the Chaos story, because they were just starting to cook with Ancient Evil. If this was the launch map for the Chaos crew in Black Ops 4, I can only imagine how positive things would have went for this game. Revelations from Black Ops 3. Now this is how you do a remake right for Call of Duty. In fact, this was the beginning of what I would like to call the remake phase for Call of Duty, because Garage Crow V was the last original map that we had for the Primus crew, which is kind of sad when you think about it. So let's talk about Revelations and what it did. So Revelations was the final DLC for Black Ops 3. Revelations is the equivalent of a finale within a TV series where you're getting ready for the next season. You end this current story and get ready to continue it next season. Revelations is just the best of all the Treyarch Zombies maps up to that point. So World at War all the way to the end of Black Ops 3. So there's a lot of reused assets. In fact, the map is just basically many parts of other prior maps just shoved together. The only original thing in Revelations is the spawn room and then the pack-a-punch room, and that's it. But it works. It works because this is the only map in Black Ops 3, and this was the first time this happened in general for the series, where we reused assets from old maps. It was only in Black Ops 4 that reusing assets became a problem, so since this is the first time that this happened, it was no big deal. And the particular things they chose to bring back were definitely the best elements of the prior Zombies maps. And I think that the best thing that they did was bringing back both the Thunder Gun and the Apothicon Servant, which are two of the strongest wonder weapons we have ever seen in one map. Not only that, but you finally can upgrade the Apothicon Servant in Revelations like they intended to do on Shadows of Evil, which makes it even better of a wonder weapon. I think they even brought back the right bosses for Revelations. They brought back the Margwa from Shadows of Evil, and they brought back the Panzer from both Origins and Drak. Now, the Margwa is elemental theme in Revelations, so that at least gives him a new spin on things, and then technically the Panzer is the Drak version of the Panzer, which means he's buffed, but he still is easy to kill if you have both the Apothicon Servant and or the Thunder Gun. Buried from Black Ops 2. This is where I start to get into my all-time favorite map, something I can play at any point and still have fun. This is something you can have fun with friends, and this is something that you can have fun by yourself. Buried has the Ray Gun Mark II and the Paralyzer, two of the most fun wonder weapons ever to use. It also has a perk that I wish, to this day, still came back, which is Vulture's Aid, because Vulture's Aid allows you to be able to end up getting loose ammo and money if you end up killing a zombie, and you can stand in these zombie stink clouds so that way you are invisible, so you cannot be attacked. It's one of the most underrated perks, and I wish with all my heart that they would bring this back someday. It's one of my favorites, but they never did. Buried was unfortunately a map that I think got shafted because it was one of the last Jimmy Zielinski maps, because Jimmy Zielinski was kind of on his way out for Treyarch at this point. So since the map is associated with him, that's one of the main reasons why I feel like they have not brought this back. Now, I do understand that Buried is piss easy and has plenty of things that allow you to be overpowered, like the Paralyzer, the Juggernog Hallway, the Bank System, Leroy, the ability to get free perks, the Time Bomb, all these different things. But who cares? We shouldn't necessarily have to justify our reasons for having fun. I am always going to look back fondly on and miss when I used to play on the Xbox 360 and had no care in the world, and I would just sit in the Juggernog hallway with the Paralyzer and shoot zombies endlessly while blasting the music and talking about my day and school with my buddies. I will forever miss that, and that is all thanks to a man that was named Jimmy Zielinski. Jimmy, even though you pissed me off with Transit and Die Rise back in the day, thank you for making Buried. Garad Crow V from Black Ops 3. This map is awesome as hell. You are in Stalingrad with dragons flying around overhead of you. That sounds awesome to say out loud. You also end up seeing the return of the PPSH SMG, which is one of the best weapons in COD history from World at War, and you even have the introduction of the Ray Gun Mark III, which also was never brought back, by the way. Do you remember the saying where Andy from The Office said, "I wish you knew you were in the good times before you had left them"? That was Garad Crow V. We finally got the PPSH one last time. We got the brand new Ray Gun Mark III. We had an epic setting for an epic storytelling element that was introduced into the map, even though you don't necessarily have to do the Easter egg to experience it. This map is just fun to be in, to be immersed. You can listen to the music, you can look at the surroundings, you can just mess around in theater mode, you can play the game, you can just have fun with friends, you can play solo and try to high round. Anything you do in Garad Crow V will be fun because of the way it is. If nobody has ever played Garad Crow V that is watching this video, I understand that Black Ops 3 has paid DLC, and we're all past that at this point with gaming. But please consider the possibilities of what you could experience playing on this map. Treat yourself to a map that will give you lifetime amounts of fun for only just the $15 that it costs, because it's worth it in my eyes. Shadows of Evil from Black Ops 3. This is the best launch map we have ever had for zombies. This map is some of the most fun you will ever experience, and it's free to you just by owning the game. You get the Apothecon Servant in this map, one of the best wonder weapons ever. You get the amazing celebrity cast, with one of those being Jackie fucking Vincent. You also get the Apothecon Sword. It's an absolutely fun specialist weapon. The Margwa originates in this map, one of the best bosses we've ever had. This is where you first got introduced into Widow's Wine, one of my favorite perks of all time. This map is peak. This was zombies. This is what made us fall in love with the series. A cool, fun map with amazing characters, a kick-ass wonder weapon with cool abilities, epic perks, something that will be memorable for the rest of our lives. Mob of the Dead from Black Ops 2. This is, for some people, the best map we have ever experienced in Call of Duty. This map is kick-ass. We have 4 epic prisoner gangster characters in Alcatraz Island. The best concept for a zombies game mode. And I was there. I was there at the actual Alcatraz Island earlier this year when I was in California to see my family and saw the real-life Mob of the Dead. And it's so cool to experience Mob of the Dead now that I've actually been there before. This map is amazing. Treyarch did so much of a good job trying to get every last bit of attention to detail in Mob of the Dead. And now that I know and have experienced where this map comes from, so I can feel like I've actually been there myself, this is one of the best maps of all time, just on its concept alone. The way it was executed was amazing. Jason Blundell knocked it right out of the park with his very first map and had such a massive streak of success with Mob of the Dead, Origins, the entirety of Black Ops 3. This is the beginning of an epic series of events that we didn't know existed until looking back on it now. Horizon Drac from Black Ops 3. Horizon Drac is an incredible map, and it's only just the beginning of Black Ops 3. This was DLC 1, man. This very easily could have been, and rightfully should have been, the last DLC for Black Ops 3. Treyarch pulled out all the stops from the very beginning with this map. This map has 4 amazing wonder weapons with the bows. You end up getting the lightning bow, the fire bow, the void bow, and the wolf bow. All of these amazing, cool mythological weapons. And the map takes place in such a cool setting. It's in a medieval castle. It's so cool. As a famous man once said, I am a sucker for medieval castles. Horizon Drac is such a cool premise. It's got a very well done execution as well. This map is something that everyone's going to look back on with fond memories. And this was, like I said, DLC 1. And you understand why people were excited for the rest of Black Ops 3, because when this is your first map, which everyone always begs for to be the launch content. You know that saying where people say that, oh, well, the game should have launched this way? That's what happened back in Black Ops 3. Treyarch took that quite literally. We got what was the equivalent of a season finale as the season premiere for Black Ops 3. We didn't deserve this map. It was that good. Origins from Black Ops 2. This is my favorite zombies map of all time. And it's crazy how that we have never had this be topped for almost 10 years now. Origins came out in 2013 back on the Xbox 360. That's how long ago this map came out now. And it's still talked about to this day because it's that good. We had the beginning of all the fan favorite staples start within this map. 4 elemental wonder weapons, in this case the staffs. This was the very first map to introduce the soul box mechanic. The Panzer gods start here. And this was the beginning of the Primus crew, the beginning of Jason Blundell's big story. This all happened in Origins over a decade ago. It's crazy to think that this was the beginning of everything. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. In today's video, I am going to be ranking all the Call of Duty Zombies bosses from worst to best. Now, I also want to mention here really quickly that I'm only going to be talking about the bosses that you will find when you're not doing an Easter egg, so I'm not going to count the final bosses. Those will be reserved for another video at a different date. Just want to let you know. And also as well, this list is 100% my opinion, so if you guys have your own opinions, please feel free to put them in the comment section down below and share your opinions with me, but please do not criticize mine. If you guys end up enjoying today's video, please drop a like and leave a comment down below. But anyways guys, let's begin with ranking all the COD Zombies bosses from worst to best. Denizens from Black Ops 2. These are by far, without hyperbole, the worst boss in Call of Duty Zombies history. This boss was only ever created to make it where the player could not see the glaring flaws with the map transit. It was meant to keep you distracted so that way you didn't notice how the map was incomplete, and it was to prevent you from going into the fog and only taking the bus. This boss is unforgivingly annoying. They spawn infinitely, they are relentless, they are really tedious to kill. You have to either shoot them preemptively or just stab them repeatedly every single time that they jump on your head. And they give you nothing for killing them. They don't give you max ammo, they don't even give you points. They are literally just there as a nuisance. I hate the denizens, they should not exist, and if they ever come back, I think I'm going to stroke out. The Jolting Jacks from Alpha Omega. So on Alpha Omega, the Jumping Jacks from Die Rise come back, and they basically end up functioning very similar to the Nova Crawlers from Keener der Toten. That sounds pretty straightforward, right? Now imagine this. You were playing in Alpha Omega, you see this enemy, and you're like, okay, I've seen this before, I should know what to do. And then all of a sudden, a little fart cloud comes out, and you're like, okay. And then all of a sudden, the zombies that are surrounding this one particular enemy now have double the health and can run at you at supersonic speeds, and they basically one-shot down you because of all the spam of all the flinging arms coming your way. That is what the Jolting Jacks do in Alpha Omega. They give these zombies nearby buffs, so that way they can kill you easier, quicker, and more unfairly. And now you will understand, based off the description of that, one of the many reasons why I do not like Alpha Omega in Black Ops 4. The Space Monkeys from Ascension. Now I am going to be ranking the Shangri-La monkeys separately on this list because of how different they function in comparison to the Ascension Space Monkeys. But let's talk about these ones for now. So why do I not like the Space Monkeys? Well, the reason why I don't like the Space Monkeys is because these guys on Ascension will steal your perks. if you do not pay attention to where they are going, they can go to one of any of the 4 perks that you have in your inventory and take it from you by damaging the machines. If they damage it successfully enough, that perk that they attacked is now gone, and you have to repurchase it again. And these monkeys are annoying because they are impossible to shoot sometimes. They can actually fight back if you try to stop them. And as well, there are sometimes so many of them that you can literally never stop them from taking at least one of your 4 perks every single time they spawn. They do at least have a redeeming quality that they drop a max ammo, unlike the denizens, which give you nothing. The space monkeys are not nearly as bad in the Black Ops 3 remake of Ascension, but specifically the Black Ops 1 version of this map, they are annoying as hell because there's really nothing stopping them other than claymores if you buy those. But if you don't even have claymores, you just have to run around in circles and just hope for the best. So if that's the case, good luck. But yeah, I can't stand the space monkeys. I don't think that they're fun. And despite the fact that they do give you some benefits like max ammo, and they're not the most annoying in comparison to the denizens, I personally just do not like them. The Pentagon Thief from Black Ops 1. Now, the Pentagon Thief, I understand, does give you some really cool rewards if you kill him. Much better than the other previous 2. If you kill the Pentagon Thief, he can drop you a max ammo, and he can also end up giving you a bonfire sale, which allows you to pack a punch for only 1,000 points. Very useful stuff. But that's the thing, is that that's a rarity when it comes to the Pentagon Thief, because more times than not, he will get the upper hand. Why is that? Well, his mechanics are kind of just bullshit, let's just be honest. So, for those of you guys that don't know how the Pentagon Thief works, in the map 5 on Black Ops 1, on a random round, the Pentagon Thief will spawn in. And it's this random guy in a lab coat. He does have some storyline elements, but I'm just going to brush over that right now because I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys don't care. You just want to know how he functions. So let's talk about how he functions. Specifically, the Pentagon Thief works in a way as such where he doesn't necessarily kill you, but he steals whatever primary weapon you hold while he ends up grabbing you. So if I, for example, was to get grabbed while holding the Winter's Hell, he would take it and he would teleport me into the basement and I would have to chase him around and kill him before he escapes to get my gun back. If I kill him, I get a max ammo and my gun back. If I don't kill him, I only get a max ammo and I lose my gun. If I kill him before he can even take my gun, then that's when you get the bonfire sale and stuff like that. The problem is that more times than not, most players are not set up enough to be able to kill him because he takes a crap ton of damage and he is able to absorb pretty much any bullets that you shoot at his way. And so that's why the Pentagon Thief is annoying, because he's just a bullet sponge. Not only that, but this is the kicker, he is invisible to every other player other than the one he is attacking. So if you are in the lobby and he sees you and you can see him, he's coming for you. If he ends up going for you, you literally have to tell your teammates to shoot at an invisible target for them to be able to save you. Otherwise, you're screwed and you will lose your gun. It's very annoying. It's basically unfair, let's just be honest. And that's a main reason why I don't like the Pentagon Thief. Sure, he gives you good rewards, but it's like playing at a casino. You're more likely to lose than you are to win. And that's the case so many times more than not with the Pentagon Thief. The vampires on Dead of the Night. Now, on Dead of the Night, the vampires function similarly to the denizens, but not completely. You can at least fight back easier against these guys than you can the denizens, because the vampires spawn in less quantity than the denizens. The vampires are also not infinite. They end up spreading themselves out throughout the game, and also, lastly, they don't always jump on your face. They do jump on your face, and they can end up apprehending you, but it's not nearly as strong as the denizens. They're just kind of one of those bosses where I put up with it because I kind of have no choice, but I would still prefer that they just didn't exist. The Tigers from the map 9. Now, the Tigers in 9 function like how Hellhounds do. They spawn in every couple of rounds just so that way they can give the player a max ammo. The problem that I have with the Tigers, though, and thank God they nerfed this eventually, but these things are just way too strong. Out of all the Hellhound-like creatures, this one is the most annoying and frustrating because they are super fast. Back when Black Ops 4 launched, by the way, these things could sometimes one-shot you. I'm not even kidding. They literally could just one-shot you, and they're quick as hell. So if you were not careful, every like 5 rounds or so, you were in this sudden death mode where it's like, okay, I wonder if a tiger's gonna jump scare me, I wonder if I'm just gonna get one shot. Any video game death that results in a one-shot death is never going to be satisfying to a player. A player will never live contently being like, oh yeah, I deserve to die right there. They're going to think it's BS. It's like when a final boss heals in a video game. It's something that they should be hypothetically able to do because it's fair game, but it doesn't make it any less annoying. I don't want my boss to one-shot me, because if it does, I'm going to feel like I got cheated. Thrashers from Zetsubo no Shima. Now, I feel like there is going to be some of you that were like me, where when you would watch ranking videos about bosses, you would be like, the Thrasher? I don't remember the Thrasher being that bad. Well, I can tell you that I thought the same thing for the longest time, and then I finally went back and I played Zetsubo recently, and I'm like, it's not necessarily that the Thrashers are annoying because of the way that they are, it's more rather the quantity of them. The Thrashers spawning in one at a time every couple of rounds would have been fine. But they don't. They sometimes spawn in where there's like what feels like 10 of them all chasing you at a given time. They spawn in due to the spores on the map, those orange spores that allow you to be able to get your breath back. If you leave those in the map and a zombie walks into it, there's a chance it could become a Thrasher. So if they're everywhere in the map and you're training zombies throughout the entire map, that's when you get like 3+ Thrashers. And even though they can die quickly, they are fast. They're sometimes hard to hit in a swarm because you have to hit specifically the spores on their body to kill them. You can't just shoot them anywhere. And just the sheer body mass of when there's like 3 or 4 or 5 of them running at you, it's just overwhelming at times. That's what gets people upset when they end up thinking of the Thrasher, is just how unfair it is to the player that you feel like you basically have to check if every single part of the map is clear of spores, because if you don't, you can spawn the boss back in it. The Avogadro from Black Ops 2. Now, the Avogadro spawns in once you turn on the power in transit, and he doesn't spawn in until it's a thunderstorm outside, and then he will come and get you. This boss can only die if you melee him. You have to either stab him with a combat knife or the Galvanknuckles. Now, the Galvanknuckles specifically are much better at killing him because this can kill him in, I believe, either 2 or 4 shots. I can't quite remember because it's been such a long time, but the Galvanknuckles are the way to go. It's just that transit is transit. Getting the Galvanknuckles is a pain in the ass. Running into the Avogadro before you're prepared is also a pain in the ass. The Avogadro never spawns when it's convenient for the player. He will either spawn in the middle of a round, or when you're out in the fog and you're also dealing with denizens. And the thing is, he also teleports too, so when you think you're just about to close the gap and stab him, he'll teleport away, and then you have to go find him again, which means that you have to run through lava and zombies to be able to just get the guy off of you, because if you don't fight him and you just try to ignore him, then he will just shoot at you forever and then he'll kill you. That's why the Avogadro is annoying. The Blightfather from Black Ops 4. Now, this guy is a intimidating boss, but he's annoying as well. So I like the actual fight with him. It's really fun. And you don't necessarily need a lot to take him out. All you have to do is pretty much just take out a specialist weapon and then spam him. Really, the only annoying things about the Blightfather is that he can sometimes spawn in what feels like too much, and he can also end up making it where the player that is in the lobby, whether it be solo or co-op, if they want to buy certain things off the wall, have to pay extra money because he can end up putting this slime effect on it that basically locks it down. It's kind of like the way that Brutus used to lock things down in Mob of the Dead, but with a Black Ops 4 theme on it. So the Blightfather, all in all, is still a really solid boss, though. I like fighting him, I just don't necessarily like how he fights me. The Napalm Zombie from Shangri-La. Now, the Napalm Zombie looks cool, he sounds cool, but he isn't. This zombie annoys me on Shangri-La, and it's one of the reasons why I don't come back. The zombie functions a lot like George Romero, where he will only attack you if you shoot him, and if you do, he will now follow you, but unlike George, you can't get him to stop. If you have him come after you, he will come after you until you've successfully killed him. And so in order to kill him, you have to lay a lot of bullets into him, and he will leave behind a fire trail in these tight-ass corridors. So if you end up being in a situation where you get trapped, and you have to walk through the fire of his body, you could probably burn and just die, which means that you're going to have your game end on you at the blink of an eye. I just personally prefer the Screecher zombie on Shangri-La in comparison, in my opinion. The Valkyrie drones from Garad Krovi. Over the years, looking back on it, these guys have been more annoying the more I think about it. They are a Hellhound equivalent boss enemy again, where they're just only in the map to drop you a max ammo. But these guys fly, and they also have armor. And they don't necessarily kill you, they just zap you with this weak stun laser. Which you might be thinking to yourself, being like, that doesn't sound really bad, that just sounds more rather annoying. Which, that's exactly my point. This boss can't really kill you, it's just annoying. They are not necessarily bad, but I just don't like fighting them. They fly around in areas that I'm not particularly comfortable being in. They take me away from my training spots. I gotta feel like I gotta look around for them and shoot them out of the sky. And it's basically a game of tag you're in, where it's like they zap you, now you gotta find them and take them out. Then they zap you again, now you gotta find them and take them out. And it just keeps looping back and over and over and over again. It's like playing tag with the equivalent of like an annoying cousin. You don't necessarily want to, but you kind of have to. And so you just go with it and hope that it just ends quicker than it began. The parasites from both Shadows of Evil and Revelations. Now, this is, once again, another flying hellhound equivalent boss, but unlike the Valkyrie drones, these guys are much more enjoyable, because these ones are more proactive. They end up, I feel like, attacking you more, and you can also one-shot them, basically, because they're so weak. They don't have armor like the Valkyrie drones, so you can kill the parasites much quicker, and that's why the flying enemies should have just ended with the parasites. So I'm glad that they reused them again instead of the Valkyrie drones in Revelations, because this is a much better flying boss. Keepers, from basically the entirety of Black Ops 3. This boss is something that will only spawn in basically if it involves upgrading something or the Easter eggs for the map. So the Keepers spawn in on things such as the rituals on Shadows of Evil, getting the skull of Non-Sopway on Zetsubo, doing the Easter egg on Drak, the Keeper Protector on Revelations. That's pretty much where the Keeper's extent is basically for helping out the player in very niche situations, but they also can be an enemy and attack you. These guys are not annoying, but I felt like someone would say something if I didn't put them on the list, so I'm just going to put them here as basically a neutral boss, where they're not necessarily annoying, but they don't give you anything that makes them worth your time. The Screecher Zombie from Shangri-La. This is the other boss zombie on Shang, and I prefer this one, honestly, because all he really does is blind the player briefly by screaming so loud. He can't really damage you. He's just quick and annoying, but his little outburst where he screeches at you can easily be silenced if you have the shrink rate, because all you gotta do is just shrink him and run him over like any normal zombie, because unlike the napalm, he won't just grow back to normal size again within like 5 seconds or less. So the Screecher Zombie isn't necessarily that bad. He's just one of the other bosses, and I'm just going to put him pretty much in a neutral slot. The Jumping Jacks from Die Rise. Now, this is going to be not necessarily as annoying as the Jolting Jacks, but they do end up functioning in somewhat of an annoying way. These are basically Nova Crawlers that are on crystal meth, and they will jump around all over the place and attack you. Now, if you want to, you can end up getting a free perk off of these guys by getting 100% accuracy, but the way that most people do that is just by cheesing it with a trample steam, because that technically counts. Now, I would say that if you're going to fight these guys normally and just shoot them with your gun, you're probably not going to get the free perk most of the time. So these guys are pretty much only really good for a max ammo, and that's basically it. They are the dog equivalent of Die Rise. I wish we just got normal dogs or something like that instead, but we got these guys. You just gotta live and let learn, I guess. Skeletons from Ancient Evil. Now, skeletons work in a way where if you don't shoot them in the head, they will just keep respawning infinitely. They also end up having swords and shields, which makes them even stronger than the average zombie, because they can technically block bullets. So these guys are going to get annoying after a while in the high rounds, because when they start to mix in with random hordes, which is something they can do, you will have it where that one random outlier will end up probably getting you killed, because you think you're just going to plot through a horde of zombies, and then you might lose focus, and then boom, skeleton ends up coming around and stabs you in the back. So that's why the Ancient Evil skeletons are a little bit annoying as well. These are the boss zombies that were really not meant to be in the map, but to make it fancy, they just decided to add it in, and it just made the map feel overkill. The Genus from Ancient Evil, the Genus? I think that's how you pronounce it?
Genus.
Yeah, that. Yeah, essentially I'm talking about this guy, this 6-armed Cyclops dude. Now this guy is beefy as hell. He has a sword, a shield, and a spear, and he does not take any prisoners. This guy will kick your ass if you are ill-prepared. The best thing to do is to fight him on his own terms, which is going to end up being with, like, melee weapons. So I would say get, like, your specialist ability ready and kill him that way, because that's the most efficient I've realized. And if you kill him successfully, he will give you a shield part. Pretty solid boss, and fair enough if you know what you're doing. The Gladiators on 9. So why am I putting these guys here? Well, I like fighting these ones a little bit more than the Ancient Evil guy, because first of all, these guys on Ancient Evil, if I'm going to put up with them anyways, might as well make the boss fight fun. These guys are more aggressive and more engaging. I enjoy fighting them more. It's more of a interactive fight rather than just a game of poking and prying, where the Ancient Evil fight I feel like is a lot of that, where I'm basically having to just poke him, run away, poke again. I have to pry through a horde of zombies. I basically have to keep leaving the fight and recharging my health and then coming back in later. Whereas with the 9 fight, I feel like I can continuously stay and be able to fight from beginning to end. It overall keeps me engaged. It's just more entertaining of a fight for a boss, in my opinion. One that I feel like I can fight continuously instead of having to leave and go back and leave and go back. The Astronaut on Moon. Now, the Astronaut on Moon, he's not really necessarily going to do any damage to you unless you end up getting too close to him. He will, if you end up getting too close to him, put you at a red screen and take a perk, but only if you approach him. Otherwise, he walks at the speed of molasses, and he also has very little to no health. You can pretty much annihilate him instantly if you shoot him with even a semi-decent gun, or if you want to, you can even just throw grenades. But when it comes to the Astronaut, the biggest problem with him is the fact that he takes your perks. That's just so annoying. In fact, I noticed that a lot of the Black Ops 1 enemies either will take your perks or your guns, which is quite flat out ridiculous how many of them do it. But I've just learned to live with the Astronaut just because he's so weak. I just basically shoot him on sight. The Mimic from Firebase Z. Now do me a favor, tell me when you think that I'm going to run into a Mimic in Firebase Z. I'm literally going to run into him in this stairway. He jump scares me because he looked like a crossbow drop, and then I had to run to the teleporter to be able to end up getting away. The Mimic literally doesn't spawn in fairly. He just flat out uses cheap tactics to get you killed, and one of them is doing a jump scare like that. This boss spawns in at the worst possible time. He ends up spawning in way too frequently, just like Thrashers, and he gets on my nerves the more and more I play this map. Not really a good boss. The Abomination from Forsaken. I for some reason felt like that Treyarch got inspired from the Margwa from Shadows of Evil and tried to replicate it again via the Abomination because they look kind of similar. You would think that because it looks similar, it would function similar, or maybe they would even bring back the Margwa again. But no, what this boss does is he charges up a lightning bolt and he will just spray in a continuous loop and shoot you until either you take cover or kill him. So he can mess you up if you are not careful, but most of the time most players end up just getting out of the way and then therefore his attack is useless. This boss feels very situational, where if you're not paying attention he can kill you, but unless you're completely not paying attention, this boss is easily able to end up being killed, and it's a decent 1v1. The Werewolf from Dead of the Night. Now this is my preferred boss on Dead of the Night. The Werewolf is a lot more fun to interact with. The Werewolf is a big, mean, bad boss. He will kill you if you're not careful, but if you have a decent gun, you also are able to fight back. Pretty much once you get silver bullets, the Werewolf is able to be killed in like a magazine or two. The Werewolf feels like a win-win because it feels like an intimidating boss. If you end up making yourself more stronger with silver bullets, so that way you can be able to kill future werewolves also easier, you in turn get rewarded with a piece that you need to get the final Pack-a-Punch upgrade of the Wonder Weapon in this map, which is pretty cool. So back to back, because they're so similar, this is the Disciple Zombie and then the Tormentor Zombie. Now I'm just going to show footage of the Tormentor Zombie because I, for some reason, don't have footage of the other one. One flies around while the other one runs around and explodes. Specifically, the Tormentor is my preferred one just because they give you max ammos, whereas the other one does not. Let me know what you think about both of these guys in the comment section down below. Next is the Furies from Revelations. Now this is a fair boss. You get these guys spawning in pretty much only when you activate a corruption engine. They don't necessarily do a lot of damage, but they do spawn in hordes, and they also do have smoke technically covering them, so they can sneak up on you. So they mostly are working in strength and numbers. So they're not necessarily also piss easy, but they're also not so annoying that you're going to be gritting your teeth. They are a boss that is simple, straightforward, and plays out at the right time. They basically are a gameplay loop more than anything, where it's a mandatory boss fight you have to go through to progress to be able to unlock all your stuff. This is when Treyarch ended up doing a really good job with bosses, was around this time, and this boss reflects that. The spiders on Zetsubo no Shima. And I will say this, is that I love the giant spider fight when you end up getting the KT-4 and going into his cave. That's a lot of fun. But for now, let's talk about the mini spiders that give you max ammos. These guys just drop max ammos like dogs, but these guys also have an additional feature, where if they want to, they can web up and block off certain areas and things. But it doesn't require you to purchase it to clear it, like how Brutus does on Mob of the Dead. All you just need to do is cut the spider webs away with your combat knife by just using your interact key. Now the spiders can end up doing this to pathways, they can do this to the gobblegum machine, they can do this to perks, but it basically takes like 2 seconds of your time to get rid of a web. It's no big deal, honestly. All in all, I like this Hellhound substitute. George Romero from Call of the Dead. Now, this boss, I feel like in the entire Zombies community, this boss has grown on us for 2 reasons. Number 1, just the sad passing of the fact that the actual George Romero is no longer with us. And also 2, is in comparison to some of the other bosses we've got, this boss is not nearly as annoying. Pretty much you can avoid him throughout the entire game if you wanted to. The things that just suck is when you get caught. If you shoot him or he pins you, that's when you're in sticky situations, because George Romero has 250,000 health per player in the lobby. So even in solo, this guy is going to sponge every single bullet you shoot at him, and if you are lucky, you may be able to kill him over the span of a couple of minutes. There is a way to calm down George, however. If you want to, you could just jump in freezing water, and since he will follow you and go in there himself, you can get him to calm down that way, and then he'll leave you alone again. So basically, the way that you deal with George is that if you're going to go from the route of avoiding him, that's pretty straightforward. If you're going to go a route of killing him, you want to get like a Dragunov or like a Death Machine, and then just shoot him for a little bit, run him back into water. Shoot him for a little bit, run him back into water, and then you'll be able to kill him over the span of a few minutes. And when you do end up killing him, you get rewarded with a free perk and a Death Machine or a Wonder Waff, depending on if you did the Easter egg. I feel like you love or you hate George. I just kind of am in the middle and sort of tolerate him. The Megaton from D Machine. This is 3 bosses for the price of 1. You get the one big form of him, and then when you kill him, he splits into 2 other mini-zombies. Then, upon finally killing those guys, that's when you end up beating him. He doesn't really have any unfair abilities. You can pretty much kill him with whatever you want, given the fact that in Cold War you can buy ammo from ammo crates, so you don't have to worry about having a bullet sponge enemy, because if you pretty much have infinite ammo, who cares? And the map is plenty wide open. It has one of the best spawn rooms slash training rooms ever, so if you really want to end up playing it safe, you can end up just killing him in the spawn room, or hell, you can even get a kill streak and do it that way. You can do whatever you wish to your heart's content, because Cold War is just an easy game, let's just be honest. The Megaton's a fun boss. I like him. I assume a lot of you like him. This was really good, the fact that this was the first boss for Cold War. It was nice and easy and straightforward. The monkeys from Shangri-La. I told you guys we'd get back around to the monkeys again, and they are so much more better on Shangri-La. Like, oh my god. The Shangri-La monkeys are so useful to the player. I'm so glad they changed them in this map. So, the Shangri-La monkeys are not round-based. They just exist in the map as pretty much a background AI. And when you end up playing throughout the map, if you get a drop, these monkeys will pick up the drop and bring it over to the Pack-a-Punch machine. They basically sacrifice your drop because they're like, oh, it looks cool. Now, as the monkey is holding the drop, it will rotate into other different drops. And so you can time it where if you kill the monkey where the drop is whatever you want, and then you kill him, that exact drop will now be on the ground and you can pick it up. And you can do this for, I believe, max ammos, double points, nukes, pretty much anything. Hell, I think you can even do it sometimes to get free perks. This is how you rectify an annoying boss enemy and make him fun. Make the boss give drops and give rewards to the player for fighting them instead of taking things away for neglecting to fight them. Brutus from Mob of the Dead. This is one of the most aesthetically pleasing boss enemies ever to exist. I am so glad that Brutus is in Mob of the Dead. The Warden being a zombified mega boss and trying to go around and kill you while being able to like talk to the characters is such a cool concept. I love Brutus. It is annoying when he does lock down things, but I get that that's his theme. He's the warden. He's trying to basically put you back under arrest and take control of the prison again. But I can look past that for how cool he is. Brutus being able to end up interacting in the map and having this dominant presence, this very scary ambiance about him is just so cool. I feel like if Mob of the Dead just had Hellhounds or some sort of generic max ammo boss, if there was no big bad boss like Brutus, it would have felt like the map was missing something. It makes sense that the Warden would be a zombie too alongside the other staff and the prisoners. That's what makes Mob of the Dead work, the prison aesthetic. That's why people love this map. The Manglers from Garad Krovi. Now, this boss has pretty much been in all the Call of Duty games lately because they reuse him all the time for their Outbreak modes. They have him in Modern Warfare 3 alongside the Mimic and the Abomination and everything, so this guy is not as novel anymore, but I still like his original map where he debuted, and that is Garad Krovi. The Mangler has a launcher on his wrist, so he can also shoot you from long range, so it's not just melee attacks. And this is nice because it keeps the fights from being done in like 5 seconds and being boring. I like it when I have a genuinely good fight. I still want to win the fight, of course, but I want it to be a good fight where I have at least the illusion that I'm going to lose occasionally. The Panzer Sovat from Origins, Der Eisendrache, and Mauer der Toten. This is one of the scariest bosses I've ever experienced in my entire life. Not necessarily for how he looks, but just for how strong he is. Do you guys remember playing Origins for the first time and hearing the Panzer's music for when he was coming into the map? Round 8 on Origins was scary as hell back in the day as a kid. And then they brought him back in Der Eisendrache, and you would think that with your zombie knowledge that you're like, okay, I've seen him before, I've gotten better, I can kick his ass. And then they buff him, and they make it so that way now he ends up throwing shock charges at you, and he runs quicker. So now you have to get used to him on Der Eisendrache, and then when you finally get used to him on Der Eisendrache, they bring him back in a Mauer der Toten in Cold War after all these years, and you're like, okay, same old story. No. They made him strong again, and they made it now where if he wants to chase you, you can't even run away from him anymore. He will just jump into the sky and just follow you and land on your head. That's how determined the Panzer is to kill you as a player. The Panzer Sovat must be having a midlife crisis and be watching like motivational videos every single day while trying to end up going to the gym and get buff. This guy is basically the equivalent of robot zombie Brock Lesnar, because every single time I face him, he just gets bigger, badder, and more meaner. This is a intimidating ass boss, and my god, if you play Cold War and play on Mauer as your first experience for him, you must be in for a world of hurt, because I'm at least somewhat used to him. I can't imagine if he was on Mauer your first time meeting him, because he is nuts on that map. Hellhounds from World at War, Black Ops 1, Black Ops 2, Black Ops 3, Black Ops 4, and finally, Black Ops Cold War. This boss enemy has been in every single one of the Treyarch Zombies games in some form or fashion. Now yes, they change it up a bit sometimes and make it a completely different enemy, but allow you to basically do the same thing, which is just get a simple boss every few rounds for a max ammo reward. It's pretty straightforward and to the point. Now, I'm going to lump in the very similar Hellhound-like bosses all right here. So alongside the classics, I'm going to include Elemental Hellhounds and the Plague Hounds from Cold War. That is going to be similar enough that I feel like they are deserving in this spot, whereas the other max ammo equivalent guys, those are all going to be in different parts of the list because they also have just flat-out different abilities. And finally, the best boss in Call of Duty Zombies is the Margwa from Shadows of Evil and Revelations. This also includes the elemental ones in case you're wondering. The Margwa is the best boss hands down because the Margwa, get this, gives you so many good rewards for you killing him. He will, in Shadows of Evil, give you a part for the Apothecary Servant, and he will also end up giving you a max ammo. If you end up shooting his heads, it's 500 points for every single head you shoot, meaning since he has 3 heads, you get 1,500 points for just killing the Margwa in general. He's no BS, Pretty straightforward. All I gotta do is just time shooting at his mouth while it's exposed. He's slow but gets faster the more you shoot his head, so you just know how to space it out and be able to give him the distance you need, so that way you can be able to be safe and he can end up being able to attack you. You also have it where, in Revelation, since he has the elemental abilities, it keeps him fresh and feels like he's still a new boss without making him annoying. Very similar to the Panzer. They gave him a buff, a much-needed buff, but it didn't break the character. It wasn't like with the monkeys where it was so drastic, and also in a reverse way where he became more annoying. The Margwa is the best boss, hands down. It is the best boss in Call of Duty Zombies history because it's worth fighting him, it's fun to fight him, and he also doesn't spawn in every single damn round like some other bosses we have discussed throughout this list do. The Marg was absolutely the best, and I hope that they bring him back one day, so that way we can be able to experience a boss like him again. I just hope that they just don't use him as a crutch like how they have for all the Outbreak modes lately, where pretty much we see the Abomination, the Mangler, and then also the Mimic 24/7. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. And today's video, I'm going to be ranking all the playable characters within Call of Duty Zombies. When it comes to this list, these are going to be the parameters for how I'm going to be ranking these characters. Number one is that this is going to be my own opinion. I am not going to be ranking them off of anything else other than that. I am also going to be only ranking the characters based off of their in-game voice lines. I'm not ranking them off of anything else because the in-game voice lines is how I best know these characters, and I'm sure that's going to be the case for you. And lastly, when I say playable characters, I mean the characters that you see in the first person that were part of your normal crews that we've had from World at War all the way to Black Ops 4. I'm not counting things like operators from Cold War. I'm not going to be counting technical character switches such as, for example, when Sam and Richtofen swap souls on Moon. I'm just going to be basing off the characters that you always play as 99.9% of the time within Zombies. Please feel free to share your guys' list in the comment section down below with me and let me know how you guys would rank the characters and why. I'm really curious to see if you guys would have the same opinions as me or if they're going to slightly differ. If you guys also enjoy the video, by the way, please also drop a like. It helps out with the algorithm and lets these videos get recognized by more people. But with all that being said, guys, I hope you end up enjoying this ranking video. Alrighty, so coming in at the very first spot, and even in my mind, I technically don't even want to add them onto the list because they're that irrelevant in my opinion, and this is going to be the soldiers from World at War. These are going to be the ones that you would hear on specifically Verrucht, because this is the only time that they're ever featured is in Verrucht World at War. The World at War soldiers on Verrucht are so forgettable that when you go to a tier list, there's no listing for the World at War soldiers whatsoever. It doesn't list them on there at all. So you have to remember to put them in there on your own accord, otherwise they're technically not going to be something that you can rank. Nobody ranks them. They are just something that is forgotten with the passage of time. I originally was not going to include them in the list, but I knew that somebody would say something had I not, so I decided to put them in anyway. Okay, so now that we have mentioned the soldiers from World at War, here is technically my actual first pick, which means that this is going to be my least favorite character. This is going to end up being Marlton from the Victus crew. Marlton is the worst character we have ever had within Call of Duty Zombies. He is the worst possible stereotype of any of the characters in the entire franchise. He is supposed to be what is the equivalent of the Call of Duty Zombies Peter Parker, that nerdy character that it feels like everyone can relate to and actually secretly loves. But they failed miserably because all he is just annoying. This character is not threatening, his character is not necessarily funny, his character is just plain and simply frustrating to listen to. He is the personification of the absolute worst stereotype for a nerdy person, and it makes it so that way he is insufferable to listen to. He may, at the very most, have like 2 voice lines in total that I genuinely do like, and all they are is just roasts of his other teammates within his crew, and they're just something that a 12-year-old would say. One of them's like a dick joke, and then the other one is just some random insult, but that feels like a cheap laugh and not that was actually funny. And the most baffling thing about Marlton is that for some reason, Misty is fallen head over heels for him. I cannot explain it. Misty says all these super sexual things to Marlton. When Marlton, the type of character that he is, if this was somebody in real life, they would be gawking at the idea of what Misty is implying to him. And yet this is the character that has a voice line where he says that the idea of kissing is disgusting to him. He is the embodiment of a overly punctuated, super nerdy, smart aleck, basic loser character. The Victus crew as a whole basically sucks in my opinion. There's a lot of crews in Call of Duty Zombies that just suck, but Marlton is the worst of all of them just because he is the most unenjoyable of all the stereotypes within his given group. Ultimus Takio. It's very sad how that one of the main characters of Call of Duty Zombies is one of the worst in the entire franchise. Ultimus Takio is another just bad stereotype. His voice lines are so repetitive and boring after a while. It'd be one thing if he had a cliched line here or there, but it's just all the time. His character is literally the embodiment of what sounds like racism when you think about it. Because since he's Japanese, his stereotype is, honor this, I must honor the emperor. And it's like, I'm sounding like I'm racist, but I'm just repeating his fucking voice lines. Like, you can go listen to it. It sounds like I'm making it worse than it is, but I'm not joking you. He literally does not shut the fuck up about those two subjects. It's always honor and the emperor. It's just so bad. Ultimus Takio sounds like a Family Guy cutaway character. That's how bad that he is stereotyped. It's not fun to play as Takio. I am so glad that the Primus version of Takio, which is going to be much higher up on the list, has better voice lines and better character development, because it would be such a shame if they botched Takio twice. Russman. Russman, in my opinion, is another just bad stereotype. His gimmick is essentially that he's an old man that's losing his mind. Now, yes, I know there's going to be some people being like, oh, technically he's associated with Broken Arrow and he's got so big of a storyline element because of that. Sure, if you really want to reach, but I'm not trying to base the character off of what he was. I'm trying to base it off of what he is. And what he is just an old man. He's not funny. He's just really just kind of sad and pathetic as a character. Sure, he's got occasionally a couple one-liners here or there. He's not horribly insufferable like Takio or Marlton, but only by a little bit. Like, literally just by a little bit, enough that he's not the very bottom of the list. I just don't like listening to Russman. Sometimes if I get Russman, just like I do with Marlton or Takio, it's enough for me to want to reset my game until I can pull a different character. I just don't like Russman. He's not fun. He's really just a bad stereotype once again, where it's just the same loop of voice lines over and over and over again. The subjects really don't change. One might be a poop joke, one might be about him losing his mind, one of them might be about how his hip's been thrown out, even though he may have only walked like 5 feet. It's just not an empowering character. It's not somebody that I look forward to play as. When I play a video game, I want to play as a character that I would like to be. I don't want to be anything like Russman. Russman is just a not fun character to play as, because he is what I don't want to be when I'm playing video games. Christina Fowler, I believe is how you pronounce it. Basically, this character is just going to be another stereotype. She's supposed to be what is the equivalent of a psychic on Dead of the Night. Now, Dead of the Night is one of my favorite maps in Zombies, but I don't like the characters. I did play as her, funnily enough, when I ended up getting my highest round ever at round 70 on Dead of the Night. Now, I eventually did just start to tune out because my character was talking at, like, what was 5 a.m. in the morning, so all the character voice lines and dialogue just fell in the background for me. And I don't remember her being the most annoying of a character. She was just more rather boring instead. No character after, I would say, the first 3 that I've listed so far are going to be necessarily annoying. They're just either boring or sometimes forgettable. Scarlet from the Chaos Crew. Now, out of the entire Chaos Crew, Scarlet is my least favorite, because for some reason, after listening to her voice lines more often, I've come to the conclusion that her character is just a bitch. She complains, she's nagging, she's annoying, she basically roasts all of her teammates and only compliments them for the bare minimum in order to end up functioning as a group. She says she wants to find her dad, but she does nothing but complain about her dad, and so it really just gives the feeling of like, oh, my dad can offer something, but I don't actually care about him. She is a character that can be stereotyped if you wanted to give it to one, is basically daddy issues. Jonathan Warwick. Now, this character is another one from Dead of the Night, And the only reason why he's just ever so slightly higher than Christina is because he feels more menacing, more imposing, and more threatening. Jonathan feels like he's got a couple of battle cry moments where he's really getting into the fight, where he's talking about, killing the zombies in certain ways and how he's going to survive and, badass line this, that, and the other. It's not necessarily all the time, but it's much better than Christina's character development. But a little gripe that I do have with this character is because his accent is so specific. It always sounds like whenever I'm listening to him that he's always choking on something. Bruno from the Chaos Crew. He's very similar to Jonathan, where he's the big, bulking Hulk dude of the group, and he does have a little bit of better dialogue and does seem a little bit more cool, in my opinion, where he does seem more threatening, but not by much. The character just falls flat at times because I'm not really invested in him. He doesn't really have any cool story other than, talking about sometimes his occasional trauma, but even then he's vague about it, so it's kind of hard to get invested on what exactly the issue with him was. There is technically what happens with Ancient Evil, where he does become what is basically implied evil at the very end, where he ends up getting the symbol on his head and he's going around trying to kill people like Shaw. But that's really not enough for me to like him as a character. It's just more of a plot twist. His character had potential, but just falls flat for me, IMO. Gideon Jones, or in this case, Scarlett's father, because we do play as him within Dead of the Night. Now, you would think that because Scarlett talks so much mad crap about him that he must be this awful person and like the bad guy of the group, but I really don't get that vibe from him. I just think of him as someone that doesn't have really good manners and is just kind of a smart aleck. And to be honest, a lot of the characters from Dead of the Night are just filler. I know that they were supposed to have more meaning, but they're really only ever in one map, and out of all the celebrity cast members, this is the weakest in my opinion. I think that the Dead of the Night crew is probably one of the weakest things about the entire map. I just really do not feel invested into these characters, and so because they fall so flat, Scarlett's dad is easily forgotten, and it's really just a face to a name at the end of the day. Next is Godfrey. This is the butler of Dead of the Night, and this is probably my favorite character on Dead of the Night, honestly, because I think that this character is funny in a way, because it just seems like out of character for him to try to be all violent and imposing and threatening because he's just the calm British butler type. And because he's so professional and he tries to keep his cool all the time, when he's trying to be threatening and imposing, it just seems goofy, but also at the same time threatening. I don't know why, but the delivery is what I would call cheesy, where I get the feeling they're trying to portray, but because of the setting and just the goofy atmosphere around this character, it's not necessarily threatening, it's just more rather very, very cheesy. Stuhlinger from the Victus crew. Okay, so Stuhlinger, there's times where I like the guy and there's times where I don't like the guy. Normally, whenever I listen to him, I get the most boring and basic of voice lines from him, and I also get a lot of interference from Richtofen because his character can hear him in his head. So, in a way, I'm sort of associating Richtofen with Stuhlinger, but they're technically two separate characters. I can't say that the voice lines that Richtofen gives is development or associated with Stuhlinger's character, because they're different characters. But when I researched some voice lines for all the different characters to make this video, there was parts where I ended up landing on some funny voice lines, and Stuhlinger has some funny voice lines, which make me think of a very cheesy B comedy movie, where, because all the characters, since they are stereotypes, you got Marlton as a nerd, and then Misty as the tomboy cowgirl, and then Russman as the old man, and Stuhlinger as what would be the weird conspiracy theory guy. All of them, when they're blended together and they talk, they can sometimes have some just funny conversations and roasts and just weird voice line quips, and that's generally good voice lines to listen to because they're humorous. But other than the weird humor, I really just don't care for Stuhlinger all that much. He is a character that was a means to an end for what was the Richtofen story of him taking over the Earth. But without Stuhlinger, I feel like you still could have achieved that same idea. It's just that they wanted to give us another character so that way they could relate it to Richtofen, I guess. Jessica Rose from Shadows of Evil. Now, I love Shadows of Evil, and I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with Jessica as a character. It's just that she doesn't have that it factor. She feels kind of, in a way, forced. she's trying to sound threatening and imposing, and I know that all these characters did do horrible deeds and they did things like murder and all that stuff, but I don't really feel like this threatening, imposing ambiance around Jessica like I do, for example, like Floyd or Jackie Vincent. Jessica just doesn't do it for me. She just seems like she's just kind of a character that is trying to be intimidating, but trying a little too hard, you know? She seems forced. She doesn't seem as organically menacing as the other characters. And she's not really humorous either. I feel like with a Call of Duty Zombies character, the best ones thrive off of either being menacing or having humor. And Jessica doesn't really have either. She just kind of has a jack-of-all-trades approach where she's got a little bit of all the above, and in a way that doesn't make her necessarily bad, it more rather just makes her average. Misty from Black Ops 2. So I've got 2 reasons why I put this character up on the list. Sarah Michelle Gellar from Call of the Dead. Now, I believe that Sarah is the best female playable character we've ever had in zombies, because she genuinely is a good character. The other ones, in my opinion, have bad stereotypes or connotations about them and don't represent them necessarily in the best of light. The reason why Sarah Michelle Gellar is a good zombies character is because she's just being herself. And as far as I'm aware, she is a decent human being from what I've heard about her, and she is a fun character to play as. I don't get any bad vibes from her, and she's not pretending to be something that she is not. Nero from Shadows of Evil. So Nero is voiced by Jeff Goldblum, and because he is voiced by Jeff Goldblum very much shines and is very noticeable within this character. Here's the thing with Nero is that I don't really have any sort of like way to describe this character. You kind of have to just listen to him to know and get the feel for Nero. Like, Jeff Goldblum takes over his character so much to the point where it doesn't feel like Jeff Goldblum is playing Nero. It feels like Nero is playing Jeff Goldblum. The character is just very weird and methodical, but it's intriguing because it's so captivatingly weird. The way that Jeff Goldblum portrays Nero is if ADHD was a person. Richard Nixon from 5. Now, here's the funny thing when it comes to the presidential cast from 5 is that my dad is very much into United States history and knows all the United States presidents. He can do pretty good imitations of all of them, and all I think of when I think of Richard Nixon on 5 is just my dad doing a goofy impression of him talking about like crooks and goddamn hippies and all whatever, and it just makes me laugh. It's a more of a positive memory than actually liking the character. There's nothing really wrong with the character, but I'm just not invested in Richard Nixon overall as a person. I never really was. That's more my dad's thing with United States history. And the way that I look at it is that Nixon is just another president within our history. I really have no attachment to him. I more rather just have attachments to the fun memories that I have with my dad. Shaw from the Chaos Crew. Now, this is my favorite Chaos Crew member, which is weird because I never used to think this about Shaw. I used to find Shaw pretty jarring back when I first played Black Ops 4, but he's in a way grown on me because after listening to some of his voice lines, I realized that he can be quite funny at times, although be it sometimes very strange. How do I describe this? So basically, he's got some very what is out-of-pocket voice lines, and unless I showed you a picture, you would never believe me within 1,000 years. There is quite literally, verbatim, one of the voice lines that goes as the following. I have snorted dried tiger penis. Swallowing this swill is a new low. That is a actual voice line from a character in Black Ops 4, and people wonder why the Chaos story got cancelled. So other than the occasional out-of-pocket voice line, Shaw is probably the best character out of the entire group. And that's weird because I didn't expect that of him when I first originally started playing with him back when Black Ops 4 first launched, but his character grew on me. His character is the Chaos version of Richtofen, essentially, for this group. Robert Englund from Call of the Dead. Now, I never played Call of the Dead a lot. I've only played it a handful of times because I never owned the DLC back in the day. But when I started to listen to the voice lines for Robert Englund, I would say this, is that he fits this role really well. The zombie kick-ass survivor fits him as a character. The vibe I get from him is the old man that you underestimate, and is probably one of the most savage and ruthless and kick-ass characters in the entire group. he just fits this role, in my opinion, so well that I would like to actually see him do more of this exact type of role in future media if he would ever be interested in it in the future. Floyd Campbell from Shadows of Evil. This guy, in my opinion, is a scary motherfucker. Like, I don't know why, but the inflections and the way that he delivers voice lines just sounds very ruthless and unforgiving. I honestly believe out of all the Shadows of Evil characters, other than Jackie, I feel like that Floyd genuinely is a bad and evil person because he seems like he doesn't have any remorse whatsoever for the deeds that he has done. I feel like that Nero and Jessica are probably the most innocent, whereas Jackie and Floyd are the most genuinely bad people. And even though Jackie is kind of screwed up as a character, I feel like Floyd means it more when he talks about the things that he says. I don't think that he ends up feeling bad whatsoever with the fact that he killed somebody. I think that he's actually completely content with himself, and out of all the characters, he genuinely deserves to be in this situation the most. And because of that exact reason, he has the same appeal as the Mob of the Dead gangsters. Because he's so unforgivingly ruthless, he just feels powerful to play as. You feel like this bad motherfucker when you're playing as Floyd, and you feel awesome killing zombies when you're hearing him just talk about the brutal things that he's going to do to them. Fidel Castro from 5. Now, it's weird. Unlike Richard Nixon, I feel like that I have more knowledge and can give more of a valid opinion on Castro as a character in this map, because I remember distinctly watching a Mr. T Lexify video where he was talking about Fidel Castro, the real life one, and talking about his association with the Call of Duty Zombies version of himself. And it was a very interesting watch. If you guys have never seen it, you should go check it out. It gives a bit of a different perspective for the map. And even after listening to his voice lines again, I would say that Castro from 5 is very well done. It feels very authentic. It feels like if there was actually a zombie apocalypse and Castro was involved in it somehow, that this is the things he would say and do. Diego from the Chaos Crew. Now, Diego is normally a character that I wouldn't end up liking. He is a stereotypical player bad boy flirt character, where he's just hitting on all the women, overly confident, and talking about, just enjoying life and partying and all that stuff, but the way that he does it is not bad in my opinion. It's definitely there, but for him it's not done to death. He, in a way, kind of reminds me of the character I love to hate, like Nick or Francis from Left 4 Dead, where they've got some qualities that can end up annoying me, but I don't necessarily find it that bad that I can't stand the character. I would rather play as a character that is enjoyable to listen to, fun to play as, or somebody that just has character development, unlike the other people that we've listed at the beginning of the video, where they're not fun to play as, or they're annoying to listen to. Finn from Mob of the Dead. Now, the way that I want to describe Finn is held back. His voice lines don't feel as genuine as the other three. I feel like they want to take this character in a slightly different direction, and they just didn't do that. Unlike Weasel, he feels like he's trying to be like Billy and Sal, but forced into that role. He doesn't give me the ruthless killer vibe as much as the other two. I feel like that he's more similar to Weasel than he is similar to Billy and Sal. That's just my take. I don't know why I'm getting that feeling, but he just doesn't feel as ruthless as the other two, and so it feels kind of forced for the way he delivers lines, and it just doesn't feel as genuine or authentic as it could be. Maybe it's because Sal and Billy are so good at the roles that they play that maybe Finn just doesn't keep up in comparison, but I don't think it's entirely that either. I just feel there's something that is a nagging suspicion in my mind that makes me think they wanted to do this character slightly different and give him a different type of character arc, and they didn't do it, and so that's why it just feels off to me. Weasel from Mob of the Dead. Now, there's two main reasons why I put Weasel here in this spot in the list. Number one is the implications and the storyline elements of him, and two, I just also like the differences between him and the other three characters. I feel like that out of all the other characters, Weasel is the most human, and he seems almost like the protagonist or the one single good guy outlier within the group, because he is the one that does get betrayed, and that's why they're doing this loop over and over and over again. And that's also why within the Mob of the Dead Easter egg, it's him against the other three. he's the underdog, the one that you want to root for in the end, and so sometimes when I want to mix it up and I don't want to play as the other three, I'll sometimes just play as Weasel because I just want to chill and listen to some more storyline-based voice lines than just talking about just killing everyone and how they're going to mutilate the zombies. Ultimus Nikolai. Now, for some of you, Ultimus Nikolai might be one of your favorite characters. And the reason why I put him in this particular spot of the list is because he is a good character and I like playing as him and he can be funny at times, but there was something that my one friend pointed out to me which kind of changed my opinions on Nikolai. So my friend Jake, his stance is that he doesn't like Ultimus Nikolai because his stereotype is just gross and obnoxious. So he doesn't really particularly like the fact that he's just burping and making fart jokes and talking about drinking and fourth wife this all the time. It's overdone in his opinion. And when I heard that from my friend Jake, I listened to the voice lines again with that in mind, and it kind of changed my perspective on things. Yes, his stereotype is very much that. Fourth wife this, drinking vodka this, poop and fart joke that, and for some people that's funny. Some people have that sense of humor, including me, which is why it doesn't necessarily bother me that much. But I can understand and appreciate why my friend wouldn't particularly care for that type of character. Because yes, at times, I've even noticed that. I have at times wanted to play as Dempsey or Richtofen because of this exact reason. Nikolai can sometimes just be way too much. Sometimes I don't want to hear about fourth wife and fart this and poop that if I'm not in the mood for it. Sometimes I need a break from it, and that's why I'm putting this character in the middle-ish of the list, is because sometimes Nikolai is just way too much. Primus Takio. This is how you do a character. Primus Takio is so much more fun to play as in comparison to the Ultimus version. The Primus version of Takio is cool. I think that he is a really badass character. He's got some really just genuinely interesting voice lines because it's not about Emperor Honor this anymore. His character just feels more fleshed out, and it makes it more fun to play as him. If I end up getting Ultimus Takio, I can sometimes just reset the match just until I get somebody else. If I get Primus Takio, I can get excited at sometimes because I don't necessarily think that he's that much appreciated. I feel like he's undervalued, honestly. I think that Primus Takio is probably one of the most underrated characters we've ever had. Danny Trejo from Call of the Dead. I think that Danny Trejo is once again just another fun overall character to play as. He feels like he genuinely is a threat to the zombies and not the other way around. I feel like that if it was just Danny Trejo and he was just against all the zombies in the entire world, the man would fight to the very bitter end. The man is very fun to play as, got lots of really good voice lines, and overall just a really great character. And I think that you guys are going to appreciate him more if you were to play the map. Robert McNamara from 5. Now, just like some of the other characters that have been on this list before, I really didn't feel connected to him in the beginning. But then I listened to some of his voice lines via videos on YouTube, and I actually started to get more attached to the character. There are some voice lines that I've never heard from him because I've always just died on early rounds on 5. And so now listening to them, I'm like, oh shit, that's actually really cool. I think that his voice lines are pretty funny. I love how that he's kind of a kiss-ass to JFK in particular. That's one of my favorite parts about his character. He's like JFK's ultimate best bro, and so he's going around trying to like help him out, compliment him, saying like, I got you, Mr. President, yada yada this, yada yada that. It's actually kind of wholesome in a way. So if you end up getting a lobby where someone is Robert and someone is JFK, it's going to feel like the ultimate bro session. And funnily enough, right after that, we've got JFK himself. Now, other than the fact that this is just JFK, this also feels like a great rendition of JFK. I can totally, 100% see JFK, the actual man himself, saying the things that he does within the map. They try to give him these voice lines where when he picks up like a certain weapon out of the box or talks to his colleagues, it's like he's giving like a presidential speech, which is cheesy and funny as hell. I overall just love the execution of JFK. I just realized how bad that sounds. Anyway, too late now, let's keep going. Billy from Mob of the Dead. Once again, just another very well done character. Billy's a total badass. It's just such a shame that his voice actor has since passed away, so if there ever is a Mob of the Dead remaster of any kind, we wouldn't be able to get new voice lines, which is just a damn tragedy. But I just love this character so much. Just a super, super cool dude. I really do hope that we can replicate this type of character style again in the future. I was talking about recently in some videos how that I really miss characters, and this is one of the reasons why. You can just never get this type of vibe from an operator in Cold War. This would never be possible with a Cold War operator. You need to have a professional, someone that is equipped with the knowledge and the way about how you portray a character to do some voice lines and have that be the playable character in your zombies games, not just this random dude that's in a suit. Now we've got Sal from Mob of the Dead. Out of all the entire characters in Mob of the Dead, Sal is the most threatening. The look on his character's model even is threatening. I would not screw with Sal. I totally am intimidated by him as a character. I think that Sal is a very, very dangerous man. And right next to Floyd from Shadows of Evil, I think he's one of the most ruthless and unforgiving characters. I totally believe him when he talks about wanting to kill people and do this, that, and the other to everybody. Very, very convincing. Once again, just we need to get more characters like this again instead of the operator thing. This is, once again, another prime example, just a really cool character, man. Next is Jackie fucking Vincent. Oh my god, dude, I love this character. Jackie has grown on me so much throughout the years. I used to fucking hate him when I was 15, when Black Ops 3 first came out. I used to think that him just saying his name and saying, like, do you know who the hell I am type of thing was so annoying, but it's just funny now. Like, it's really, really funny. Every single time that I load up on Shadows of Evil, I'm hoping I can get Jackie, just because I love to just goof around with my friends and just pretend to be him. I go up to, like, people in lobbies, I'll be like, I'm Jackie fucking Vincent, and I'm, like, doing this, that, and the other, and I get into character with him. He's just so funny and over the top. Like, Jackie's probably the best version of an over the top character since, like, Richtofen. I'm not even joking you. His character, the way he's portrayed, is just so humorously over the top that it's funny. It's just really funny. I love going around saying I'm Jackie fucking Vincent. I love going around talking about like you talking to me. Just the sassy, just Chicago cop style type of character, I guess, is just something that like tickles my fancy, and I really hope that we get another character like this again. Plus also he has ties to the Mob of the Dead crew, so there's also some connection there. Michael Rooker from Call the Dead. This is my man. This is my character of choice whenever I'm playing on Call of the Dead, because I totally cannot play this map without seeing Merle's face from The Walking Dead, because that is the character I know Michael Rooker for the best out of everything he's ever portrayed. And even though technically, yes, this isn't necessarily Merle, his character shows within this portrayal of his Call of the Dead zombie character. I imagine this as Merle running around trying to kill the zombies on Call of the Dead specifically. And with Michael Rooker's experience from The Walking Dead, this once again just fits him really well. He does a really good job as a zombie survivor character, and I once again hope he does more stuff like this. Primus Nikolai. So this is where we're starting to get into like the S tier characters if this was on an actual tier list. So over the years, Primus Nikolai ended up getting portrayed as the main character of the entire group, the one to save them all. He was the main guy that ended the original storyline when he ended up sacrificing everybody, including himself, at the very end of Tag der Toten. And one of my favorite things from the entirety of Call of Duty was the ending cutscene to Garage Crow V, where Nikolai was talking to the Ultimus version of himself. It felt like it was trying to represent when we have inner turmoil with our own selves, where we're trying to wonder about, like, why we did this action, and are we a good person, and judging ourselves based off of our past. And it was very emotional and understandingly empathetic because of the fact that there was this clash between the old Nikolai and the new Nikolai, the best and the worst versions of technically the same character. It felt very relatable. Primus Richtofen. This is another character that I really fell in love with over the years because I felt so connected to him. And even though I didn't really care for Black Ops 4 that much in comparison to Black Ops 3, I really did feel the emotional impact of the Blood of the Dead ending cutscene where Richtofen sacrificed himself. I didn't think Call of Duty Zombies could make me feel genuinely moved by a character's actions, because Call of Duty's never really been like a emotional story. But it was very tragic and sad to see Richtofen die. And I will remember that cutscene for how impactful it was, because the way that the emotional portrayal was within the voice lines, you felt the really just raw hurt when he said the things that he said, like, you won't even remember me. That just, I felt that, man. I really did. It was definitely a massive tearjerker, and I really do like this humanized and less psychotic version of Richtofen. Now, even though I do love the Primus version of Richtofen, overall in general, I would have to say that I still like Ultimus Richtofen better, and it's very rare that I pick a character for their humor over their personality. Normally, I like characters more like Primus Richtofen, where they're doing something for a noble cause and they're the good guy of the group. But Ultimus Richtofen is not that. He's definitely a villain, and I normally very rarely have a villain this high up on my list because Richtofen on the Ultimus side is very evil and corrupted, but I just love the voice lines this guy has. I'm not even joking. When I say this is that he's just got overall better voice lines, I am not kidding. His voice lines are more funny, they are more interesting to listen to, and I rather would play as Ultimus Richtofen just out of pure honesty. Primus Dempsey. Dempsey is my favorite character. It's totally fair also to say that my decisions also probably influenced just by where I've grown up in, because I am an American and I do have a lot of similar beliefs to Dempsey, and I've also just been surrounded by this type of media that portrays these types of characters as the main protagonist and the good guys of what we watch, and that's fine. If it's influenced, I don't mind, because even if it was, I still end up just having those beliefs nonetheless. I do like Dempsey as a character. But I will say this is I do like Ultimus Dempsey slightly better because of his humor and the fourth wall breaks. They're still very similar to each other, although that the Ultimus Dempsey, I will say, is just a little bit more unhinged in comparison to the Primus one, which is at least a little bit more tame. So I will say this, is that the reason why Ultimus Dempsey is my absolute favorite is because of the humor. But they still have the same values at the end of the day. They're American soldiers, it's just that Ultimus Dempsey's more blunt, where he's kind of like, guns, explosives, women, alcohol, death, rawr. So yeah, both versions of Dempsey are fun, they're really cool to play as, and overall, they're just my comfort character. I'm the most familiar and can relate to them the most, but they're also just good human beings in general. Or at least the Primus one is. The Ultimus one, that's debatable. At least slightly debatable. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. In today's video, I'm going to be ranking all of the perks within Call of Duty Zombies. I will be ranking all of the perks from specifically World at War all the way to Black Ops Cold War. I am not going to be doing Vanguard or Modern Warfare 3 just because personally I've never played those games because I don't like them, and I feel like it would be unfair if I ranked something I've never actually used. This list is solely my opinion, but the main factor about whether or not I'm going to like a perk and rank it up highly on the list is whether or not it allows me to be able to survive easier. If you guys end up enjoying today's video, please by the end drop a like, subscribe if you are new, and if you guys want to see a particular ranking video or Call of Duty Zombies video in general, just let me know via the comment section down below. But with all that being said guys, let's rank all the perks in Call of Duty Zombies. Now, at the very bottom of the list, this is essentially going to be a two-way tie because both of these perks are ungodly bad, and they are bad for completely different reasons, so you guys can be the judge of whether or not you like one better than the other, but I'm going to be putting these essentially back to back. This is going to be World at War's Quick Revive and PC Black Ops 1 Deadshot. So now you are asking the reasonable question about why are these the worst perks in COD Zombies. So let's talk about Deadshot first. Deadshot is a completely different perk on console in comparison to PC. Essentially what the perk is supposed to do is give you auto-aim to the head, therefore allowing you to be able to kill zombies quicker because you're essentially just getting nothing but headshots. However, on PC specifically, auto-aim does not exist, at least without a controller. So if you were using mouse and keyboard, Deadshot does not give you aim assist to the head. So, how does the perk justify its own existence on PC? Well, what it does, and it's very insignificant, is it just gives you a tighter hipfire spread. That is all. And the reason why World at War's Quick Revive is here is because this perk does not work in solo whatsoever. It is only the co-op variant. So if you down in solo with Quick Revive, you still lose and die. So you guys can see why that I and several other people do not like these perks, because they are essentially useless and barely help you whatsoever. Now, obviously this is going to be in their worst possible state. What about the best case scenario? Now, in the best case scenario, it really doesn't change all that much. let's say that you play co-op with Quick Revive. Sure, you get the rezzing effect that does justify the perk's existence, but it was so much better when they converted it to also work in solo within Black Ops 1. And then PC Deadshot, if you were to play with Deadshot on console, sure you would get the aim assist, sure it justifies the perk more, but still, it barely does anything. It doesn't give you more damage, it literally just changes where you shoot, and the headshot multiplier in later rounds doesn't really matter as much. You're going to notice that throughout this entire list, there's going to be subcategories of essentially the same perk because it gets tweaked over time. So at the end of the day, looking at the original Quick Revive and the original Deadshot, I would have to say if I had to pick one, Deadshot is worse because Deadshot literally doesn't help, whereas Quick Revive is useful in co-op. Alright, so coming in at the next spot, this is going to be Double Tap 1.0 from World at War and Black Ops 1. Back in World at War and in Black Ops 1, Double Tap was basically useless. It was just as useless as Quick Revive in World at War, honestly. And the main reason for this is because Double Tap 1.0 resulted in you losing and wasting ammo. All it did was result in you shooting your gun faster, which doesn't sound like a bad thing, but the thing is, though, is that you would shoot way too quickly, and you would end up sometimes shooting a zombie after it was already dead, so you were basically wasting bullets on nothing, and therefore you were essentially losing ammo. The only guns that Double Tap really mattered for was anything that shot slowly, that you had to pump, cock, or basically chamber around. But most players use automatic weaponry anyways, so Double Tap only works for a niche set of players. Okay, coming in at our next spot here on the list, this is going to end up being Electric Burst from Black Ops 4. Black Ops 4 had a massive problem with its perks because the whole objective of the game was to try to remove crutch perks, and instead all it did was just create more crutch perks. And one of those non-crutch perks, one of the most useless ones, is going to be Electric Burst, which is the equivalent of Electric Cherry for Black Ops 4. It essentially has the same function. You reload, you shock nearby zombies. But unlike the actual Electric Cherry, this is a neutered version of that same perk. It doesn't do anything for you. Now yes, I understand that this perk is not like meant to kill things, but I'm trying to give example gameplay of showing you guys like them getting stunned, but this doesn't stun the zombies the way I was hoping it would. Normal Electric Cherry would stun zombies and basically give you like a window of a second or two to be able to escape, but it feels like this perk does nothing to help you escape when you're like pinched in a corner or something. And now, yes, I also do understand that all the Black Ops 4 perks, if you put them in a certain perk slot, you get a modifier which does give them a small buff and make them stronger, but you guys can see that this perk is already beyond saving because even without the modifier, it just doesn't do anything. Next for the list is Who's Who from Dire Eyes. Now, the gameplay of the perk is going to look familiar to you if you were a fan of the newer Call of Duties, such as Black Ops Cold War, because essentially, Tombstone from Cold War takes inspiration from Who's Who in Dire Eyes. But this was a shittier version of that perk, because this perk has a lot of issues unlike modern Tombstone. This perk has the same idea with essentially trying to let you res yourself while you are down in a ghost-like state, but you don't get to keep any of your perks or any of your guns, and you just get an M1911, and you have to still be able to revive yourself on whatever round you're on going up against the zombies. So basically, it's the equivalent of when you would end up respawning in a co-op game with nothing on a high round, and the game essentially says, good luck. You are much better off just having Quick Revive and only using that. Next on the list is Black Ops 2's Tombstone. Now, when I'm referring to Tombstone for Black Ops 2, I am talking about specifically using it only for town. So you can obviously see where this one is going. I basically use Tombstone just to end up glitching on town so I can get all the perks. And that's what I'm pretty sure a majority of all of us did back in the day. If I had to rank Tombstone for the way it is in transit, I can't really justify this spot and would actually bump it down a peg and put it before Who's Who from Dire Eyes, because at least in solo, and for the intended purpose of that perk, it would be slightly different. Tombstone is a co-op only perk, so unless you're playing transit with multiple people, you literally can't even get the perk anyways. And if you do manage to even get a co-op game and do manage to end up picking up Tombstone, you're probably still not going to be able to have fun with it. Next in the list is Blaze Phase from Black Ops 4. This perk is so forgettable, I actually had to go back and talk about it in the video. Like, this part is actually recorded hours later in comparison to the part you just watched or the part you're going to watch, because I forgot to include this perk in the list. It's that forgettable. I don't like Blaze Phase, and neither should you, and the reason why is because this perk is clunky AF. So the way that this perk works is that if you end up getting it, if you crouch, your character will start to shoot out fire from their feet. And what you do is that if you end up crouching and then standing up, you will be able to fling yourself with said fire, and you'll be able to launch yourself into zombies and kill them. It's like a botched, clunky version of PhD Slider. And I don't know if Treyarch intended for this to happen, because if not, this is a massive oversight. The problem is with this perk is that if you end up launching into a horde of zombies and don't kill everything, you are crouched and in an awkward position right in front of a horde of zombies that can just slap you repeatedly until you die. You are in a bad situation with this perk because you're putting yourself in vulnerable situations. BO4 Death Perception. So this perk essentially does the exact same thing that it does in Cold War, which its main feature is you can just see zombies through walls. And I understand why this perk exists, but it's really only helpful for new players. Depth Perception is like training wheels on a bicycle. Sure, it's helpful in the early stages, but after you've gotten good enough, you eventually have to let go and take a risk, and once you do that, there's really no looking back and you don't need it anymore. Next is Deadshot Dealer from Black Ops 4. This is Black Ops 4's equivalent of Deadshot Daiquiri, and just like Deadshot Daiquiri, it's just really not that good. Sure, it's better than the original Deadshot because it does give you some added benefits, but I'm going to read off those benefits to you and you let me know if you actually think that this perk is good. Deadshot Dealer allows the player to be able to snap to the enemy's head, reduces the hipfire spread, reduces weapon recoil when firing, and also removes scope sway. For those of you that doesn't think that sounds that bad, I need to explain a couple things. Number one, I need to remind you guys that on PC, there is no aim assist, so the first functionality about having auto-aim going straight to the head, for PC players, that doesn't even work. So that's already one problem with this perk. The second thing that it also does, all it does is just increase hipfire accuracy. That's what the original Deadshot was trying to make up for since it didn't work on PC. So basically, so far this is sounding exactly like the original Deadshot. The third thing is that you get reduced recoil. Now, even though that does sound nice and could be beneficial to you, this is something that might only be beneficial to you if you're trying to prestige, because in Black Ops 4, you can equip attachments to most of the guns. So one of those attachments is things that reduce recoil, such as grips. Why would you waste your slot on a perk that can do that when you can do it for an attachment and just get another perk altogether? And the last thing is reducing scope sway, which is only useful pretty much on sniper rifles, and nobody uses sniper rifles in COD Zombies, so you can see why the perk is basically useless. Now, you might think that the next perk I'm talking about here is going to be like either Blaze Phase or Bandolier Bandit or something like that, but I'm actually going to be talking about a perk that you might not have been aware of that I've been using in this gameplay so far, which is going to be called Secret Sauce. And no, I'm not talking about that Secret Sauce, you perverts. Secret Sauce, when it comes to Black Ops 4, is going to be a perk that allows you to be able to get another perk just completely at random. So it's basically the Wonder Fizz machine as a perk, which in Black Ops 4, that's kind of pointless because the whole idea of Black Ops 4 was to have more customizable perks. So why would you intentionally rock a perk that would handicap you and make the game harder by giving you a randomly assigned perk? Now, I understand that, yes, this perk also does allow you to be able to just keep cycling it in and out until you do get the perk you want, but if you think about it, that's extra stupid because that goes against the whole purpose of it being random. If you're just going to spin it repeatedly until you get the perk that you would have wanted anyways, just don't even bother running the fucking perk. Next is going to be Zombshell from also in Black Ops 4. Now, what this perk does is that if you end up killing a zombie, sometimes there will be this cloud, if you will, a misty cloud that will pop up randomly that will affect you and also the zombies. It sounds similar to Vulture's Aid, but let me explain it a little bit more in depth because it's not what you think. This cloud that spawns in gives you an increased amount of damage if you step into it, and also slows zombies down. Sounds cool and all until you realize how infrequent this works and how subtle the effect is. It took me roughly about 30 seconds to a minute before this perk even did its main ability, and you can see that it blends in too well with the environment sometimes, this sparkly yellow cloud thing. And sure, it slows zombies and gives me a damage buff, but then it just goes away like 5 seconds later. It's too infrequent for me to justify using it. Next is going to be Mule Kick, and I'm going to include all the Mule Kicks from Black Ops 1 all the way to Black Ops 4, except for Cold War, because we're going to talk about that one a little bit later, but for pretty much a majority of the Black Ops series, Mule Kick has never really been the best perk. This essentially allows you to be able to just carry one extra primary weapon, and that's its main focal point. But if you downed and lost Mule Kick, you also lost the third gun that you acquired when you bought the perk, which handicaps you massively, especially if that third gun was your best gun. At least the good news is, for specifically Black Ops 4, unlike the first 3 Black Ops games, they did eventually fix this issue where if you ran Mule Kick in your modifier slot, had you downed, you could buy Mule Kick back and also get your third gun back, so you didn't need to hit the mystery box again and spin for it, which was really, really nice. But even after all of that, I just don't think Mule Kick is a popular perk in general. Next is Stone Cold Stronghold, which this perk is much better in comparison to the ones we've talked about so far. When you use it, it spawns in a blue circle on the ground, and if you kill zombies inside of that said circle, you get damage buffs and armor buffs, which is really great. This is a really nice perk, but you can only use it essentially for camping. I have always found it very hard to camp within Black Ops 4, so you really can only use this for, once again, a niche set of players in niche circumstances. So I would feel like this would be best if you're trying to only go for semi-high rounds and you're playing with your buddies. Next is going to be Cold War's Depth Perception perk. Now, in Cold War, they buff this perk a lot. Now, you do have to upgrade to level 5 to get really the maximum amount of benefits for this perk, but that's kind of all of Cold War in general, so it's not too big of a worry. So let's talk about what the Cold War version of this perk does when you fully have maxed it out. The mini-map, because there's a mini-map in Cold War, even though it's kind of pointless, but that's besides the point, the mini-map update rate is increased. That is Tier 1. Tier 2 gives a damage indicator for when an enemy is behind you. So this is like a Sixth Sense perk, which is really, really nice because I don't necessarily need to see the zombies coming at me from miles away through walls and buildings, but it would be really nice to know if one's behind me about to kill me when I'm really low on health. Tier 3, I can gain more loot, and I can also get higher level grade salvage. That is incredible for armor. And speaking of armor, with Tier 4, I can be able to shoot through armored zombies 25% easier than if I didn't have the perk, which is really neat. And also nearby chests, resources, and drop rate is going to be keylined through walls. Essentially, it is like Cold War's version of Vulture's Aid, which is really neat. This perk got a massive buff in Cold War because literally in Black Ops 4 all it did was just let you see through walls. So I would say that even though this is not necessarily the best perk in general, you should still get it anyways because it is helpful, and there's also no perk cap in Cold War anyways, so why not? Now we have Ethereal Razor. This is also another perk that's in Black Ops 4. Now what this perk does is that it makes it so that way your knife does more damage and you can be able to swipe more zombies in one melee attack than you normally would be able to had you not had this perk. This perk is very hard to rank because on one hand, if you want to use it in its best case scenario, it's a really strong perk. You can do something absurd like go onto Alpha Omega with a ballistic knife and just this perk and get to round 100 easily because you can just kill zombies with meleeing them left and right and just go on forever. But other than that little niche specific scenario, you really don't need this perk because how often are you realistically going to be knifing and COD zombies, you know what I mean? Now we have Bloodwolf Bite. Now this is going to be the most ridiculous perk probably so far throughout the video. Believe it or not, if you do a certain amount of damage while you have this perk equipped, a wolf will spawn in and start killing the zombies for you. You get your own personal hellhound essentially while rocking this perk, which is pretty crazy. It's a nice perk, but I feel like that the wolf could spawn in more often. Really the reason why it's even placed this high on the list is because there is a glitch with it you can do that allows you to essentially get unlimited ammo, but that's really just only acknowledging it. I don't actually do that strategy myself because I don't try to glitch for my high rounds and zombies. I try to do as legitimately as I can, so Bloodwolf Bite, for its one useful feature, which is technically cheating, is no benefit to me. Now we have got Bandolier Bandit. In a nutshell, this just gives you more ammunition, which is really helpful in COD Zombies because max ammos can sometimes be scarce, And when you need ammo, and you need ammo bad, this perk will help you out a lot. It basically just gives you more reserved ammo, or in other words, it's very similar to that one scrapped perk that was in World at War that was supposed to be called Ammo-matic, which upon buying it would allow you to spawn in max ammos, but this makes more sense because instead of spawning in drops, it just gives you the ammo flat outright. This, my friends, is what you call a really solid perk. Next is Time Slip. Now, very similar to Bandolier Bandit, it's going to sound pretty simple in nature, but the perk does a lot and is very beneficial to you despite sounding simple. If you rock this perk, especially in your modifier slot where it has its maximum strength, the perk shortens your cooldown speed for all of your equipment, your elixirs, and also your specialist abilities, therefore allowing you to be able to use them again much sooner and basically go back to spamming them as you intended probably. I don't necessarily think a lot of people would put this perk as high as I did, maybe it's just a niche for me, but this fits my playstyle and that's why I'm putting it higher on the list for me personally. Next is Stamina Up. Stamina Up is definitely one of my favorite perks in all COD Zombies. The ability to just run faster and be able to navigate the map easier is something that I really truly do love. I hate being slowed down, and I really hate my character getting winded and exhausted like every 5 seconds. It's the most annoying and frustrating thing imaginable. I am so glad it's starting to get phased out of modern gaming because running at the speed of an arthritic turtle is not fun gaming design. Next is Electric Cherry from Black Ops 2. Not that crap from Black Ops 4, but the one from Black Ops 2. And this perk is so good, especially on Mob of the Dead, where if you're really in a situation where you feel like you're going to die, if you really are desperate, you can just reload your gun and stun the zombies for the slightest bit of time and be able to allow yourself an out so you can be able to escape. I swear that Electric Cherry in Black Ops 2 specifically worked better and more often than it did in any other COD Zombies game. And dropping the perk with Mob of the Dead was the best combo for a perk and a new map release, honestly, ever. Every other map that has had Electric Cherry doesn't feel the same. Maybe it's because Mob of the Dead is a cramped-ass map, and this perk suits cramped-ass maps, but I swear to God they must have nerfed Electric Cherry and just didn't tell us at some point, because the perk just never felt the same. Next is going to be Black Ops 4's version of PhD Slider. In Black Ops 4, I can only think of one scenario where you would want to use PhD Slider, and that's using the Helion Salvo, because that is statistically the best weapon in all of Black Ops 4. But if you don't want to use the Helion Salvo, or you really don't want to go for high rounds, you should rock a different perk instead, because this is not going to suit you for what you're trying to achieve. You don't need to really run this perk unless you want to go for high rounds, and specifically using the Helion Salvo to do it. Next is Speed Cola, because it speeds up your life. The original Speed Cola is one of the OGs. Everyone rocks Speed Cola, everyone loves Speed Cola. It's a good perk. It has never been bad in any capacity. Speed Cola is so popular that when they tried to remove it in Black Ops 4, there was such backlash that they included it as a secret bonus perk you could get, where if you got all 4 of your main perks, you would also get Speed Cola. That is why you're able to reload faster all of a sudden when you have all your perks in Black Ops 4. Speed Cola is one of the OGs, and I'm forever gonna love this perk. Next is Cold War's Tombstone. In a Hot Takes video, I said how I actually really did love Cold War's version of Tombstone because it basically took Who's Who and original Tombstone from Black Ops 2 and combined them and actually made them into a worthwhile perk. Look at all these different effects that you could get for this damn perk. It's incredible. If you end up playing Cold War, you should pick it up because it allows you to be able to get a second chance and get all your shit back. Yes, I understand that you don't get to keep everything, but Cold War is honestly to God so easy that getting set back up again is not an issue. Imagine if this is how original Tombstone would have functioned back in Black Ops 2. People would have been saying it was the best perk ever. Next is going to be Elemental Pop. Now, Elemental Pop gives you the abilities that you would get from pack-a-punching one of your guns, but as a perk. So I could get, like, Turned or Brain Rot when I shoot a zombie for my Elemental Pop, even though my gun may or may not be pack-a-punched. Elemental Pop is like a cheat code for Pack-a-Punch. Not that Pack-a-Punching is difficult in Cold War, but if you just didn't want to Pack-a-Punch, or you're for whatever reason having a bad game and can't Pack-a-Punch successfully, you can just get Elemental Pop instead and still reap the benefits. Next is going to be Deadshot from Cold War. Now, I don't know what it is, but Deadshot in Black Ops Cold War, in comparison to BO1, 2, 3, and 4, is much better to use and is more sustainable to use. In Black Ops Cold War, Deadshot reduces weapon spread by 35%, which I think is the difference that I'm noticing. And get this, the perk completely reduces weapon sway, which means that if you're aiming down sights, your gun's not going to be swinging back and forth left to right, meaning you can be more accurate and shoot things easier. I think the biggest difference here is that instead of nerfing things, they more rather just completely removed the things that were annoying about the other versions of Deadshot Daiquiri. Instead of giving us a completely different ability on PC compared to console, or just minorly reducing inconveniences such as recoil, they just completely got rid of them and actually made the perk function as intended. I wonder why the perk is all of a sudden good. So now we have finally gotten to PhD from Black Ops 1. Now, PhD in Black Ops 1 was the original. You don't have sliding in this game, you have dolphin diving. So PhD, of course, gives you the flop ability, where if you end up dolphin diving, you cause this massive explosion, and you also have no damage taken from explosives, which made the Mustang and Sally one of the best weapons in the entire game. Now, in Black Ops 2, we were begging and pleading for this perk to come back. It would have been great in certain maps such as Die Rise, but all they ever did was just tease us and never gave us the perk until Origins, where they didn't even have Mustang and Sally anyways, and so the perk pretty much was not needed anymore. And in Black Ops 3, there was no type of PhD whatsoever. We only at the most got a Gobblegum, which nobody used. It wasn't until Black Ops 4 we got PhD Slider, which is honestly not as good as the original PhD in my opinion. I think the original is still the best. Well, at least until we get to PhD Slider from Cold War. But why do people love PhD from Black Ops 1 specifically so much? Well, because Black Ops 1 worked really well with PhD. They basically were a perfect partnership because every single thing that was in Black Ops 1 Zombies kept PhD in mind. Maps like Ascension have perfect spots so you can be able to cause explosions with PhD Flopper. Certain maps such as Shangri-La have the zombies, like the napalm zombies, that can really do a lot of damage to you if you're not rocking PhD. And if you rock PhD, you can be able to pretty much negate any of the napalm zombies' fire damage and be able to keep yourself alive much longer, which is why I don't like Shangri-La in Black Ops 3 as much, because PhD's not there. These are just a couple of examples about why PhD works so well in Black Ops 1. Next is Speed Cola from Black Ops Cold War. This is just basically Speed Cola on steroids because everything about it is better. You spin the box faster, you repair barriers faster, you get your field upgrades faster. Basically the only thing you don't do faster is run, because that goes to stamina up, but everything speed related is a part of Speed Cola in Black Ops Cold War. If you are a fan of fast-paced action and not waiting around just lollygagging like how I do, you'll want to pick up Speed Cola because it makes the game quicker. Now we have got Vulture's Aid from Black Ops 2. God, I miss this perk so much. I hope that one day the original Vulture's Aid will come back. I don't know if it will because a lot of its abilities are tied to depth perception, but I could see both end up coexisting, and being really good coexisting, because can you imagine if Vulture's Aid was in Black Ops Cold War? That'd be so fun, because you would be able to see everything everywhere in the map at all times. That was one of my favorite parts about Vulture's Aid, just knowing where everything is. It prevented me from getting lost. I don't necessarily need to know where the zombies are, but I would love to know where the mystery box is. I would love to know where a certain perk I'm looking for is. I would love to just know where everything is without having to use the compass or the mini-map system like that COD is trying to get me to do. It baffles me how this perk is still yet to come back, because Tombstone and Cold War is like Tombstone and Who's Who put together, and then there's Electrocherry that came back ever since Black Ops 3, and then you get Vulture's Aid that has never left buried, but why? Next is Victorious Tortoise. Now, because Black Ops 4 does not have Juggernog, this is going to be your Juggernog substitute, if you will. So if you rock Victorious Tortoise in your modifier slot, and you have a Riot Shield, your Riot Shield will now protect you from every single direction. Your Riot Shield will now work in 360 degrees, an entire circle, meaning you can't be attacked from anywhere and not be protected, at least in some capacity. As long as you keep an eye on your Riot Shield's health and don't let it break, this will allow you to be able to tank some extra hits so that way a zombie does not gangbang you and get you killed in an unfair manner. Now we have got Black Ops Cold War's Mule Kick. This is where we start to get into the really, really good perks. So just like in Black Ops 4, if you lose a gun that you got with Mule Kick, if you rebuy Mule Kick, you'll get the gun back, but you don't have to put in some weird modifier slot, and there's also no perk limit, so it really doesn't feel like it's a handicap to you. And Mule Kick this time around does some other cool things, such as, for example, if you throw a piece of equipment, you have a 25% chance on just having it come back and giving you another one as if you didn't throw it. So if you have like a monkey bomb, you can get another monkey bomb just for free. If your gun's also stowed away in your backpack, it can also start to regen ammo from its reserve by just simply you putting it away. You can also have zombies drop ammo. It just keeps getting better and better. This perk allows you to essentially be able to get free shit for just having it in your inventory. If you've been paying close attention to the list, you'll notice how that all the perks at the bottom are perks that have some sort of negative consequence for having it, and then everything that's at the top has nothing but gains. Now I have got PhD Slider. PhD Slider is the best version of PhD. You don't take explosive damage. You get this slide ability that feels a lot like the perk Banana Colada, which was a custom perk that somebody invented for Black Ops 3 way back in the day, and it one-shots until very high rounds. And PhD Slider is something that allows you to be able to also take no fall damage. And in addition to taking no fall damage, if you jump off from a certain height, like an Outbreak, you cause an explosion just by falling from the sky. You're basically a falling nuke. And if you stack this with Stamina, you are going to go so fast that you could probably navigate the entire Outbreak map in less than a few minutes. OG Quick Revive. The fact that this perk has lasted this far into the list shows you how goated this perk is. Everybody gets Quick Revive in solo. It's all reliable. It allows you to be able to have an out if you end up making a mistake. You get another chance and be able to continue your game, and you can at least do this 3 times before the game stops you. There's really nothing else to say. I mean, honestly, this is the man, the myth, the legend, Quick Revive. Next is Cold War Stamina. If it's not Quick Revive and it's not Juggernog, I am getting Stamina out of all my perks in Cold War first. Like I said, unlimited sprint and being able to navigate the map faster is something that is not as truly appreciated as it could be in modern gaming. If you don't want to run around as fast as you can, that's fine, I understand, but I want to be able to get around the map just like that. I don't want to be handicapped. Next is the Rootin'ous Tootin'ous Cowboys perk, Double Tap the Second. Look at the difference between Double Tap 1 and Double Tap 2. Double Tap 1 was in the bottom 3, and now, a half an hour later almost, it took us to get to the second Double Tap. That's how much better the second Double Tap is. And the reason why it's better is because instead of shooting your bullets faster, it actually doubles your bullets. So for every 1 bullet you shoot 2 bullets. So therefore you're technically dumping out more ammo, but without wasting ammo, making therefore your gun technically stronger as if it was pretty much minorly pack-a-punched. Next we have got Cold War's Quick Revive. Now, Cold War's Quick Revive, I love a lot of things about it, but I do have one gripe with it that I just want to point out real quick, is that I don't like how that they reverted it back to the co-op only variant in solo, just like how it used to function in World at War. In Cold War now, you have to get a self-revive in order to revive yourself. Quick Revive does not do that for you anymore, which I think is kind of silly because it was like that on launch and then they changed it. So that was intentional this time. Which, that's not necessary. I think that that's dumb, and I hope that they pull that decision back for the next game, because Quick Revive, in my opinion, is the solo reviving perk, not a piece of equipment. So, give that back to Quick Revive, please. Other than that little gripe, I do love all of its other abilities. So, for example, in Cold War, if you were playing a co-op game, the perk is basically a must, because you can revive teammates so much quicker, and it gives them an out. It allows them to be able to run around the map quicker as soon as they end up getting back up, allowing them to be able to run away from the zombies and get their stuff back. It also gives you, in general, just better health regeneration speed, so it's kind of like the ICU perk from multiplayer, where if you got shot, you would get your health back much faster, and this allows you to stay in the game. You don't have to run away and retreat, you can just stay in the fight. So other than my one little grievance with Quick Revive and Cold War, I still like the perk. Next is Juggernog. Now, before you call blasphemy, I'm referring to old Juggernog. Cold War Juggernog is still separate on the list, so please do not kill me. I am just talking about OG Juggernog here. Juggernog is one of the best perks ever. I acknowledge that, and I will always agree with you that it is somewhere in the top 10, but it's not the best anymore. And I do believe that there is some perks that Juggernog can pass the torch to because I think that they deserve it. But at least talking about Juggernog and all the best qualities that it has, It's deserving of being high up on the list because it literally is one of the best perks for survivability in the entire franchise. You just flat out get more health. Why would you willingly choose to go down in 2 or 3 hits when you could choose to go down in 4 or 5? Juggernog just makes sense. However, with that being said, let's take a look at the only few perks that are left and why I think that some of them do happen to end up being better than old school Jug. Next in the list is Winter's Wail. Now this perk used to be dog shit back when it first released, but when Black Ops 4 ended, the perk became one of the best in the entire game. It is Widow's Wine of Black Ops 4. You get 3 little freezing abilities that you get on your character that allow you to be able to kill and stun zombies that touch you, just like Widow's Wine used to do back in Black Ops 3. So instead of spider grenades, you just get ice powers. But it does the same thing essentially, which is if anything in the game touches you, it stuns itself, giving you all the time in the world to be able to react and kill the threat accordingly. No BS surprise deaths, no jump scares, just allowing you to be able to take things at your own leisure. It's amazing. Next is going to be Winter's Wail's older sister, Widow's Wine. Widow's Wine I like a little bit better than Winter's Wail because of the fact that you can disable Widow's Wine whenever you want. In situations where you don't want the last zombie to die, such as in an Easter egg, if you're worried about getting the zombie killed, you can just throw away the Widow's Wine's grenades. You don't have to keep them. Perks like Winter's Wail is not as easy because you can't disable the feature. With Widow's Wine, you can. And when you're not trying to save a zombie, but just survive, this perk will help you survive because it goes off all the time. It doesn't have some stupid cooldown where they try to balance it and make it where it's nerfed one day and then it's not the next day and then it is again and then it's not again. The perk has, ever since launch, been always good, and you will go to the highest round possible as long as you've got the skill for it with this perk. Now, believe it or not, this is not the end of the list, because even though Juggernog from Cold War is up next, it's not the last perk left. I think that Juggernog from Cold War is the second best perk in all of COD Zombies. So bear with me, I will explain why. My reason for why Cold War's Juggernog is not the #1 perk is because of one main reason. Is because the games have gotten so much easier and we've got things like the armor system in place now, it's gotten to the point where Juggernog is simply not needed as much anymore. It is not as much of a crutch perk as it used to be. Yes, it's not good to just remove it altogether like how they try to do in Black Ops 4, but it's not like that you're going to die if you don't have Juggernog immediately. Cold War is one of the easiest COD Zombies games that we have ever had. You get things like kill streaks. You can be able to buy ammo from anywhere in the map with these ammo boxes. The game flat out tells you now where some parts are for things such as the Wonder Weapon or how to progress just to unlock the map in general. You don't need to have Juggernog anymore. Now, with that being the case, then what is my favorite perk, or what I think is the best perk in Call of Duty Zombies? Well, my friends, the best perk in Call of Duty Zombies, in my humble opinion, is Dying Wish from Black Ops 4. For those that don't know what this perk does, let me explain. This perk in Black Ops 4 makes you invincible. I'm not joking. You become invincible with this perk. If a zombie or anything in the game damages you to the point where you would normally die, and this perk kicks in, you will end up being invincible for a few seconds and be at 1 HP, giving you a second chance and the zombie or whatever was attacking you the equivalent of the middle finger, because they can't do anything to you. You can run away and then come back when you're ready, so that way you are able to fight the zombie or whatever is attacking you on your terms, not their terms. In comparison to every other perk that we have talked about for the last 30 minutes, why would you pick any other one other than the one perk that makes you invincible? You can't die. The perk doesn't give you some fancy flashy ability. You just become Jesus Christ. You cannot die. It's ridiculous. This perk is busted. Imagine how the zombies feel. Think about it this way. What if this perk was in grief mode back in the day in Black Ops 2? Or what if there was just grief in general in Black Ops 4 and the survivors could have this perk? Everyone on the zombies team would rage quit. So that is why I think that despite all the other perks that we've talked about having their own unique abilities and being justifiable in certain scenarios, and some more than others, Dying Wish from Black Ops 4 is the best perk we have ever had in COD Zombies. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. In today's video, I'm going to be ranking all the spawn rooms within Call of Duty Zombies. So let's talk about how I'm going to be ranking the spawn rooms. I just want to say, number one, straight off the bat, this is entirely my opinion and my opinion alone. I'm essentially looking at what maps do I end up having the best experiences on when I'm in the spawn rooms. Do I like to stay in the spawn room for a little bit and try to end up racking up some points, or do I just want to instantly leave, or do I even immediately sometimes die the moment I spawn the game if I don't leave right away? Fundamentally, the main thing I'm looking for is layout, because that's pretty much going to impact whether or not I survive, because sometimes certain games end up having other features that allow me to survive, but I'm trying not to make it about the features, I'm more rather trying to make it about just the spawn itself, unless there's an exception. So with all that being said, guys, I hope you end up enjoying today's video. If you do, please drop a like, subscribe if you are new. But now let's rank every spawn room within Call of Duty Zombies. So coming in at our very first spot here, at the very bottom of the list, this is going to be Area 51 from Moon. At first I wasn't sure if I want to even include this within the list, because this isn't exactly a traditional spawn room, it's more rather just a bonus challenge area in my opinion. Because for the entirety of the time that you are at Area 51, there's no rounds. You can't progress rounds, it's just a timer about how long you can survive. You do end up having the ability to kill zombies per normal, but because you don't exactly have the traditional round system, I count this as its own thing. And that's why Moon, when you end up going to the actual Moon, is going to have its own spawn room ranking later in this list, because they're so different from each other. When you are at Area 51 from Moon, it's basically like a mini challenge arena. You can try to end up staying here as long as you want, and you can even get Pack-a-Punch guns, and you can get one of the perks being either Speed Cola or Juggernog, but you have to end up risking your life by fighting hellhounds and zombies that are sprinting at you the entire time, and they will not let up until you either A, leave, or B, kill them all. So it's rather just a test of endurance, but because this is the moment that you spawn into the game, unless you are a hardcore zombies player, which I don't necessarily think I am, I believe that I'm an average zombies player or a casual one, I would just say that Area 51 is just not my type of spawn room. It's cool, and it's nice that it's there. I would just like my spawn rooms to be a little bit more slow and controlled versus chaotic and messy. And then next, back to back, is going to end up being Bus Depot and Transit in that order. These two spawn rooms are so similar, they might as well be back to back. And I will say I like Transit just a bit more because I get things like Quick Revive in here, whereas Bus Depot I do not, because Bus Depot try to do a Nocturne Totem where all you just get is a mystery box and wall guns and that's it. So I like the fact that on Transit I can at least end up getting my perks. But even though I can get my perks, this spawn room is just still so bad because it's tight, it's got lava still, even on the inside, which is just ridiculous. I just don't like the spawn room. Next is going to be both the spawn rooms on Verrucht, because yes, there actually is two of them, believe it or not, if you've not played Verrucht before. There's going to be one side where you end up getting Quick Revive, and there's another side where you get Juggernog. Now, in terms of which side I would prefer to be on, I would say the Quick Revive side, because in Black Ops 1 and in Black Ops 3, Quick Revive will work in solo, which will be a benefit to you. Now, in this case, I'm playing in World at War, and World at War Quick Revive does not work in solo, so there's really no benefit in having Quick Revive versus Juggernog in this case. So I would say it would just depend on your preference of guns. Next in the list is going to be Alpha Omega. Now, this one's a tricky one, because you could say, hypothetically, that there's two different spawns within Alpha Omega. There's the area that I am in right now, and then there's going to be the area that is a little bit ahead of me here, where I can fall down and start buying my guns. Here's the thing, is that I don't know what you would consider officially the spawn, so I'm going to just address it here right now and say that depending on how you look at it, it's going to be impacting where I put it in the list. So if we're just looking at this area that I'm in right now before I jump down, it would literally be at the very bottom because there's absolutely nothing. You would just have your elixirs and whatever you would have on your character the moment that you spawn in. If you were counting the area past this truck, then I would end up saying that Alpha Omega is good within this spot in the list where it is right now, because at least in that area you can train a little bit better and you get guns. The main reason why I broke Alpha Omega into parts like this is because I found out that there's an achievement that is called Checkpoint Zulu, where you end up getting it if you end up surviving for 20 rounds in a row in this area the moment you boot up the game. So technically, for this achievements to happen, you would hypothetically have to never leave the spawn. So is this the spawn, or is jumping off of the truck and into the other area the spawn? Because you don't have to open a door, it's just that you can't come back here unless you have something like Ragnarok's. See why it's a little bit tricky to rank this one? Next is going to be 5 from Black Ops 1. This is a good spawn room, but damn is it difficult. The giant office table is what makes this spawn room difficult, because it makes everything tight. You basically have to train around this giant conference table the entire time that you are here with an M1911 and any of the nearby wall guns, and that's it. And then yes, I do know about the famous glitch where you can get on top of the table, but I'm trying to rank these based off of how Treyarch intended them to be used, not how they sometimes actually get used. And then shortly thereafter is going to be the classified spawn room. This is just the remake of 5, so it's going to be very similar, although be it very slightly different. The main difference that I noticed is that you can't buy any perks off of the spawn because there is no perk machine. Other than that, just some slight little tweaks, and also just using Black Ops 4 mechanics instead of Black Ops 1 mechanics. Next is going to be the moon spawn, where you're actually on the moon this time. Now, with this one, rounds can progress per normal, but the thing is, though, is that I would say that this, despite being a little bit better than Area 51, is still really difficult because, number one, the astronaut zombie will spawn in immediately on round 1, and if you are not careful and he grabs you, he can take your perks, and that's especially annoying if you end up getting Juggernog on Area 51. And the other thing that makes this difficult is the zero gravity, because since we are here on the moon and there's no gravity on the moon, if you run around in here and you end up going airborne, you can end up having it where the zombies can trap you because you can't cut the corner the way you want to. Next on the list is going to end up being Farm from Black Ops 2. This is just one of the survival maps. So there's not exactly a spawn room per se, you kind of just get the map altogether. Yeah, sure, there's some doors here or there, which means that it is still technically a spawn, but it's like 2 or 3 doors. It's really not that much. You get some things like some perks like Quick Revive and Double Tap because power's already on by default, and some wall guns, but that's basically it. You don't get the good stuff. And because Farm is a part of transit, there is lava and fire everywhere, which is just annoying, because the only map where that's really not an inconvenience to you is Town, because it's just so wide open. But since Farm is more claustrophobic, I end up saying that the lava is more annoying because it's more likely to actually kill you. There's really no good camping or training spot, so it's just really just winging it until you either live or die. Next is going to be the spawn room on Shadows. Now, the Shadows spawn room is really, really tight, very similar to some other ones like Mob of the Dead, where it's just basically a line, but it does have a lot to offer. You can end up getting the summoning key in here, you can end up getting a random power drop, you can also end up interacting with beast mode, so if you want to, you can mess around with that. There's even an Easter egg where you can shoot the Shadow Man in the head and it will progress the rounds for you, and you can do this all the way up till round 15 by just getting headshots on him, which is pretty neat. Now, in terms of survivability, yeah, you're not going to survive that long unless you're a god at training, because this area is so narrow, you are absolutely going to get surrounded if you are not training your ass off and doing this on a regular basis. This area is going to result in you getting just surrounded by zombies. Next is going to be the spawn room of Blood of the Dead. This is not nearly as claustrophobic as Shadows, but it's still pretty damn tight. I would say that this one is just only slightly better because you have an upstairs and a downstairs. It's much better in solo because you have the ability to run around, but in co-op it's going to be really, really tight, and you are likely to end up dying if you are not playing it safe. I would say the upstairs area is a little bit better than the downstairs area too, because that downstairs area, literally the only thing stopping the zombies is basically another table like how it was on 5. Next on the list is going to be both of the spawn rooms on Dead of the Night, because Dead of the Night is the only other map, just like Verrucht, where there is a split spawn system. So there is this side, which I would just deem as the right side, and then there's this side, which I would just deem as the left side. There is basically no difference between these two. They are essentially L's and have just different guns in them, and that is it. It just comes down to your preference on which guns you want to buy off the wall. I would say that for me personally, it really doesn't matter. They're both equals in my eyes. Next is going to be the spawn room on Die Rise. This one is barely better than any of the ones we've talked about thus far. Pretty much the only reason why this is ranked higher than any of the ones that we've talked about thus far is because this room, although be it it's still not a good room, is at least not just a hallway, and it doesn't have environmental hazards like lava, and there's no boss zombie on round 1 immediately. Although I will say that there is kind of a little bit of an annoyance with the fact that there's these uncommon zombies, which are not exactly boss zombies, but they are definitely stronger than normal zombies. They have military gear, and they take more than one stab on round 1 to kill, which means they do have slightly more health than the average zombie, so if you're not using a good gun, which is basically meaning any of the other guns that are not in the spawn here. That means you can't kill these guys at a reasonable pace. Die Rise's spawn room is a case of, like, I don't like it, but I don't like the other stuff more. Next is the Voyage of Despair spawn. I was originally going to be more harsh on this one just because I have so many bad memories of Black Ops 4 that I just remember this spawn room being worse than it actually was. But giving it another chance again, I realized that it does have some stuff that is quite helpful. For example, number 1, you can get one perk of your choice immediately off rip in the spawn, which is really beneficial to you. And 2, it at least feels like the zombies are not immediately trapping you in the lower rounds like some of the other maps are, because their spawn points are spread out far enough from each other within the ship that you at least have a few seconds to breathe and be able to figure out where the next zombie is coming from instead of rather than just jump scaring you. Next on the list is going to be Nocturne Toten from World at War. This is the very first spawn room within COD Zombies, and it's really nice. I will say this, is that one of the biggest things that is annoying about this spawn room is the zombies take forever to get to you. It was for the sake of ambiance and being creepy, I understand that, but it is really annoying when you want to end up playing a game and want the zombies to come at you quickly so that way you can just get started. But the zombies just take so long to get to the windows. It really doesn't get good until about, like, I want to say at least round 5, maybe round 6. But by then, you're probably going to leave the spawn room and then end up just going to the mystery box room. You're really not here that long unless you're trying to do the training trick with the flamethrower, and then the spawn room is going to be of use to you again. In fact, it's kind of funny because since Nocturne Toten is so small, the spawn room is quite literally the best room to be in. Next is Shangri-La. Now, Shangri-La has some good things and some bad things about its spawn room. One of the bad things is that the zombies blend in with the environment, which makes it really hard to see them sometimes. The main reason why I'm ranking Shangri-La where it is mostly because of the monkeys. The monkeys on Shangri-La end up changing drops for you, which can work out to your advantage. I believe even in the best case scenario, it allows you to get perks, which is super beneficial. If not perks, at least max ammos, which is also really useful. But yeah, the monkeys is pretty much the main reason why I like the Shangri-La spawn room, but if the monkeys didn't function the way they did, then this would be a different story. Next on the list is going to be Mob of the Dead. Now, circling back to the beginning of the video when I said mostly I'm going to be trying to focus on the layout, unless there's an exception that's pretty notable, the map I was thinking of when I said that was Mob of the Dead, because I noticed that despite the fact that this spawn room is so incredibly cramped, I had a really good time, and I didn't die as much as I was thinking I was going to because of the afterlife system. There is a afterlife box in the spawn, so that way you can activate double points, but you're always going to end up having afterlives on you every single round. As long as you don't use them all immediately, you're going to get one each and every single round. It's basically an infinite quick revive. And that's cool because you hypothetically could never die as long as you play it safe. At least for a decent amount of rounds, that is. The spawn is literally only better just because of the mechanics around the game. If the afterlife system did not exist on Mob of the Dead, and it was just like, let's say, a quick revive machine, like how they have it in Blood of the Dead, I would say that this would probably be lower, but because there is the afterlife, I have to end up ranking it a little bit higher because you quite literally just can't die while in here because of the mechanics of the game. Next is going to be the Tag der Toten spawn room. Now, the Tag der Toten spawn room is where we're starting to get into the more roomier spawn rooms. It's not just basically, like I say, a hallway. You can kind of train out here, but there is a catch. The environment has both ice water, and you also can't mantle in Black Ops 4 like how you can in Cold War. So if you fall in said ice water, you have to walk around and find a spot that you can use to be able to get out of the ice water, otherwise you will freeze. And that is very much annoying. If mantling was in Black Ops 4 Zombies, like how it was in Cold War Zombies, and I could just mantle out of the ice water whenever I want, I would just train the zombies through it, and then end up freezing them and use that to my advantage, but unfortunately I can't, so it defeats the purpose of the spawn room tactic. Next in the list is going to be Call of the Dead spawn room. Now, Call of the Dead spawn room is open, just like Tags, where you're outside and you can train a little bit, although be it there is some environmental hazards like the ice water, but that's not really the main concern of Call of the Dead spawn room. It's mostly the fact that George Romero spawns in immediately on round 1, and he's a giant threat to you if he ends up killing you, so you have to be aware of him pretty much at all times, and you have to end up training him in the ice water if you accidentally shoot him and piss him off. Even though I haven't played Call of the Dead that long, I'm still pretty familiar with George's mechanics by now by just experience, and I know how to be able to manage him if I need to. But despite my experience, I can still sometimes get unlucky and accidentally piss him off, and then he tries to whack me over the head with his light. So I will say this, is that when it comes to this spawn room, it's more rather just a coin flip about whether or not you're going to shoot George early versus shooting him later, because the longer you stay here, eventually it will happen. So I'm mostly ranking this off of how confident I am that I'm not going to shoot George, so for you that may be different. Next is Buried. I've done a spawn room challenge on Buried before for a YouTube video, and it was quite fun. I thought this would be more difficult, but it really wasn't, and even an average player can get to at least round 10, I would say. Plus, also, there's a cool Easter you can do where if you're on the bad side of things in terms of skill level, where if you keep buying the Olympia over and over again, eventually it will turn into a ray gun wall buy, and you can use that for as long as you want until the game ends up considering you too good to end up keeping it anymore. And in addition to the ray gun wall buy through the Olympia, there's also the LSAT wall buy, which you can get if you end up doing the parkour trick, which I also thought was really cool. Next is Garage Crovy. This really just comes down to just preference of the layout and pretty much nothing more. I just like the way that Garage Crovy's layout is for its spawn room. This is also going to be kind of the same case with the Shinonuma spawn room. This is really just a matter of personal preference. I just like the way that's laid out, and I just love the fact that this is where we're starting to get into the maps where there's no annoying nuisances. It's just a room with just zombies and just guns. No other extra crap needed. Next is going to be Nuketown, which Nuketown's another weird one because since it's a survival map, a good majority of the spawn room is just the entirety of the map, and it's pretty wide open. This is one of the training areas if you're playing co-op, because if it's not one of the backyards, it's just going to be the center of the map. So this by default is one of the better areas to survive in, so I have to put it up higher on the list just by process of elimination. So here's our first Cold War one, and the reason why is because as the games have gone on, the games have now started to get easier again, and a majority of the Cold War spawn rooms are really damn easy. Now, of all the Cold War spawn rooms, I will say that Firebase is the hardest, but by the hardest I mean it's just not a blatant open field or a blatant open area where I can just train endlessly and never die. Firebase Z has a little bit of a more traditional style where it starts off hard in the beginning, and then the map opens up as you end up progressing over time. Next is Zetsubo no Shima from Black Ops 3. Once again, just a matter of layout preference. I think that I can train the zombies more comfortably in this map in comparison to some of the other ones, mostly because I can go down the lip of that hill there and be able to train the zombies and then go back up the hill again, and that's how I end up surviving in this area. Next is going to be the spawn room within Origins. The Origins spawn room, you can end up killing the Templar zombies, which will give you a little bit more points than the average round would provide within Black Ops 2. And upon completing one of the generators, you can end up getting either a double points or a zombie blood out of that soul box down there as a reward, which is really neat. And even though it's not a good gun, I do like the fact they did try to mix it up and end up replacing one of the traditional wall buys that they had going, because for a while they had just Olympia and M14, Olympia and M14 over and over and over again, and towards the end of Black Ops 2 is when we started to get new guns, such as when we ended up getting the Mauser, but we also ended up replacing the Olympia with the Ballista instead, which I thought was just kind of cool because it was just different. Next is going to be the spawn room within Horizon Track. The main reason why I like this one is because of the tram system they got going. I remember seeing a old video from the Z House back in like 2016 where they did a Horizon Track spawn room challenge, and they survived pretty decently long, and the main thing I caught on to was the fact that they were just spamming this tram car, because you can get tons of good drops out of here. You can get anywhere from a double points even up to a ray gun, which I thought was really cool, and I like when spawn rooms do fun stuff like this because it makes it that way if you want to be in here for a spawn room challenge, you actually can, number one, survive, but also two, it makes it fun and goofy. Next is the Ancient Evil spawn room. Once again, that's just another preference thing of the layout. So now we've got Forsaken. This is another weird one because it's like a hybrid. The Forsaken spawn room does have rounds, but it functions like the Area 51 part of Moon again, where if you end up sitting in here for a long enough period of time, it gets more chaotic and zombies will start to surround you because rounds will start to tick on their own without you having to kill zombies to make them pass. I will say this does make getting through the rounds a lot quicker and more efficient, but I'm not gonna lie, it is a little bit boring because number one, we've seen this before, and two, I'm kind of used to this as a feature already in Cold War because all the Cold War maps have that one little machine you can activate that makes the zombies run faster for the first 55 rounds of your play session. Regardless of this hybrid round transition system, the spawn room is still good. It has a nice layout and you can survive even for a very average player for a decent amount of time. And that's really the most important part to me at the end of the day, is how fun or easy it is to survive. Next is going to be Revelations from Black Ops 3. I can also remember when the Z House did a spawn room challenge on this map as well, and that was so fun to watch. I remember trying to replicate with my friends, and we ended up having one of us mount the turret, we ended up having another one of us running around in circles, the other two were just camping. It was a whole bunch of fun, it was chaos, and I loved it. It was a good memory of mine, so I'm not going to lie, this probably is a little bit of nostalgia talking, but this has a really good spot in my heart for the ref spawn room. But I just like it in general too, because I do think that that turret is a really cool feature. I love just lasering down zombies with it. Most of them spawn in front of you too. They only end up spawning on the side sometimes, so you pretty much don't have to worry about them sneaking up on you while you're on it. So this is where we start to get into the really good spawn rooms, and this is going to end up being the Mauer or Totem one next. Mauer is an example of what I was talking about with Cold War, where you can basically have it where within the spawn you can just run around in circles endlessly because it's just such a wide open area. I'm literally just on a rooftop, but this building is so big and so wide open that I'm pretty much never having to worry about zombies killing me. In fact, I'm even able to 1v1 the Panzer Sovat, which is a really difficult boss on this map, and I'm just in the spawn room, dude. And then next is going to be Doris, and then after that is going to be the Giant. These are completely and utterly classics for spawn rooms. And this is once again going to be the same thing with Kino. Kino is a classic. I remember dolphin diving off of the steps here in the spawn back when I was a kid. The steps are also really great for training, by the way. If you're playing a co-op game with your buddies and somebody's on the stage, this is a really good substitute. Next in the list is going to be Town. Town has the power on by default, so you can pack-a-punch immediately, you can buy some guns, you can buy some perks like Stamina Up and Double Tap. It's a really, really cool spawn room because the world is your oyster. The only thing you really have to worry about is zombies being on fire and the lava, but since the area is so widely spread out, it's really not much of an inconvenience to you, unlike the other maps like Farm or Bus Depot where it feels like it's everywhere. Next is going to be Ascension from Black Ops 1. Now, this used to be, for the longest time, one of the best spawn rooms within COD Zombies, because within the early games, there really was no such thing as like a good spawn room to camp in. You ended up having to unlock a good majority of the map before you found a decent spot. And a lot of the older games were more about camping rather than training. Training was a thing that kind of got developed over time. So with Ascension, this was like the original OG training spot was in the spawn room. And that little spinning thing that was in the spawn room here that was with you, that thing could have also killed you if you were not good at training. So this was kind of like a really, really good training ground for getting good and developing training as a skill. The only thing I just will say this is that I'm not really a big fan of the black and white filter. That I wish I could get rid of. Next on the list we have got 9. How 9 could have been almost the perfect spawn room for COD Zombies. You've got a completely perfect circle that you can just run in this over and over and over again. The fact that you can also be able to do challenges within the spawn to get great rewards, such as pack-a-punching your starting gun straight off the rip, is incredible. The only thing that holds this back from being number 1, though, is the fire traps. Now, I understand that this is to balance it, so that way you can't just live here forever, but I'm not really a fan of when people try to end up balancing PvE games. Like, who's complaining about dying too much? The zombies? That's not happening. And coming in at the number 1 spot is going to be D Machine from Cold War. This spawn room is perfect. The perfect circular/oval layout. I can be able to train the zombies and be able to kill them at my own speed and desire. I can also make the rounds go by quicker because of the Cold War mechanics, and I can do this up to round 55. I can be able to buy kill streaks and other equipment based off of that little bench that they got. I can refill my ammo at my leisure from the ammo box, and because I did the Easter egg, I have a purple gun by default, so I never have to worry about getting a better gun out of the mystery box. I literally sometimes, just for fun, will just stay in D Machine's spawn room and just run circles when I'm bored. It allows me to basically get that itch for COD Zombies when I want to do it without the commitment. This is fun to me. This is a nice little challenge that I can just do just to tickle my brain, and I love it. That is why, in my humble opinion, D Machine has got the best spawn room within all Call of Duty Zombies. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. In today's video, I am going to be ranking all the intro cutscenes within Call of Duty Zombies. This list is going to be entirely my opinion and my opinion alone, and I'm also going to be only ranking the cutscenes from Treyarch's games specifically, minus Vanguard and Modern Warfare 3. And I am also only ranking cutscenes that have visuals taking place. I am not going to be ranking cutscenes such as the one in Kino where it's just audio overlaid on a PNG. With all that being said though, I do hope you guys end up enjoying. If you do, please drop a like by the end, subscribe if you are new, and leave a comment down below on what topic matter you would like to see me rank next within COD Zombies. And here we go, guys. Let's rank all the cutscenes. Okay, so let's just get this out of the way right now. So coming in for the first couple of spots, this is just every Cold War intro cutscene. These are terrible excuses for a cutscene, because all it is just the same copy and paste intro of a character running into the battle zone, and that is it. Some of them look almost identical to each other. It's not even a joke. A part of the problem here is because of the fact that we now have operators instead of fully fleshed out characters, so that's the reason why these intros feel so soulless. And I'm truly hoping that for Call of Duty 2024 that we actually will get zombies characters again instead of having just a generic soldier or guy randomly running into a battle zone with the most stereotypical expression on their face, because they're just a character. They're just an avatar. I have no emotional attachment to these guys. Next is the cutscene for Classified. Now, Classified, I understand what they were trying to go with here, but it's just not my cup of tea. I would like my cutscenes to be of quality in terms of graphics, storytelling, and just overall have a good sense of aura around them, and this just feels kind of cheesy and lazy to me. I understand that they were trying to make this feel funny and goofy in a way, making it feel like it was more fun rather than serious, but I don't like it when these cutscenes have this cartoony-ish look to them. And the only way you're going to understand the references of what's happening in this cutscene is if you've played the other games before. If you've never played any COD Zombies game before Black Ops 4, you're going to have no idea what this cutscene means with all the Easter eggs and everything that's trying to portray. If you've played them, you can appreciate it, but if you got no knowledge, this cutscene's not going to make a lot of sense. Another critique I have about this cutscene is I wish that it had voice lines. Not only that, but cutscenes that have voice lines within them also make it where I'm more likely to pay attention and not zone out, because whenever I end up having something with a generic background song and no voice or person to keep me intrigued, I just go and look at my phone. In fact, for example, I was almost tempted several times to look at my phone during this cutscene because it was boring to me. For how much information is within this cutscene, there should be somebody narrating to explain how we got to this point. I mean, hell, here's a way you can think about it. If I didn't have the rule in place that the cutscene had to have visuals and it could just be audio only, Kino would be higher than this, because Kino, even though it's audio over a single PNG, it does a better job of explaining the map than no audio over a giant video like this. Because Kino, Richtofen narrating for only about 30 seconds or so, he can explain how we got there and what we're trying to do extremely quickly and clearly. This, you have to know stuff ahead of time, you have to pay attention the entire time, and it's also something that you have to be truly engaged in, because if you don't pay attention, you're going to miss something. A good cutscene is a cutscene that's going to make me want to delay my gameplay session in order to end up watching it. This one can't keep me interested, so it just makes me want to skip it and just go straight to the gameplay, which makes it feel like it's a waste of Treyarch's time, because how many people are regularly watching this cutscene from the very beginning to the very end? Like, you know what I mean? Next is the cutscene of Alpha Omega. Now, unless you have played Alpha Omega enough to recognize this immediately without me having to tell you that, you probably were wondering, what map is this cutscene from? Because nowhere in this intro cutscene are we ever at Nuketown or Alpha Omega. This intro cutscene is used as more of a recap of the story thus far and how we have gotten to this point. The map's cutscene feels like a dick tease to what could have been, because it's showing all of these moments that we ended up going on and how we're almost at the end of the story. But Alpha Omega was not supposed to happen. We were supposed to end up eventually leading up to a Great War map by the end of Black Ops 4, because it was supposed to originally be in Black Ops 3 and already got delayed once, and now it got canned twice. So this just feels like a massive just spit in the face to fans who were trying to wait patiently for a cool project that never became to be. Pretty much the only redeeming factor about this cutscene is that it has audio, or rather voice lines to be more specific. And I'm not trying to be a graphics snob, but the reason why that the graphics bother me is because I know that this cutscene was not meant to have these graphics. Prior maps before have used animation, believe it or not, in order to end up portraying the map, and back then, that was intentional. This happened specifically because of budget cuts for Black Ops 4, because like I said, Treyarch had to invest their time into creating Cold War. So this cutscene, because we know that this was meant to end up being HD, instead it became animated due to those budget cuts, it just makes it feel cheap and lazy. The cutscene doesn't showcase cool stuff of what to look forward to in the map, it just makes you feel mad about what could have been. I mean, look at this shot, man. This could have been the Great War intro, and instead it's for stupid Alpha Omega. Next is the cutscene of Tag der Toten. Now, Tag der Toten, unfortunately, because it was also towards the end of Black Ops 4, suffered once again from these budget cuts affecting their cutscenes, which means that it's animated again like this instead of being HD. The cutscene is a little bit on the longer side, but it is chock full of lore, which I do like that, and is lore that is keeping me interested. I won't normally skip the Tag der Toten cutscene unless I feel like I have to because I'm running low on time, because it generally is an interesting enough cutscene that I will watch it sometimes. And a nice touch that I like about this cutscene is the fact that they use the frozen forest. Because if you guys don't remember what the Frozen Forest is, the Frozen Forest was one of the earliest marketing campaigns for Black Ops 3, way back before it even released back in early 2015. The aura and the energy that that Frozen Forest brought to Black Ops 3 was super cool. I remember still to this day the imagine yourself in a frozen forest when they had those Snapchat videos that you would scan via QR codes in the multiplayer maps of Black Ops 2. People would theorize what the forest could possibly mean in Black Ops 3 all the time, given the fact that it was the loading area for when you're on the Black Ops 3 Zombies main menu. And I always did thought it was kind of interesting, too, to hypothesize what it meant. And I like how they finally gave us somewhat of an explanation of it by having it at the ending of Black Ops 4. Given the fact that Treyarch did not have a lot of time left to end up creating an ending to Black Ops 4 or just the story in general, I can appreciate that what they were at least able to somewhat create with the time that they had left. So there's only 2 more maps in COD Zombies that have this style of animation for their cutscenes. And the next one here is going to be Drak. See, this is where it gets confusing, is because Black Ops 4 only ended up having this style of animation due to budget cuts towards the end, but this was deliberate for Drak and Drak only. And that confuses me, because Zetsubo, Garad, Revelations, hell, even Shadows of Evil, the map before this, they all end up having HD cutscenes, so why is Drak the oddball out and have this weird animation style instead? In fact, here's a greater question, this is something I just realized right now, is that the ending cutscene of Drak is a normal HD cutscene, but not the intro. So why is the intro like this and the Easter egg cutscene not? That's even more confusing. Now there's a lack of consistency, because in Black Ops 4, that was at least consistent. This is not. My guess is that they most likely ran out of time for making an HD cutscene for specifically Drak, because it doesn't explain why this is the only map to end up having this be a HD cutscene for the ending, but not the intro. So here is the last cutscene that has this animation style, and it's Die Rise. At the time, Call of Duty was mostly being designed for consoles, and the current hardware at the time was the Xbox 360 and the PS3. Now, I know some of you are going to be a little bit confused and be like, oh, well, the PS3 and the Xbox 360 around 2012/2013 was able to run some pretty high-res cutscenes by then, so what's your main point? The main point that I'm trying to get at here is that that's if you were looking at the newest version of the Xbox 360 and the PS3 that were out at the time. The PS3 ended up having 3 makes and models, and so did the Xbox 360. But we have to end up designing the game around all of those makes and models, so that way we get the same game for people that own different versions of those consoles. So if you were somebody that had the oldest possible version of the Xbox 360 and the PS3, that hardware was not nearly as good and still had plenty of kinks. The very first model of the Xbox 360 did not have built-in Wi-Fi, did not have HDMI, and red-ringed all the time, and trying to imagine Black Ops 2 on that would be a pain. So keeping that hardware in mind, it makes this cutscene forgivable because it's trying to accommodate all the players that are on different versions of all these consoles. Next is going to be the buried intro cutscene. This cutscene helps for the character development of the Transit crew or the Victus crew a lot, because this crew, in my opinion, feels very flat at times, but this cutscene gives them much needed character development. They end up establishing a main topic, a very important main topic and why it is relevant to this group's story. And very rarely do I feel like the group ends up getting along or saying something nice about each other. They're usually just indifferent, but it felt like there was a sense of, not necessarily like uber friendliness between them in this cutscene, but at least a sense of unity, like we're in this together as a group and we're needing to survive together, so let's get our shit straight. So next in the list is going to end up being the 9 intro cutscene. Now the 9 intro cutscene, first of all, gets brownie points for being HD, but also too, I like how that this cutscene showcases the actual map and things we're gonna do throughout the map. It's not confusing or jarring, it's more rather mysterious, which I appreciate that because I don't like feeling confused when I'm watching a cutscene. I know who the enemies are in this cutscene and I know exactly what's going on. And even though it's kind of cheesy, I do like the over-the-top gladiator feel because it does feel like a This Is Sparta epic badass moment, and I do like the idea of looking forward to getting ready to kick some zombie ass in a cool setting like this. I would rather have a cutscene be cheesy and fun rather than boring and logical. For how successful 9 was, it really makes me excited about the possibility of getting a map in Egypt one day like the zombies community has always asked for. Next is going to be Zetsubo no Shima's intro, and fun fact by the way, the intro for Zetsubo no Shima is the only single cutscene in COD Zombies that does not feature a single zombie type walking around at all at any point. It is just the humans interacting with each other. And that was something I never noticed really until I ended up finding it out while trying to make this video. This cutscene basically just exists to explain Takeyo's perspective of how his journey has gone thus far within Black Ops 3, which is nice. It does end up giving a lot of character development, especially for a character who I felt like needed it for the longest time. Next in the list is going to be the Voyage of Despair cutscene. Now, if you play the Chaos maps in order of story, this should be the first one, at least on disc, because Dead of the Night is a prequel, but it's DLC. So if you don't own DLC, this is the first time you experience these characters. And graphics-wise, this makes the ship that we're playing on look beautiful, because this map should have, in my opinion, been the Shadows of Evil of Black Ops 4. The map should have been very beautiful to look at and fun to play on, but unfortunately that just was not the case. This is the best that Voyage of Despair is going to get. It's more fun to watch the intro cutscene than it is to play the map, unfortunately. But don't let the gameplay of the map take away from the cutscene here, because this cutscene does deserve the compliments. It looks pretty, it serves its purpose, and introduces us all to our characters. I do even like the touch at the very end of the cutscene where when we're fighting the zombies, it shows the iceberg behind us because this is technically supposed to be referencing the Titanic, and it is a nice touch. Next is going to be the intro cutscene for Ancient Evil, and this cutscene is nice. It showcases the mythology feel really well that Jason was trying to go for. Because, in my opinion, Jason Blundell did have something really good that I saw that he was trying to achieve with the Chaos Crew. It's just that people didn't notice it until it was too late. The visuals look stunning, it has a climactic but yet suspenseful feel to it. The cutscene does its job, it makes me excited to play the map and look forward to what I'm about to experience, like every cutscene strives to do. And I wouldn't exactly use the word scary, but more rather the word intimidating, because that would be a more appropriate word to describe this type of map. This cutscene doesn't necessarily feel scary, but it makes me feel intimidated about what could be down here lurking in the shadows. There's just something surreal about walking past a whole bunch of zombies that could attack you at any moment, but they're not. Next is going to be the intro for Rev. Rev's intro is nice, because it does a good job of recapping without it being overdone. It showcases the map in great detail, showing all the different locations like the house and all the different islands that form, and shows how that everything is going wrong and all hell is breaking loose. And I do like the fact that it does showcase Maxis quite a bit, because Maxis has really never been involved pretty heavily in any cutscenes. It's mostly via radios. So I appreciate the fact that Maxis got his time to shine, even though it wasn't the way I was expecting initially. And then the fact that the Shadow Man does look as intimidating as he did in Shadows of Evil is also a nice touch, because he becomes a threatening boss not only once, but twice. Next is going to be the intro cutscene of Dead of the Night. I love this cutscene, man. Dead of the Night is one of my favorite maps, and the cutscene is one of the reasons why. I like this cheesy 1920s horror movie vibe that they got going on here. I don't know why, it's just appealing to me. It feels like a fun horror movie that I got to watch with my friends. One of the things I truly miss from COD Zombies is the horror or the scary aspects of it, and I do believe that Dead of the Night was trying to bring that back, sort of. It was just done more lightheartedly instead of full-on serious. The Dead of the Night intro cutscene can best be described as a cheesy B horror movie from the 1920s. With all that being said, I love this cutscene, and it's one of the only few that I will watch on a regular basis and won't skip it. Let me ask you guys something. Do you guys like the COD Zombies cutscenes when they're more serious and lore-centric, or do you just want them to be more about fun and how cool they look? I'm curious. Next is going to be the intro to Call of the Dead, and fun fact by the way, this is the third ever intro cutscene we've ever had within COD Zombies, because the first one was Noctur and Toten, and then the second one was 5 because Keynos is audio only so it doesn't count, making this the third ever cutscene we've ever had for COD Zombies, which is really cool. And this is also one of the best celebrity casts we've ever had within COD Zombies. I especially love Michael Rooker in this role. I end up enjoying him as Merle in The Walking Dead. And of course you can't forget about our boy George Romero, who has a very prevalent role within this map, and also the cutscene. Next is going to be the Shadows of Evil intro cutscene. This feels like Mob of the Dead's intro 2.0, because it shows all the characters and why they're in the situation in the very first place, the types of characters that they are, showcasing Morgue City and how beautiful that the scenery looks. It showcases the zombies, it gives the foreshadowing of what's to come, there's the mysteriousness and the aura around the Shadow Man being showcased for the very first time because we never met him before. Shadows of Evil would be one of those cutscenes that I would be showing Treyarch if they wanted to know how to get that old feel back in COD Zombies. Like, if they asked what the peak was, it would be Black Ops 3. These cutscenes were perfect. They showcased everything that people like about COD Zombies. Lore, gameplay, characters, map design, zombies themselves, you name it. These were pretty much perfect. I remember when Black Ops 3 first came out back when I was in the middle of high school, and Black Ops 3, I always looked forward to every single trailer and cutscene that they had to offer for zombies because I knew that they were going to be premium and fun experiences. Next is going to be the intro cutscene for Garage Crovey. Where do I even start? I will just say this, is that this map ends up kicking off strong with just this crazy cutscene in the very beginning where we're falling out of the damn sky while listening to Ace of Spades. Such a great song for what's happening, by the way. Even though the cutscene is entirely over the top with the dragons and Nikolai in the mech suit, it's just good fun because I love how crazily badass this fight is, even though it's just a cutscene. Seeing Nikolai fight the dragon is just a funny sight to behold. This cutscene feels like a movie trailer to an over-the-top Michael Bay movie. That's the best way I can describe this. Next is going to be the cutscene for Blood of the Dead. This is without a doubt the best intro sequence for Black Ops 4. This cutscene will very quickly remind you that we are not in any ordinary prison, nor is this any ordinary Alcatraz. This is the Alcatraz, the Call of Duty Zombies Alcatraz. Pretty much the equivalent of hell. Even though this cutscene is not as good as Mob of the Dead's, I will say this, is that I definitely feel for Richtofen and the characters in the situation. The one word that I would use to describe in the situation that they're in is feeling trapped. Because when that portal breaks, when Brutus breaks it, I can just feel my heart sinking for my characters, even though I'm not there. I just feel empathy for them. Richtofen's frustration is justified. He basically feels like he got screwed and trapped by himself because he's basically in hell by his own mistake. When the portal breaks and the zombies start chasing all of them, you know stuff's about to get real. Every single one of these zombie kills is important because, just like the Mob of the Dead characters, they very easily could be trapped and die, but they don't have afterlife. They get one life, which means it's even more intense. Even though it's simple, even though it's the first ever cutscene, the Noctur and Toten cutscene is basically perfect. Because the moment that the zombie runs at the screen and you see this pop up, you know that things are about to go down. I will say that the World at War 1 is better just because of the slight change in wording. Obviously I can't say the word because unfortunately YouTube's guidelines, but that one sentence, especially in the World at War 1, you just feel your heart sink when you read that. Next is going to be the 5 intro cutscene. This one is so good. I feel like that if JFK, Castro, Robert McNamara, and Richard Nixon were ever attacked by zombies in a zombie apocalypse, this is exactly how they would handle the situation and react accordingly. This is a great blend of fiction meeting reality. Just a little bonus thing with this cutscene, it's just funny. You could easily make a lot of memes out of it. I remember the quote that Nixon would end up talking about, like, someone's breaking in, and then, you know, JFK just goes, "It's just the storm, dick." It's one of the only few cutscenes I can remember most of the voice lines. I remember back when I was a kid, this used to be a little bit scary to me. It's not so much anymore, it's mostly just fun now. But that doesn't take away anything from the cutscene. It's still so good. Next in my list is going to be the giant intro cutscene. I didn't think that I was going to rank a cutscene for a remake of a map so high, but the giant cutscene is too damn good. Like, too damn good. It sets the tone for Black Ops 3 immediately. You can tell that this is not a Jimmy Zielinski map. You can tell that this is not a Jimmy Zielinski story. This is Jason Blundell fully going all out for his story. From the very moment that Richtofen ends up opening the teleporter and the Primus version of himself steps out, and you can just see the look of disgust on Richtofen's face, and then he goes on to shoot his old self in the face, is just such an insane scene to watch, especially for the very first time. In this one cutscene alone, we can tell that we're in for a new chapter in zombies. I have not met a single person who does not like Mob of the Dead. In a weird way, this cutscene made me end up doing additional research on Alcatraz because I was so into this map at the time, and it encouraged me to learn about the history of that prison. I actually went on to go and visit the real-life Alcatraz just last year when I was in California. This is why whenever Call of Duty Zombies does a map about a real-life location, I always get super excited because then I can do research about the real-life place and compare and contrast the details. It makes me want to learn. I will also go on to say that I do believe this was the last time COD Zombies was scary, because Mob of the Dead is much more scary than Blood of the Dead in my opinion, even though Blood of the Dead is still technically Mob of the Dead. I believe it has something to do with the cast. I feel like this cast suits the map so well, and I just never got the same feelings when I was playing as the Primus crew. With the Primus crew, it was maybe a little bit of angst, but this was just genuine fear, especially back when I was younger. And then coming in at the #1 spot for the best intro cutscene in my humble opinion, this is going to be Origins. Origins feels so well done, it feels like a cinema masterpiece. Great views, great dialogue, great topic matters. The Primus crew is introduced to us for the very first time in a really fun way, showing all of them killing in these badass creative ways. And this map in particular also introduced me to the band Avenged Sevenfold because in the intro they're playing the song Shepherd of Fire, which at the time I never heard that song, nor did I ever hear Avenged Sevenfold. And when I first heard that in the intro, I was like, oh, that's a really cool song. It made me want to research the other songs that was produced by Avenged Sevenfold, and I found out about a brand new band that I really liked just through one cutscene. I even remember researching Origins at one point and finding the music video about it where it was making fun of the song Separate Ways. That's a good memory. I really like that parody song. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. In today's video, I am going to be ranking all the round change music within Call of Duty Zombies. This was a request by one of you guys from the last ranking video that I did, and I thought, hey, that sounds pretty cool, so I thought, why not? So this list is going to be entirely my opinion alone, just like I mentioned in a prior ranking video where I ranked the Perca-Cola songs. This is going to be subjective because music in its nature is subjective. I am ranking these basically off of my first instincts or my knee-jerk reactions because I pretty much know without having to necessarily stress out about it too much that if I like a certain round change song or not. Now, not every map has its own unique round change and some have multiple. So what I'm going to be doing for this list is I'm going to be taking multiple round change themes that are different enough and giving them their own place, even if they're on the exact same map. And then ones that are basically very similar, I'm just going to pick like 1 or 2 examples and play that just for that slot alone. I believe I have every possible combination of round changes based off of circumstances that can happen in game, but if I do miss one, feel free to let me know. So with all that being said, if you guys end up enjoying the video, please drop a like, subscribe if you are new, and let me know in the comment section down below what you want to see me rank next time. But let's get on with the ranking. So coming in at last place, this is going to be the round change for Voyage of Despair. So here is the thing with Voyage, is that it's not even remotely bad. This is going to be more rather a list about what I just prefer more. There's not exactly a bad round change song, honestly, that I was able to listen to throughout this entire time when I was trying to get the research. It's just that in comparison to some of the other really cool ones, this one just seems boring in comparison. I'm not like, oh wow, that sounds really cool. It's more rather like, I'm like, oh, there was a round change? I wasn't even noticing, I was just zoning out. Next on the list is Tag Der Toten from Black Ops 4. Now, Treyarch's sound design team is amazing, but I will say this, is that because this is towards the end of Black Ops 4, and they were starting to cut the budget for COD Zombies, I can't help but also feel that what I'm listening to is recycled sounds, and I've heard these sounds before in other maps. They just sound way too familiar to not be. And so this round change just feels more of the same, which is why I don't exactly prefer it. I think they were also recycling sounds come this point in Black Ops 4, so this one's just like, eh. Next is going to be the round change from 9 from Black Ops 4. The mythology sound is not that bad, but I just don't like the gladiators moaning in the background. Like, I want to listen to music and not a whole bunch of dudes moaning in my ear. Next on the list, and it's kind of sad to say this because the predecessor of this map is so much higher on the list, this is Blood of the Dead. Very rarely do I use this word, but this is the embodiment of mid. This song isn't bad, but I just do not care, because this song just feels like it's so basic. It feels safe. It doesn't like reel me in like Mob of the Dead song did, and I get that this is trying to go for that same like ambient feel, but it just is piss poor in comparison is what it feels like. Next is the round change for the Giant in Black Ops 3. So this one I like a lot more. It fits the Giant very well, unlike the one for Blood, where I feel like it doesn't really fit the map that well. And I would say that this one, when I'm listening to in the background, I'm like, okay, I can listen to that and it makes sense. Because traditionally, when I listen to a round change, I want the round change to sound like something I would experience musical-wise in the setting I'm in, and this one just fits. It works much better. Next is D Machine from Cold War Zombies. Now, even though this one feels safe in comparison to what it could be, it at least ends up matching the theme of what I feel like that Treyarch was trying to go with, which was a return to form for COD Zombies, because this was taking place in essentially Nocturne Toten, and I'm assuming that they wanted to get that classic Zombies feel, so they went with something that sounded a lot like that you would hear if you were playing on Nocturne Toten. Now, for this one, I gotta clarify something. So, this is going to be the round change from Shino Numa, but this is specifically in the Black Ops 3 Chronicles version, because, fun fact, we did not get a round change for COD Zombies until Mob of the Dead. From Nocturne Toten in World at War to Die Rise in Black Ops 2, it was the exact same round change that entire time. So this is going to actually be one that was not originally for Shino and was made specifically just for the Chronicles version. So first of all, this gets brownie points just because of the fact that it's a new track, and it's unique to this version of the map, because Jason didn't need to do that. He could have just kept the original because it was all the way back in World at War, but he decided to give us a new round change anyway. This track gives essentially like a mystery, if you will, where if this were playing, like, let's just say, in a movie or something like that, I would be like, okay, the character's in a place that he shouldn't be, and he's either being stalked by something, or he's gonna find something when stumbling across the swamp or the forest he's in. That is the vibe I'm essentially getting from the round change in the Chronicles version of Shin no Numa. Now, this hurts my heart a little bit, but it's the honest truth. The next round change is Origins, and I wish it were higher, but I have to put it here. I'm just not a big fan of the metal clanging in the background. I get that they want to do a steampunk feel to the map, but the round change is just not it for me. I love Origins as a map, I really do, but I don't really care for its round change. Next is Revelations from Black Ops 3. The Revelations round change sounds very outer space-like, very outside of this world type of sound. Now, the funny thing is that, fun fact actually, with Revelations, since it's a conglomerate of other past Zombies maps, this unique track is only going to play if you are on the spawn room island specifically, because all the other parts of the map that are the older COD Zombies maps, if you are in that specific area in Revelations, you get that map's round change music. So if you're in Origins on Revelations, you get the Origins track. If you're in Shangri-La, you get the Shangri-La track, and etc., and etc. So this only happens pretty much in one location for Rev, which does knock it down a peg in comparison to what it could be if it were everywhere. I mean, hey, at least it's unique. Next is Ascension from Black Ops 3 Zombie Chronicles. So the Ascension one makes me feel empowered. I'm like, hell yeah, I'm about to kick some zombie ass with my Russian buddy Nikolai over here, and I'm going to stab the zombie in the face with a sickle. This one, for some reason, feels fun and not necessarily like scary or ambient. And that's fine. If we're not going to necessarily get a scary round change, I at least want to have one that empowers me. Next is going to be Forsaken from Cold War Zombies. So if Revelation sounds like it comes from outer space, this one sounds like it comes out from a flat another dimension, because this one is funky sounding. Like, a joke I can use to describe this, even though this doesn't exactly make the most amount of sense in the world, but you can at least envision it. This would be like if Rick and Morty in an episode went over to a dimension where the entire gimmick was music, and this is the stuff you would hear when you're interacting with the aliens and the other extraterrestrial people when they were in the dimension with you. Next on the list is going to be Moon from Black Ops 3 Zombie Chronicles. Just like the last two, this one's funky, this one sounds out of this world, quite literally, and I like it. It, in a way, feels nostalgic, even though technically it never was in the original Moon, but it does feel like if it ever was in the original Moon, it would be a perfect fit. It feels new and nostalgic at the same time. Next is Der Eisendrak. Darius and Drax's song is just the normal COD Zombie song, but medieval style. The slight change and the slight tweaks in the audio make it feel almost in a way relaxing, and I'm like, oh, well, it's basically the exact same song, but just without the angst. Next is Zetsubo no Shima. So Zetsubo ends up changing things up on you like halfway through. So towards the beginning and the end, it sounds cool, and there's that part in the middle where it's like just slightly off-putting for just like the briefest of seconds where it's like, I don't know, it's just like jarring. It throws you off and it like throws you through a loop for a second. Next in the list is Ancient Evil from Black Ops 4. So of all the Chaos maps, this one does the mythological sound or idea for its round change the best in my opinion. Because they were trying to do that with Voyage and they were trying to do that with 9, but 9's is just annoying and Voyage's just kind of just falls flat. This one is executed, in my opinion, the best. So here is pretty much the only good thing to come out Alpha Omega, and that's the round change. Alpha Omega's round change sounds cool because it goes from this happy song to this really creepy song all of a sudden at the end. It's like the song got corrupted, and that makes it very jarring, but in a cool way. It's like as if the game were talking to you and being like, remember, you're not safe here. And it's a really weird feeling, but it's the truth. And fun bonus fact, in case you guys didn't know this, the part in the middle where it's like whoosh, 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 I don't know how to describe it, but you know, the whooshing sound, that was supposed to be a part of a original version of a round change for Transit back in the alpha/beta phases. It's just that they cut it from Transit and they reused it later in Alpha Omega instead. Next is Classified, or essentially the remake of 5 in Black Ops 4. Now, with 5 being taken very seriously to the goofy vibe of Classified, it really didn't translate well for a lot of players, including myself. I feel like one thing that's allowed to be kind of goofy or cheesy is the round change, because this one's fun, and later on in the game, as the rounds get longer and longer before it changes, you're barely going to hear this sound anyway. It's going to happen anywhere from like every couple of minutes to like every few hours, depending on whether or not you're going for like around 30 or around 150. Next is Firebase Z from Cold War. Firebase Z's round change would be like the equivalent of the same noise and the same music or feeling that I would get when the Panzer would first spawn in on Black Ops 2 Origins. That same sort of mechanical, like, threatening sound that it makes. It would basically be the equivalent if the Panzer had its own round-specific music. Now, you guys remember how at the beginning of the video I said that some maps have multiple round change songs? Well, now we're at the point in the video where some maps are going to be showing their face twice, because now we're going back to 9 on Black Ops 4, because there is for some reason a completely different round change theme when you were underneath of the map and you were in the basement. Here is that track. just by where you're standing in the map, like Revelations, but within its own map, you get a completely much better sounding track if you're just near the Pack-a-Punch in the basement. I don't know why. For some reason, this is something that I feel like is unique to 9, because this doesn't happen in any other map besides technically Revelations, and I think that this is really cool. Next is the round change for Mauer der Toten in Cold War. The Mauer der Toten round change music is badass. It sounds very grungy and mean almost. It's like, yeah, this is COD Zombies, motherfucker, deal with it. It's like, I don't know why, but there's just so much emotion behind it. Next is Dead of the Night from Black Ops 4. So Dead of the Night is like the combination of the cheesiness from the classified round change and then the mythology feel because of the fact that this is within the Chaos story. The round change music feels like the Chaos crew had a Halloween themed map, and that's what I think of when I listen to this. I think of the werewolf, I think of the vampires, I think of all the cheesy 1920s stuff that is within this map. It doesn't necessarily make me think about the zombies, it more rather just makes me think about the spooky, scary elements of what I'm going to encounter while I'm playing. Next is the Zombie Chronicles version of Verrucht. Having the end of one round be the alarm, and the beginning of a new round be the lock and key of like a jail cell, is a really nice touch, because it gives Verrucht this trapped feeling. Verrucht is the scariest map within COD Zombies, and it got a round change, as it should, that fits the map and makes you want to shit your pants. Now next on the list is going to be Mob of the Dead, but specifically a version you may not always hear, which is going to be the round change while you're in Afterlife mode, because if you're in Afterlife while the round change is happening, you get a completely different song. So here's that version. Essentially, it's just normal Mob of the Dead, but with Mongolian throat singing in the background. Next on the list is going to be Shangri-La from Zombies Chronicles and Black Ops 3. This is the perfect round change music for when you want to be immersed in COD Zombies. Like, if I'm playing on Shangri-La and I get that round change, I'm going to feel like I'm actually at Shangri-La. I love how that Jason went out of his way to remake all the old round change themes for any of the older maps. It was a really, really nice touch that he didn't need to do, but it's very much appreciated. This one worked for Shangri-La, and it makes me want to play only Black Ops 3 Shangri-La sometimes. Next on the list is Garage Krovi. If killing zombies with your Russian comrades was a theme song, I would want it to be the round change of Garage Krovi. Next is going to be Keener der Toten from Zombies Chronicles. It's simple, but it works. I like it, it's nice. There really isn't much to be said. Next is the original Mob of the Dead round change. And now you guys know why that Mob of the Dead is so much higher on the list in comparison to something like, let's say, Blood of the Dead, because the amount of immersion that you get with this subtle sound is ridiculous. I know that whenever I'm playing Mob of the Dead and I hear this, I'm going to be fully locked in and ready to go because this one grabs my attention. I don't necessarily have to look for the sound reels me back in and makes me play the game. Next in the list is going to be Buried from Black Ops 2. Now, out of all the songs that we've listened to thus far, for some reason, whenever I'm not playing and I'm just like out and about in my normal day, this is like the only song that will sometimes appear back in my mind. It's probably because it's linked with nostalgia, because the first thing I think of when I hear that is memories. I remember playing Buried with my buddies after high school all the time, and we would just go into the Juggernaut hallway and we would just shoot and survive as long as we can. That's probably why I like this so much, is because of the fact that I remember those good times. I didn't intentionally try to think that way, it just happened. Maybe I just played a lot of Buried and this is just burned in my mind, but for whatever reason, this is just the one that stuck. See, the funny thing about that too is that Buried's not even my favorite map. It's up there, but it's not even my favorite. And then next on the list is going to be the original round change song for Zombies, from Nocturne Toten and World at War all the way to Die Rise in Black Ops 2. Now, because this one spanned so many games for several years, it's of course going to be the most recognizable and therefore iconic, and I do love this one. It's simple, it's easily recognizable, it's scary, it's immersive, it's a great and pretty much perfect round change song, but it's not quite number one. Now, you might be surprised to hear that because we're towards the end of the list. What is the one single map that I have left out that could possibly be better than the original? It spanned the most amount of games, it's the most recognizable. What is number one on the list? Well, my friends, that belongs to this wonderful gem. It belongs to Shadows of Evil. The music on SOE is perfect. One of my favorite genres of music is jazz music. I love this map for its music. The jazz and the round change that comes with it is just amazing. It's just so beautiful to hear. It makes me happy, man. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here. Welcome back to another video. In today's video, I am going to be ranking all the specialist abilities within Call of Duty Zombies. So this is going to span from Black Ops 3 all the way to Black Ops 4. This was requested by one of you guys, so I'm more than happy to end up making this video. So if you guys want to see a certain ranking for next time, just leave it here within the comments down below. And for those that are curious about how I'm going to be ranking these specialist abilities, I'm basically ranking them off of how much fun I end up having while using them. So essentially, it's just going to be entirely my opinion. If you guys end up enjoying today's video, please by the end drop a like, subscribe if you are new and like COD Zombies, and then leave a comment down below if you guys want to see me rank a particular subject next time within a video. So with all that being said, let's rank all the specialists within COD Zombies. My least favorite specialist weapon is going to be the Scepter of Ra from Black Ops 4. This is probably the worst specialist in the entire game because it's really only useful if you are playing co-op, which I do not. The Scepter takes way too long to kill with its laser beam ability, and the melee only gets really somewhat decent around its second upgrade phase. Black Ops 4 was weird because in zombies even, there was roles that you could pick with these specialist abilities, and I assume what they were trying to go with the Scepter of Ra was supposed to be the medic class, because this entirely functions like a medic-based loadout, being able to revive your teammates quicker, being able to make a bubble shield to protect your allies by slowing down zombies. This is totally something I can see being used for someone that wants to revive teammates and be a team player. But guess what? In COD Zombies, nobody really gives a shit about that idea. So what you end up getting for a majority of players is a loadout that you basically can't use a good majority of the features. All it is just this dinky little laser staff, and that's basically it. Now the next one here on the list is not necessarily bad per se, it's just something I don't prefer using, and that's the Flamethrower from Black Ops 4. The Flamethrower is just average in my opinion. It will kill things. I originally remember it being worse in my head for some reason. They must have patched it and made it better at some point, because I don't remember this thing being as good as it is now. The Flamethrower's abilities consist of just the normal Flamethrower. If you right click, you get a air cannon, which is like a baby thunder gun. And then you also can get this fire tornado that you can spawn in, which would have been better if you could spam multiple of them, but unfortunately whenever you shoot one, if you try to shoot another, it just deletes the first one, so you can only ever have one fire tornado at a given time, so that makes it kind of weak in my opinion. The Flamethrower is essentially the jack of all trades, master of none. It can do everything decently, it's just not good enough in one particular category that makes you want to use it. The next specialist here is the Annihilator from the Giant in Zombies Chronicles. This is probably the most forgettable of all the Black Ops 3 specialists because it's just from multiplayer. This is not custom made for COD Zombies, and I never really liked the Annihilator in multiplayer regardless anyways, just because I always thought this thing was kind of clunky. I didn't like the fact that it was basically a sniper pistol, but I understand that that's the whole gimmick of the thing in general. I just prefer running and gunning and automatic weapons, and I don't want to have to use it like a sniper rifle. Next is going to be the Viper and Dragon. This is a snake sword and a dragon musket pistol. This one is okay. I like the sword more than I like the musket pistol because the sword reminds me a lot of the upcoming specialist abilities that I like. I will say it is nice having a weapon for up close and far away with the specialist, but I do personally prefer the sword because more times than not, I'm going to use it to kill the common zombies if I'm stuck in a corner, and having a sword that can go for a broad sweeping kill on multiple zombies at once is preferred over a musket pistol that's probably going to only kill one zombie because you're only able to hipfire it and it's not the most accurate. Next in the list is the Gauntlet of Siegfried from Garad Krovi. I never really vibed with this one. I love Garad Krovi as one of my all-time favorite maps, but I will say the specialist ability on it disappointed me a little bit. The baby dragon shooting out fire is cute, but I mostly use it for just the punching ability that it has. That is definitely the best part about this entire specialist. But to be perfectly honest though, I wish it would have lasted longer, and since in Black Ops 3 you had to do trials in order to end up getting these specialist abilities instead of just waiting for them to recharge off of RIP like in Black Ops 4, I wish the abilities that were in addition to the main ability, which is the punch, were better in my opinion. Next is the Chakrams from Black Ops 4. These were originally going to be ranked much lower because I didn't remember liking them in Black Ops 4. However, with the power of hindsight and looking back on it, these were not nearly as bad as I remember them being. In fact, it's probably one of the better specialist abilities, because this specialist ability, when you get it to the very maximum level, level 3, it becomes really efficient at killing hordes of zombies. The very last ability that you unlock for this thing gives you a whirlwind ability, which makes so multiple chakrams are around you at the same time being able to kill zombies. So that way, if you run into any zombie, it will pretty much be killed on impact and it won't be able to really fight back against you. Not only that, but you get a speed boost and you can use the other abilities at the exact same time you're using Whirlwind, so this makes it extremely efficient at killing zombies in pretty much all circumstances. Now my favorite Chaos Specialist ability is the Hammer of Valhalla. The reason why is because of one distinct feature, and that's going to be the fact that it can stun lock bosses for you. The other Specialist abilities can be really good at killing bosses, but this one is the best in my opinion. So for example, if you were fighting a Blightfather, or as I like to call him, a Blight Daddy because it's funny, if you end up trying to fight a Blightfather, if you end up getting in a situation where your specialist is charged, you can just stun bash him into oblivion until he inevitably dies. Next in the list is the Skull of Nansapwe from Zetsubo no Shima. The skull is one of the main reasons why you're able to get high rounds on Zetsubo no Shima, and it's really efficient at dealing with thrashers for you. I really enjoy using the Skull of Nansapwe, even though Zetsubo is not my favorite map in the world. Next is the Shadows of Evil Apothicon Sword. I love the original sword, but I especially love the upgraded sword. This sword is just dumb fun to me. I love the fact that it makes me overpowered, and for a good majority of the game, I essentially cannot die unless I really mess up. The Apothicon Sword was a really great introduction to the specialist system, because having additional side quests in COD Zombies, and then having a great reward at the end of it, and not only that, but you can also upgrade said reward, that is what makes COD Zombies fun to me. Next is the Black Ops 4 Death Machine, because yes, the Death Machine in Black Ops 4 is a specialist ability. The Death Machine functions as normal when it's in its first form, but when you upgrade it to level 2, you get a grenade launcher on the end of it, as much as that sounds crazy. And then the third form of it, which is even more crazy, you can turn it literally into a pocket nuke. All you do is just throw it on the ground, and then the zombies on the entire map die. The Black Ops 4 Death Machine is the Death Machine on steroids. Now back to back, I have the Ragnarok DG5 and the Ragnarok DG4. This is the gravity spikes from multiplayer in COD Zombies. It's just that one's the Black Ops 4 version and the other is the Black Ops 3 version. The Black Ops 3 version, even though it has less features, is still my preferred one just because of the fact that I enjoy the way that they work in that game. And you don't have to charge them up, all you have to do is just get all the pieces because it's a buildable in Black Ops 3. Well, at least it is on DugTyler because it's also the specialist in Rev, and in Rev you get it out of the box. Regardless if you like the Black Ops 3 or the Black Ops 4 version more, this ability in general is still my second favorite within the game. And then coming in at the #1 spot is the Path of Sorrows, aka Takio's Sword from Black Ops 4 Zombies. This is, without a doubt, the best specialist in COD Zombies, because you can run extremely fast with this sword out, you are able to kill zombies instantly with it, the dash attack that you unlock at level 2 is so ridiculous that you can go into parts of the map that you shouldn't be able to get to, and then finally, at level 3, just because you can, if you wanted to, you can be invincible. You literally will end up going invisible with a zombie blood effect on your sword, and the zombies will not be able to see you. So in total, you get ridiculous god speed to navigate the map and to get to places that you shouldn't be able to. You can kill zombies instantly by just hitting one button, and if you don't want to necessarily be attacked at any given moment, you can just have the zombies ignore you with the press of a button. It is ridiculous. You get speed boost, insta-kill, and god mode all in one weapon. Now, can you only imagine how much more fun Revelations would have been if the sword on that map was able to function like this? Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, welcome back to another video. In today's video, I am ranking all the power-ups / drops within Call of Duty Zombies. Well, all with an asterisk. I am going to be making some exceptions because I'm not going to be including things like the Tram Fuse on DugTyler, the plants in Zetsubo no Shima, the Groff modules from Garage Krovi, etc, etc, because in my humble opinion, yes, even though those are drops, they're not like traditional drops like insta-kill or max ammo. They are used as a means to an end or a method to complete a task. While doing research for this video, most YouTubers didn't include things like that in their lists anyways, and even if they were in the list, we all know that they would be at the very bottom anyway, so what's the point? So I'm going to be only talking about the main 14 recognizable drops within this video, and I hope that that's okay. If you guys end up enjoying today's video, please drop a like, subscribe if you are new, and if you guys want to see a particular ranking video in the future, just let me know via the comment section down below. So let's get on with the video, guys. So coming in first at the very bottom of the list, this is going to be the original Carpenter drop, the one before Black Ops 4 and Cold War where they started to buff it. This one only just repairs barriers within the map, that is it. It is not something that you are going to want to use within any point of the game because all it does is just slow down gameplay by blocking the zombies from you. And if you really did want to board up a barrier, I'm pretty sure that you would just end up doing it on your own. Now yes, Carpenter does end up giving you points, which is useful, but it's not enough to honestly make me want to care. I have never met somebody who has gotten excited over a Carpenter. Next is bonus points. This just gives you a little bit of extra points, really not that significant. It's somewhat useful, a little bit more useful than Carpenter, but not by much. Now this one may or may not surprise you. This one is going to be the Black Ops 1 specifically Death Machine. Now you might be wondering to yourself, why am I putting the Death Machine so low within the list? It's the Death Machine, it's a literal minigun. Why is this not useful? It's not in this part of the list because it isn't useful, it's more rather because it's inconvenient. Unlike the Black Ops 3 Death Machine, the Black Ops 1 Death Machine makes you extremely slow and puts you at risk of getting killed, because you can't put it away once you pick it up, you have to use it for the full entire duration, and if you're playing on a really high round, like let's say in the triple digits, if you pick one up by accident, you're pretty much screwed, at least briefly, because the Death Machine does not kill on high rounds like that in Black Ops 1. I didn't want to lump together the Death Machine from Black Ops 3 with the Death Machine from Black Ops 1 because they're just super different weapons. The Black Ops 1 Death Machine is significantly worse than the Black Ops 3 one, and that is why the Black Ops 3 one is going to be ranked as its own entry later within the list. Next in the list is going to be Zombie Blood. Now, Zombie Blood is exclusive to Origins and basically makes you invisible. If a zombie comes across you while you have zombie blood, they will not attack you. So this allows you to be able to be left alone and do what you need to do for a couple of seconds. There's absolutely nothing wrong with zombie blood, so don't get bummed out that it's this low on the list. It's just only here because there's better drops that have yet to come. Next within the list is going to end up being double points, and this is especially good when you stack with an insta-kill, but we're not going to be talking about insta-kill quite yet, we're just going to be talking about double points by itself. Double points is extremely useful in the beginning of a game. It's not as good in the later half of a game, in fact it eventually does become pretty much useless to you depending on how high of a round you want to go, but double points is always going to serve a purpose. You always can use more money. And unlike bonus points, double points is useful because it's as many points as you can get before it wears off. The bonus points drop is only going to be a set amount every single time you pick it up, whereas this is not. Next is going to be the Fire Sale. I love the Fire Sale. I enjoy rocking Immolation Liquidation within Black Ops 3 because I want to be able to hit the mystery box as soon as possible, especially since it's such a good price. Here's the thing though, unfortunately, with the Fire Sale is that once you do eventually get the guns you want, the drop basically no longer serves a purpose to you, because you don't need a Fire Sale once you've gotten the guns that you desire. A Fire Sale is a lot like double points. It's very useful to you at the beginning of a game, but not very useful to you at the later half of a game. Next within the list is going to be the nuke, which works the opposite way. It is not as good in the beginning of a game, but is extremely useful to you in the later half of a game. If I'm going for a high round within Call of Duty Zombies, if I see a nuke, I'm going to get excited. The nuke kills every single zombie with the entire map, and when you want to play and go for a high round, you need things like nukes to help you out, especially in the older games. Next within the list is going to be the Wonder Waff that you can get within Call of the Dead. If you beat the Call of the Dead Easter egg when you kill George Romero, instead of getting a Death Machine, from now on you're going to get the Wonder Waff, which is much better in my opinion. Now when it comes to the Wonder Waff as a drop, unlike the Death Machine, you can hold this as long as you want, but it does end up having a limited source of ammo. So when you do eventually run out of ammo, if you want to get another Wonder Waff, you're going to have to kill George Romero all over again, which is obviously a pain in the ass. It's good because it is the Wonder Waff. It is going to end up having infinite damage, and you also can be able to chain kill zombies with it, but the one thing that just sucks though is that it has such a little amount of ammo. Next within the list is the Black Ops 3 Death Machine. I do have a preference for this above the Wonder Waff and the Black Ops 1 Death Machine. The main reason why is because this one has much better movement speed and handling than the Black Ops 1 Death Machine, and unlike the Wonder Waff, the Black Ops 3 Death Machine has unlimited ammo. Next in the list is both the Black Ops 4 and the Black Ops Cold War Carpenter drop. In Black Ops 4, Carpenter repairs your riot shield, and in Black Ops Cold War, it ends up repairing your armor, which is super helpful. And this is in addition to all of its original features back when it first was released. The Carpenter in Black Ops 4 and in Cold War is one of the better drops because you need armor in those games. You desperately need it. Black Ops 4 never had Juggernog, so the riot shield was your best source of protection, and to be able to make it so that way, that could be repaired without you necessarily having to go get a brand new one, or in Cold War with having to go back and repair your armor at an armor station was basically a lifesaver, honestly. Carpenter in Black Ops 4 and in Black Ops Cold War had one of the best glow-ups in terms of a video game mechanic I've honestly ever seen. Now we have got insta-kill, one of the most famous Call of Duty Zombies drops. This makes it so that way you can instantly kill a zombie with pretty much anything in the entire game. I usually end up using it to stab them, so that way I can be able to get a lot of points at the beginning of a game, or if I'm in desperate need of trying to save ammo within the later half of a game. Unlike some of the earlier drops within the beginning of this list, this one's always going to be useful to you, regardless if it's the beginning of the game, middle part of the game, or at the very end of a game. Being able to kill the zombies within one shot is always helpful, regardless of what method it is that you choose to do. You can choose to stab them, you can choose to shoot them. Hell, I know that even with red insta-kill, even though I'm not going to address that too much, you can sometimes just run into a zombie and touch them and they'll die. Insta-kill is one of the GOATs. Next is random perks, or the perk bottle. Now yes, there is a little bit of a risk to this one. You may or may not get a perk that you do not want, but the benefits outweigh the risk, because you can end up getting a perk like Juggernog or Quick Revive, and almost always do people pick this up after they've already got the 4 perk limit, so that means that they get a bonus perk instead within the older games. Sure, you might get Mule Kick, and you also might get Deadshot Daiquiri, but you can also end up getting Quick Revive, Speed Cola, Juggernog, or Double Tap, and a couple of other ones that are really useful as well, so I'm willing to take my chances. Coming in at the next spot is going to end up being the Bonfire Sale from both 5 and Classified. This is one of the best drops within Call of Duty Zombies, and the reason why is because it's a fire sale for Pack-a-Punch. It's 1,000 points to Pack-a-Punch instead of 5,000 points. I know this drop wouldn't really be that useful if it were in Black Ops 3 or more Black Ops 4, but can you imagine how nice this would have been if they included it in more of the Black Ops 1 maps, or even had it in Black Ops 2 before they introduced things like Gobblegums? God, I would have killed for this drop to be in those games. And coming in at the #1 spot for the best drop in COD Zombies, this is the Max Ammo. This drop is responsible for so many memes within the COD Zombies community that is literally not even funny anymore because it's so overdone at this point. The Max Ammo is never going to end up being an inconvenient drop, it's never going to end up being too late to get it, it's never going to be too early to get it. Since guns are our main method of killing zombies within this game, Max Ammos are always going to be the best possible drop to get. I have so many memories of me and my friends happily panicking whenever we saw a Max Ammo when we were just barely surviving, and it's one of the main reasons about why I think that Zombies is so iconic is because of just that RNG element. Being able to get such a useful drop when you desperately need it at the very last second is one of the best feelings in COD Zombies. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, welcome back to another video, and today's video I am ranking all the Gobblegums from worst to best. This idea was requested by one of you guys, and it's also perfect timing by the way, because Black Ops 6 has confirmed that Gobblegums are going to be returning. Let's hope at least one or a few of these fan favorite Gobblegums returns within the next game. And just to clarify by the way, this list is entirely my opinion and my opinion alone. I'm not ranking these Gobblegums off of which one is statistically the best. It's more rather just going to be based off of my playstyle and preferences, plus also my experience with said Gobblegum. So I do encourage you, regardless of whether or not you agree with me or disagree with me, let me know how you guys would rank the Gobblegums within the comments down below. And lastly, I'm ranking all the classic Gobblegums at the beginning of this video, and then I'm going to be ranking all the Mega Gobblegums next within this same video. If you guys end up enjoying the video by the end, please drop a like, subscribe if you are new, and let me know what you want me to rank next in a future video. But yeah guys, let's rank all the Gobblegums within Call of Duty Zombies. The first Gobblegum is going to be Projectile Vomiting. This is a whimsical Gobblegum and is only meant to basically be a joke. It is meant to make these zombies vomit upon dying to an explosive, so you can blow them up with a frag, or you can end up shooting them with a gun like the ray gun. Next in the list is Eye Candy. This is a Gobblegum that is once again another whimsical one, or a joke Gobblegum. It's not meant to do anything too serious. It is going to end up changing the zombies on the screen into a different color. It's going to end up being anywhere from blue, orange, red, green, etc. It's just basically meant to look like you're on an acid trip. Next is Newtonian negation. This makes the zombies, or any enemy for that matter, just float up into the sky upon death. This one is kind of funny. I will say that I like this one out of all the whimsical gobblegums, other than at least one more, because it does make me laugh occasionally just seeing all the zombies just ascend to the heavens. So yeah, this one's pretty simple and straightforward. And the last whimsical is tone death, which gives a funny sound upon a zombie's death. So for the worst gobblegum that's not a whimsical, this is going to be Now You See Me. From the perspective of a solo player, this gobblegum is literally useless to you. It just makes the zombies attack whoever's currently using this gobblegum, and if you're playing in solo, that is only going to be you, which the zombies are going to be all attacking you already as it is. Next is going to be Coagulant. This allows the player that has it to end up having a longer bleed out time, up to 20 minutes, but once again, I am primarily a solo player. This gobblegum is useless to you in solo. And since I didn't have any buddies to play with within this video, you're just gonna have to imagine how this thing functions. Next is Armamental Accomplishment. This makes so that way you can switch your weapons faster. It's basically fast hands from Black Ops to multiplayer, if you guys remember that perk. Next is the Gobblegum Impatient, which allows a player to respawn at the very end of the current round instead of at the very beginning of the next round. I see what Treyarch was trying to do with this gobblegum, but this one is only good in theory and not in actual practice. By the time that this gobblegum would be useful to you, you're probably so far into a game that you're honestly better off just using something else. Next is Always Done Swiftly. This allows you to have better strafing speed while aiming down sights. It's not useless, but I still don't want it. Next is going to be Firing on All Cylinders. This allows you to be able to shoot while sprinting at the exact same time. It's practical for things like a shotgun, but not really outside of that. It's really niche. Next is going to end up being Lucky Crit, which gives you the ability to have basically more of a chance to end up having one of your alternate ammo types go off, so things like Fireworks, Blast Furnace, Dead Wire, etc. Next is Arsenal Accelerator. This makes it so that way your specialist will end up charging quicker, but to be perfectly honest, it doesn't charge quick enough for me to want to use it. Next is Swordflay, and for 2.5 minutes, this allows you to have 5 times the melee damage. Swordflay is not a perkaholic, but it's definitely one of the better classics. Next is Stock Option, which allows you to be able to shoot your gun out of your reserve ammo, and you don't have to reload. I haven't had many times where this has been useful, but it's definitely not zero. I've had like 2 distinct times where this has actually saved my life, where when I was prestiging and I only had the originals, I just ended up having this in my inventory, and I had like a really weak starting gun, and I just spammed into oblivion while I was trapped in a corner. Next is Danger Closest. This makes so that way for 3 full rounds, you are immune to explosive damage. So this is a very poor man's PhD flopper, basically. My one friend, Zach, actually uses Danger Closest on a regular basis in terms of the classic gobblegums, and I understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to just make it work, but in my humble opinion, this gobblegum needs to last permanently for me to want to use it. Using it only for 3 rounds does not make me want to go out of my way to get an explosive, because I know I'm just going to end up killing myself on accident 3 rounds later. Next is going to be Arms Grace. Now this allows the player that bleeds out to be able to respawn with all their prior guns within the next round. So if you had, like, let's say a Thunder Gun or a Ray Gun and you didn't want to lose it and you ended up bleeding out, if you had this gobblegum in your inventory, you will keep those guns and you don't have to worry about losing them. I always believe it's easier to get back your perks, but not exactly get back your guns. So I'm not much of a gambler, but when I do gamble, I end up using Anywhere But Here, because Anywhere But Here is nothing but a gamble of a gobblegum. The gobblegum allows the player to teleport to a random location within the entire map. The problem is that it doesn't always teleport you in an area that is safe. You could be using it to run away from a zombie, and when you end up turning a corner and you're hoping that it will teleport you even farther away from the zombie, instead teleports you right back to where you just came from, and now because the zombies have caught up to you, they end up swiping you and you die. This gobblegum can either save your life or it can end your life. It really just depends on your luck. So this next one here is one of my all-time favorites, honestly, because it's very simple and straightforward with how it ends up working, but it's extremely effective, and this is going to be in plain sight. You can, whenever you wish, end up going invisible and having the zombies completely ignore you. This gobblegum has saved my life more times than I can count. If I'm playing a game and I'm running low on mega gobblegums, I'll just include in plain sight within my inventory because this gobblegum is really solid. I don't necessarily need something too fancy, I just need something that will keep me alive, which in plain sight does. For the last classic before the megas, this is Alchemical Antithesis. This is the best of all the classic gobblegums, because what it does is it allows you to be able to end up getting ammo instead of points. When you activate this gobblegum, your points get converted into ammo for any gun you're using, including a wonder weapon. So as long as you play your cards right, you can just keep looping ammo for as long as you have this gobblegum. Alright, so here's going to be my next list. Now let's rank all the mega gobblegums. So starting off this list with the worst mega gobblegum in my opinion, this is going to end up being Licensed Contractor, which just spawns in carpenters for you. Since Black Ops 3 was the last Call of Duty game before the carpenter started to have a glow up and do additional things other than just fix the barriers, Licensed Contractor feels pointless to have in your inventory and useless to use. Just as useless as Licensed Contractor, next is board games. This makes it so that way when you go up to a window, the entire barrier is going to fix at once rather than one plank at a time. I don't want to be doing construction work in Fortnite, and I don't want to be doing it in Call of Duty either. And to complete this trifecta of stupid gobblegums, next is going to end up being Bored to Death, which just makes it that way if you're fixing a barrier any nearby zombies get killed by it. Next is Unbearable. So what this gobblegum does, it makes it that way if you end up going to a mystery box and you end up getting a teddy bear, it re-rolls the mystery box and allows you to be able to have a second chance at getting a gun. Prolonging the use of a current mystery box sounds nice, but this only just delays the teddy bear for just a few more uses and then it still goes away anyways. You don't get enough re-rolls on that same box to make this useful. Next is going to end up being Temporal Gift. All this does makes it that way the drops will stick around for 2 times longer before they disappear. So for example, if you have a drop that's normally going to stick around for 30 seconds, it makes it stick around for 1 minute instead. As more gobblegums came out during the life cycle of Black Ops 3, this thing just got more and more useless because why would you use this when you can just use any of the other mega gobblegums instead? I now have Crawl Space, the Void Bow gobblegum essentially, because that's really all this is useful for. This gobblegum turns all the current zombies into crawlers. Given the fact that this gobblegum came out with the same exact DLC that Horizon Drac came out with, it is pretty reasonable to assume that this was only created just to help out with that upgrade step, because there's no other circumstance where this is useful. You might be able to justify its existence also for one other situation, which is just holding a crawler for your buddy while you're using the restroom or something, but with crawlers bleeding out now in the newer games, that feels unlikely. So this next one I'm going to be ranking with a side of caution. This is Flavor Hexed. The reason why I am ranking this cautiously is because the whole entire gimmick of this gobblegum is that upon getting it, you get a randomly assigned gobblegum. You can get anywhere from a licensed contractor all the way to a perkaholic. So the thing is that this gobblegum can either be extremely terrible or extremely good. It really just comes down to your luck. Next is Respin Cycle. So if you hit the mystery box and don't get a gun you want, you can use this gobblegum to respin the box again. You end up getting the opportunity to do this twice before the gobblegum goes away. So if you think that you're a lucky man and are going to pull a ray gun versus a pharaoh, you can take a chance at this, but I don't recommend it. Next is Burned Out. This makes it that way if a group of zombies end up attacking you, they will go up in flames. The issue is that this gobblegum goes away in like 5 seconds. The next one is Head Drama. This makes it that way whatever body part of a zombie you shoot, it counts as a headshot, but I have to ask, why would you use this when there's Deadshot Daiquiri in the game? Next in the list is going to end up being Secret Shopper. God, this gobblegum was a disappointment. So if you weren't there back then to understand why this is a disappointment, let me explain. The power of this gobblegum makes it so that way whatever wall buy you go up to, you can purchase ammo for whatever gun you want. Except for wonder weapons, which is what everyone wants to use this for. It also doesn't help that when you're going to buy ammo for your gun that doesn't match the wall buy, the price is astronomical. It's just as much as Pack-a-Punch. This gobblegum should have instead been called Scam Artist. Now this one's not practical, but it is fun. This is going to be disorderly conduct. This makes so that way every few seconds you will end up getting a brand new gun within your inventory. And I think this also does work with Pack-a-Punch, where if you had a Pack-a-Punch gun and then got disorderly conduct, all the guns that you're going to rotate through should have Pack-a-Punch. This Gobblegum is meant to be for a fun challenge, and that is it. Think of this as a way of doing Black Ops 3 gun game within the official game. Now this one is also kind of hard to rank because this one is going to end up being I'm Feeling Lucky, which just gives you 2 random power-ups. Now unlike Flavor Hex, since there's less drops than there are Gobblegums in the game, there is less likely an opportunity for you to get something you don't want from this Gobblegum. There are less bad drops than there are bad Gobblegums, so this one is not that bad. Next is Ethereal Enhancement. This Gobblegum will end up temporarily pack-a-punching whatever gun you're holding in your hands. I remember this was one of my more favorite ones to use back in the day when Black Ops 3 first came out. It's just that it's not as good in comparison to the stuff they add later. So this is another disappointing Gobblegum. This is Slaughter Slide. So back when Black Ops 3 was still the current Call of Duty at the time, there was this perk that was becoming very popular online at the time named Banana Colada, which allowed the player to shoot out explosives upon sliding. Because we didn't end up having any new perks at the given time, so we were really advocating for a brand new perk. And unfortunately, Treyarch didn't add in the perk, they just gave us Slaughter Slide, which is just a cheap knockoff in the form of a Gobblegum. Next is going to end up being Pop Shock, so this makes so that way if you stab a zombie, they get electrocuted to death. This is fantastic, funnily enough, if you want to end up killing a Margwa, because for some reason this kills him pretty much instantly. Think about it this way, Pop Shocks is the cooler older brother in comparison to Burned Out. They both do very similar things, it's just that Pop Shocks is better. Next is Killing Time, bro, codename Pizza's favorite Gobblegum. This is going to end up allowing you to be able to freeze everything in the map and allowing you to get a head start on everything while it's in suspended animation. So for example, if you end up shooting or attacking a zombie while it's frozen during killing time, it will then die when it ends up wearing off. This Gobblegum has a special place in my heart due to nostalgia. In terms of gameplay elements though, however, I really didn't necessarily vibe with this one. I thought killing time was just kind of too niche for me, and it just sat a lot of the time in my inventory. Next is Fear in the Headlights. This makes it so that way if you were looking at a zombie, the zombie's not going to move. But the moment that you look away, the zombie's going to start chasing you again until you look back at them. This is one of 2 Gobblegums that I like to use, especially during Easter egg runs, because me and my buddies are trying to focus on a step and we want the zombies to leave us alone. We will use this, or what's going to be next here on the list, which is Undead Man Walking, which acts very similarly. It just basically gets the zombies to stop attacking you, except instead of freezing, this just makes it that way they just shuffle regardless of the round that they're on. Next is Extra Credit. This allows you to be able to spawn in a points drop. Each drop is going to end up giving you 1,250 points, and you can do this multiple times. And you can either give this all to yourself, or you can end up sharing it with your team. It's best in solo IMO, but it also is useful in co-op. And another one that's better in solo, but is still good in co-op, is going to end up being Who's Keeping Score, which just allows you to spawn in a double points drop. You can do this 2 times and will allow you to be able to end up getting a lot of good points at the beginning of a game. It's really not too useful in the later half of a game, but it's a great way to get started. Next is going to be Dead of Nuclear Winter. This allows you to be able to spawn in a nuke power-up. You can do this 2 different times. It's not as good at the beginning of a game, but it definitely is good in the later half of a game. Next is Fatal Contraption. This allows you to spawn in a Death Machine power-up drop. Funnily enough, we've had a lot of drop ones in a row. Anyway, the Death Machine in Black Ops 3 is extremely good. It's massively buffed ever since Black Ops 1, and I would say starting with this one, this is where we're starting to get into the Gobblegums that I regularly use. This is what I like to call the alright bet part of the tier list. Next is Unquenchable. This ends up giving you an extra perk slot added to whatever amount of perks you currently have. So you could have all 8 perks, and then when you need that 9th one and you don't have a perkaholic, you can use this. Next is going to end up being On the House. This allows you to be able to end up getting a random perk, and this works for everybody in the entire game. Next is Killjoy. This allows you to be able to spawn an insta-kill drop 2 different times. Next is going to end up being Wall Power, which allows you to pack-a-punch whatever wall buy you end up purchasing, and then shortly thereafter is Create Power, which allows you to do the exact same thing, except it's for whatever gun you pull out of the mystery box. Now, just like how I really love In Plain Sight, I also do really love Idolize, because they both do the exact same thing. They both make you invisible to zombies, except that Idolize does it for everybody in the lobby and not just you. This is a gobblegum for a perfect situation when everything is going to hell and everybody keeps downing, and you can pop this so that way you not only have enough time to revive your teammates, but they can escape. Next is going to end up being Mind Blown. Now, I never used this back in the day, but this one is neat. So what it does is when you want it to, whatever zombies that you were looking at, when you activate it, all those zombies will have their heads explode. And this can end up ending around if you ended up having all the zombies within your line of sight. And since this is a activation gobblegum or a purple gobblegum, you can choose when you do this. It's not like blue where it ends up having it where it lasts temporary amount of rounds. It's not green where it activates instantaneously. You can do this when you want. That's pretty much the only reason why I like this, is because I can choose when it happens. Now, Soda Fountain is a really cool gobblegum because what happens is that whatever perk you buy, you will end up getting another random perk to go alongside it, and you can do this multiple times. I can't quite remember if there's enough activations for it to be able to allow you to get every perk in the entire game, but I think it's close. Next is Cashback. This allows you to spawn in a free max ammo. Now, unfortunately, like the other power-up drops, you can only do it just for one max ammo. I wish you could have done two, but I mean, hey, it is what it is. Next is Round Robin. Upon activating this gobblegum, it immediately will end whatever current round that you were on. This is the High Rounders gobblegum. This makes it easy to get to round 100. All you have to do is just click one button and the round is over. Alright, now before anyone tries to kill me in the comments, please let me explain. The next one is going to end up being Bullet Boost. Bullet Boost allows you to get a randomly assigned alternate ammo type, so things like Blast Furnace, Fireworks, and Deadwire. Now, you don't need this on any of the Black Ops 1, 2, or 3 maps, but you need this on the World at War maps, because in Zombies Chronicles, there's still no Pack-a-Punch machine. So if you want to survive for significantly longer, you need this to get a alternate ammo type. Because an alternate ammo type is going to make it so that way instead of surviving to round 50, you can survive to round 150. Next is going to be Phoenix Up, which allows you to be able to revive anybody on your team and let them keep all their perks. So it can be one guy or it can be all three guys, but you can revive them and let them get their perks back. If you're doing an Easter egg run or a high round run, regardless of what it is, if you're playing with multiple people, it is encouraged to have at least somebody rocking Phoenix Up. Next is going to end up being profit sharing. Now, this is really only going to be useful at the beginning of a game and if you're playing with at least one other person, but it is extremely good. This allows you to be able to end up sharing points as long as somebody is standing next to you. Even if this is only used for the first couple of rounds, you're going to accumulate so many points together that it's worth rocking in co-op. It's goated. Next is going to be Aftertaste. For 3 full rounds, you cannot lose any of your perks. Well, except for Quick Revive if you are playing in solo, that is. But other than Quick Revive, you're not going to lose your perks. For 3 whole rounds, this is something that is useful in the beginning half of a game, or even the later half of a game. It's not as good as the very last couple of gobblegums that we're going to have at the end of the list here soon, but this one is still really solid. And I'm honestly surprised looking back on all the gobblegums that this one is just still that good. Even after all the crazy ones that they add over the years, this is still a good one. Now anything else from here on out, this is going to be the busted ones. So coming in at the next spot is Raindrops. This allows you to spawn in one of every single drop in the entire game twice. You can spawn in every single drop in the entire game twice. I have no idea why Cashback only allows you to be able to spawn in one max ammo when you can just get multiple max ammos and then some through this. I feel like they just gave up on balancing halfway through the game. Next is Immolation Liquidation. This allows you to be able to spawn in 3 fire sales and you can stack them, which means that you can end up having a 1.5-minute long fire sale for everybody. I think that allows for a potential of 60 different box pulls. That's ridiculous, dude. Next is going to be the most iconic one. This is going to be Perkaholic, which allows you to get every single perk in the game immediately. I remember so many people used to get crapped for trying to run this back in the day, but then eventually everyone was just doing the exact same thing too. Next in the list is Shopping Free. This makes it so that way everything in the entire map for 1 whole minute is absolutely for free. Perks, the box, traps, doors, the gobblegum machine, everything is for free. 0. This does technically destroy the gameplay loop, but if you're looking for efficiency, this is the one to pick. Next on my list, I have self-medication. Self-medication allows you to go down 3 different times, and as long as you kill at least 1 zombie with a ray gun, you can revive yourself with all of your perks. And this one does include quick revive. This one is extremely overpowered in solo play. Now, you guys remember how a few minutes ago that raindrops looked busted, having the ability to spawn in one of every single drop in the entire game twice? Well, our buddy Power Vacuum didn't get the memo, and he just decided that he was going to spawn in however many drops he wanted for 4 entire rounds. Yes, I am not joking. That's literally what Power Vacuum can do. Power Vacuum removes the drop cap. For those that don't know, you can only end up getting 4 drops every single round, at least in the traditional sense. But the moment that you activate this Gobblegum, tradition is thrown out the window. You can get an uncapped amount of drops for 4 full rounds. Want max ammo? You got max ammo. You want a nuke? You got a nuke. You want a death machine? You're gonna get a death machine. You can get every single drop pretty much like seconds apart from each other with Power Vacuum for 4 rounds. 4 whole ass rounds. If this is in the later half of the game, like in the 30s, 40s, or even above, it's going to feel the equivalent of like round 5. This is, without a doubt, one of the best Gobblegums in the entire game, but it is only beaten out by one more. The best Gobblegum in all Black Ops 3 is Near Death Experience. This Gobblegum will not let you die. You are immortal while having this Gobblegum. What it does is that for 3 whole ass rounds, as long as you are ending up being either near a player in co-op, or just you wait until the game picks you up in solo, you keep all your perks and you just get back up again, regardless of what kills you or how many times you down in the round. You could down once in a round, and you could down 50,000 fucking times in a round. It doesn't matter because the game is going to revive you, and you are going to keep all your perks, and the game is just going to keep going until those 3 rounds are up. You become Jesus Christ with near-death experience. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. And today's video, I am ranking all the variants of the song Damned in Call of Duty Zombies from worst to best. Just for clarification's sake, I am not going to be ranking Vanguard or Modern Warfare 3 because I don't play those games, so the only versions of Damned that I'm going to be covering is Black Ops 1 through 4 and Cold War. Since music is subjective, I'm going to be ranking this solely off of my opinion and my opinion alone, so if you guys like a different version of Damned over the other one, let me know how you guys would rank them in the comments down below. So with all that being said, guys, if you end up enjoying today's video, please drop a like, subscribe if you were new, and if there is a particular video you guys want to see me make in the future, just let me know via the comments down below. And now let's rank every version of the song Damned in Call of Duty Zombies from worst to best. Coming in at the first spot here, this is going to end up being Damned from Black Ops 4. I want a main menu in the game I play to captivate me, and one of the ways that they can do that very effectively is with the music track, and the variant of Damned within Black Ops 4 is just not my thing. It's a good song, I can respect good music, but this version I don't like because it almost makes me feel kind of a little bit depressed. It's a very moody version of the song Damned. When I listen to Damned, I normally feel like slightly creeped out, but also simultaneously excited, because I'm looking forward to the game's horror aspects. And this doesn't really give me the feeling of horror or excitement, it just makes me feel just kind of sad. And there's nothing wrong with moody, but that's just not what I want to get out of COD Zombies. Next is the variant of Damned from Black Ops 3 Zombies. Now, Black Ops 3's is moody a little bit, but not as moody as Black Ops 4. Black Ops 3's feels very orchestral, very precise, and it's slow and methodical. See, this song doesn't give me any sort of nice, warm, fuzzy feelings like nostalgia, and that's weird because I would figure it would, because considering the fact that Black Ops 3 is my favorite of all the Call of Duty Zombies games, you think that this song would trigger like a flash of happy memories, but it doesn't. If I want to vibe out and just chill on the main menu screen, I can do it to this song, I just wouldn't do it that often. Okay, now this is the tough part. I'm pretty sure a majority of you can guess what number 1 is going to be, but number 3 and number 2 are not going to be as easy. I really like both of them, but for different reasons, and if I had to end up making this list have longevity of what I think my opinion is going to be on a regular basis, because even though my opinions might switch back and forth occasionally, consistently, I'm probably going to be ranking them this way more times than often. So for the number 3 spot, this is going to end up being Black Ops Cold War. This song is a vibe. I love listening to this particular version of Damned. Funny story, actually, I remember when I was doing the Black Ops Cold War Super Easter egg with my buddies a couple of years ago. Now, at the time, I owned Cold War on my PlayStation. I didn't have a Steam copy like my other friends did. So they were all playing on their PCs, and since we had to cross-play, sometimes we would have connection issues where we just couldn't join each other, and we would DC sometimes. And so this song we listened to quite a bit, and it's just in my subconscious now, probably for the rest of my life. This version of Damned is one that you can stomp your foot to. This one has a rhythm that you can almost somewhat dance and nod your head to it because it's just that catchy. I liked the Cold War version of Damned. And this is probably going to be the majority of your guys' number 2 and number 1 slots, so let's just get straight into it. Coming in at number 2 is the variant of Damned from Black Ops 2. The Black Ops 2 version of Damned is excellent. It's catchy immediately. I have a sense of nostalgia when I listen to this song. It has even some futuristic sounds that I never noticed until like a couple years ago, with the subtle whoosh and pow sounds. And Black Ops 2's main menu was the last time a COD Zombies main menu song creeped me out a little bit. I remember when I was a young kid and I would play this game at night with the lights off. All of a sudden, I would just feel just uneasy and jumpy. And that's crazy because I wasn't even playing the game, I was just sitting on the main menu and I just anticipated everything just going wrong. It's kind of funny looking back on how this song affected my 12-year-old mind. And then of course, coming in at the number 1 spot, you were probably expecting this too. This is going to be the version of Damned, the OG one from Black Ops 1 Zombies. The most recognizable version of this song, the best version of this song, is the one from Black Ops 1. This song cooks. Every person that ends up hearing this song immediately is going to be hit with a wave of nostalgia, and just think of all the flashbacks from when they were kids. This was one of the most popular games while growing up for Gen Z. And it also helps with the combination of the background with the zombie version of the interrogation room, because that ends up making it extra creepy and cool to look at. So this is easily the best main menu and the best main menu song in COD Zombies. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. And today's video, I am ranking all the power switch locations in Call of Duty Zombies from worst to best. And as a heads up, by the way, when I'm referring to the power, I'm referring to the old power switch. The one with the zombie hand on it, that is the only power I'm going to be ranking throughout this video. I'm not going to be ranking things like the Origins, Generators, or the Mob of the Dead Afterlife locations. That would be a separate thing. This is just going to be just the traditional, you turn the switch on, and the power activates the entire map, basically. And I'm also only going to be ranking these in the games that I personally play. So this is going to be all the Treyarch games except for Vanguard and Modern Warfare 3. So this is going to include World at War all the way to Black Ops Cold War. And if I miss a power switch in any of the maps, just feel free to let me know in the comments, and I'm more than happy to correct the mistake. If you guys end up enjoying the video, please by the end drop a like to show your support, subscribe if you are new, and if there's a particular thing you guys want me to rank in the future for Call of Duty Zombies, just let me know via the comments down below. But yeah guys, let's now rank all the power switch locations in COD Zombies. Okay, so starting off the video with what I deem as the worst possible power switch in all the Call of Duty Zombies, this is going to be the one from Transit, because fuck Transit. A power switch is supposed to be simple within COD Zombies, and Transit was just way too ambitious for its own good, because I do not like this power switch whatsoever. It takes me, on average, because I play Transit so infrequently, about a half an hour to a half an hour plus to end up just turning on the power to the goddamn map. It's an annoying task. When you boot up a game, you have to run out of the bus depot area, you have to then either get on the bus or run through the fog, and God forbid if you run through the fog because the denizens are going to destroy you, and they are also annoying in their own regard. And then let's say that you finally end up getting to where you need to go. Oops, you don't even necessarily get every feature of the power. When you turn on power, it doesn't mean that you can end up doing things like Pack-a-Punch. No, 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 no. That's a separate thing altogether. You will need a turbine, which you had to hopefully have built in the spawn before you got to the power station, because if you didn't, you're fucked. And what you have to do is you have to place the turbine in a random part of the power station, and then hope to God it doesn't break while you run all the way over to the bank and end up unlocking that, and then you can do things such as Pack-a-Punch. Insufferable would be an understatement to describe anything about Transit, because everything about it is tedious and complicated as hell. It is my least favorite power within the game, and it takes me way too goddamn long to get set up. Now coming in at the next spot here, this is going to be Blood of the Dead, but technically it's only going to be one of the power switches in Blood of the Dead, because believe it or not, if you never played Black Ops 4 or Blood of the Dead specifically, there is multiple power switches. So I'm going to be showing you my least favorite of the two. This is going to be the one that is located near the dock area. This is going to end up being the one that's where you can end up disabling the electrified door if you went into Afterlife mode back in Mob of the Dead, and it's like right here. And as you guys can see, it's very difficult to see where this thing is. It's technically one of many power switches, but the other ones are already just flicked up, and you have to get that one in the corner. It's very annoying how that this is located in, number one, this particular spot of the map, because you have to go through the catwalk, then you also have to go down the spiral staircase, and you also have to go in a room which should be technically lit up already, but it's impossible to see in there despite the flashing lights. Now next is going to be a tie between 5 from Black Ops 1 and Classified from Black Ops 4, because they have literally the exact same power switch location for the map. I do not like this area because it's claustrophobic as hell. I would much rather prefer to end up being in the upstairs areas, because those areas have a lot more room, unlike this one where you just turn around a corner and you immediately get shoved into a tight corridor and might get surrounded by zombies almost immediately. Next in my list is Alpha Omega, or basically Nuketown, because this power switch is located right near the Nuketown sign, and I feel like if Nuketown from Black Ops 2 did have a power switch, this is also where it would be. But regardless, I think that this area is not necessarily the best, even though you will never really go back there unless you want to end up turning on the power switch the first time around or using a teleporter over there. I just don't care for the fact that it's just in a tight-ass area. All of Nuketown / Alpha Omega is a tight-ass area, and I wish that the power switch would have been more conveniently placed like another Black Ops 4 map, which we'll talk about later. Next is Shangri-La, which also, funnily enough, has 2 power switches, but they're literally right next to each other, so I'm just going to link them together here. But yes, the Shangri-La power switches are not my favorite. They're a little bit better than some of the other maps we've talked about thus far. I just don't really particularly care for the fact that they're so far underneath of the ground. I wish that the power switch would have been a little bit more above the ground, because once again, I just don't like this claustrophobic area. Next on my list, I end up having Moon from Black Ops 1. Now, I'm a little bit more used to Moon than I am to Shang, so I personally prefer this power switch location over Shang's. The Moon power switch is in a claustrophobic area, yes, but you do have the advantage of anti-gravity, which can kind of allow you to get around hordes of zombies when you normally would not be able to in these claustrophobic areas, so you can just end up exosuiting above them if you wish. Although you should take that advice with a grain of salt, because that sometimes can also get you killed in certain instances, because the gravity in Black Ops 1 is kind of funky at times. Next on the list is going to be Mauer der Toten from Cold War, which is kind of funny how that Cold War only ends up having one map with a traditional power switch. But the way that the power switch works in this map is not like the traditional power switch exactly, because there's a mini side quest, rather, to this power switch. What happens is that the moment you turn it on, it's not going to work, it's actually going to end up breaking, and you then have to look for fuses by killing Tempest zombies. You have to kill 2 of them, and then bring back those fuses, and then you can finally turn on the power. And because basically you're spoon-fed in Cold War, it's not really that hard to do this. There's hints everywhere that tell you exactly what you need to do and where to go. I just don't end up liking having it where the game is purposely trying to stall me, though. Rather than giving me an unnecessary side quest, I'd rather just end up flicking on the power switch once and then just go back upstairs. This is something that I don't want a part of my gameplay loop. Next is the power switch for Call of the Dead, or the second one for Tag der Toten in Black Ops 4, because all you really gotta do is just go up the ship in Call of the Dead. And the nice thing about this power switch is that it's not too far across the map, it's relatively close to the spawn. Next is the power switch from Der Eisendrache. Really, my only gripe with this one is that it's a little bit far away, because you got to get about halfway through the map before you can finally turn on the power, but once you do unlock a lot of roomy spaces to run through and train, and you can get things going like the Pack-a-Punch, for example. It won't be fully complete, but you can at least get it started. Next is Garad Krovi from Black Ops 3. 2 things I really like about this area is that, number 1, this area is really roomy, and you can use this as a great spot to train / camp, but also 2, is that this is also how you end up conveniently getting to Pack-a-Punch, or also having an area to even bail out of, because you can just call down the dragon and have him just sit with you upstairs, and if you want to, you can just sit there and just wait for you to get overwhelmed or run out of ammo, and then just bail, and then circle all the way back from spawn back to here again, and just keep rinsing and repeating that cycle, and you'll pretty much never die. I now have Ascension from Black Ops 1, which is literally just a few feet upstairs from you from the spawn. You will spawn in, go up like 2 or 3 staircases, and then immediately power is on. Plus also you conveniently have the mystery box always here, so you can also get a mystery box gun and get your gameplay loop started. Circling back to Blood of the Dead now, this is going to end up being the other Blood of the Dead power switch, which is going to be much easier to get to than the other one that's near the docks. This one's going to be in the brand new area, well, not necessarily new anymore, but at least new for what it was at the time. This area, which is just outside of Richtofen's laboratory, and once you turn it on, it's plain and simple and you can get going. Plus also this area is a lot more spacious and easier to see the power switch, which I like. Next is going to end up being the power switch from Verrückt. 2 things I like about this power switch location is, number 1, the mystery box is always going to be here, and number 2 is that since the World at War maps were very simplistic and relatively small maps, you can get here extremely fast in comparison to some of the other maps. Next is going to be the power switch in Keener der Toten. This one's just a classic. It's conveniently placed. The moment that you activate it, you're immediately able to start setting up for both Pack-a-Punch and your perks, and by then you're already going to have a mystery box, most likely. So what you can do is you can just get your mystery box gun, go over to the Pack-a-Punch your gun, come back downstairs, and then buy Juggernog, and then just start training on the catwalk where the power switch already is. So pretty much in one single movement, as soon as you end up turning on the power switch, you immediately can get the most important perk in the game, Pack-a-Punch your guns, and have the best training spot in the entire map. Next is going to be the power switch for both Derice in World at War and the Giant in Black Ops 3. This power switch has got the mystery box just right beside it, and even though technically, unlike Kino, it's not necessarily the best training or camping area here, literally the main area that you want to end up being at is just behind that door behind me, so as soon as you open that door, you're pretty much set up once again. Now, because I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of Die Rise, I typically end up overlooking the good aspects of Die Rise. And one of the things that I never really thought about was how convenient the power switch is in this map, because literally from spawn, all you gotta do is just fall down the elevator shaft and then open up one singular door, and then immediately powers on for the entire map. It takes you less than a couple of seconds. Next on the list is going to be Buried, because literally this is going to take me less than like 30 seconds here. I'm just going to jump down from the spawn, build the Remington wall by, and then I'm just going to sprint all the way over to the candy store, go upstairs, turn on the power, bada bing bada boom, the entire map's power is now on. This is a ridiculously easy power switch to complete. This is so easy that it's probably, without thinking too hard about it, honestly as easy, if not easier, than it is to end up turning on the power in Cold War Zombies. This power switch is noob-friendly, extremely convenient if you just want to relax, and it makes it so that way games fly by extremely quickly. And for the number one spot, this is going to be the first power switch you end up seeing in Tag der Toten because, well, it's literally in the spawn. It's just a few feet in front of you, and immediately you can end up turning on part of the map. I wish it was this convenient in Alpha Omega. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. In today's video, I am going to be ranking every single wonder weapon within Call of Duty Zombies. The criteria for this video is as follows. I am only ranking guns or weapons from Treyarch's games, with the exception of Vanguard and Modern Warfare 3. Second of all, I am only ranking guns or weapons that you shoot while holding them in your hands. I'm not ranking equipment such as monkey bombs, and I'm not ranking specialist abilities like in Black Ops 4. And thirdly, this is entirely my opinion and my opinion alone. I will be ranking the guns based off of how easy they are to obtain, how fun they are to use, what maps they're available on, and so on and so on. And if you guys would rank the wonder weapons differently, please share with me your lists in the comments section down below. If you guys end up enjoying the video, please drop a like. If you are new, subscribe. But with all that being said, guys, let's rank all the wonder weapons within Call of Duty Zombies. Coming in at the very first spot on the list, this is the VR-11 from Call of the Dead. This, quite literally, is the worst wonder weapon we have ever seen within the franchise. This gun does not kill zombies. It does a mechanic that is unique to this weapon itself, and that is it turns a zombie, if you shoot it, into a human. The VR-11 is a poor man's monkey bomb, because you're supposed to be able to use it as a monkey bomb, where if you shoot a zombie and it becomes a human, the other zombie is supposed to target said human, but it doesn't always make every zombie go after them, so it means that some zombies inevitably are still going to attack you. So if you're one shot or in a corner, it's not going to do anything. Next is the Winter's Howl from both Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 4. Now, in Black Ops 1, this thing was at its worst. In Black Ops 4, it had a small buff, but I'm lumping them together because the buff is just that insignificant. The gun is a freeze ray pistol, which sounds super useful, but you will quickly realize that this wonder weapon is completely useless and is just basically taking up an inventory slot. The Winter's Howl is only barely better than the VR-11 because it can kill things, but it's not going to kill things very long. You're eventually going to have to end up swapping to another gun and using it in tandem with the Winter's Howl. Next is the Jet Gun from Transit. Now, this gun is complete dog shit, but the only singular reason why this is not at the very bottom is because technically it has infinite damage. So if you were patient enough and skillful enough, you could surround hypothetically until the game just crashes with this wonder weapon. And the main reason why this wonder weapon sucks, its massive caveat, is because technically it can break. It's not a wonder weapon, it's a piece of equipment. And this thing breaks super easily. You have to make sure that you're killing zombies only like in batches at a time, because if you just spam the thing and just let it spray and pray, it is going to break and you are going to have to rebuild the entire gun if you want to use it again. If I was not a YouTuber and getting footage for the sake of this video, I would have never gone out of my way to play and get this gun ever again. It is that egregiously bad, it is not worth your time. Next on the list is going to end up being the Savage Impaler from Dead of the Night. This is the NX Shadowclaw from Black Ops 3 as a wonder weapon. Now, it's really good at killing vampires on this map. It's actually incredible at that. However, that's really the only good thing about this wonder weapon, because killing an average zombie, you're going to have to spam and unload this entire mag in order to end up killing a singular zombie once it's past, like, let's say, round 15. This gun is only useful in niche situations, and you're not going to be using it for majority of the time you're playing because you're going to run into more zombies than vampires while playing Dead of the Night. Next on my list is going to end up being the Paralyzer from Buried. Now, I do like this gun, but I don't like it that much. I enjoy using it when I'm playing with a squad of 4 on Buried and we're all just camping in the Juggernog corner, but that's pretty much it. I think that the gun is decent, but it's not really best in solo. You can technically make this gun work in solo. I know there's some strategies where you can fly up to the one roof of the parts building and then just tap fire into oblivion all the way into a high round, but I don't like doing that. I think that's a little bit boring to me. So I personally, whenever I'm playing on Buried, just camp in the Juggernog corner with a turbine and stuff, and go till roughly around round 30 until I get bored. The Paralyzer, in my opinion, is not really strong enough of a gun to use in solo, and if I was going to end up trying to use it for its maximum capabilities, I would have to be in a certain mood to want to do so, which I'm very rarely in the mood for. Next is going to be the Tundra Gun. Now, looking at it, you're probably being like, what are you talking about? That's the Thunder Gun. No, it's not the Thunder Gun, guys. It's called the Tundra Gun. It is the dumb version of the Thunder Gun, the weaker and less fun version to use. So get this. In Tagged or Toten, there is already the normal Thunder Gun. You can get the normal Thunder Gun in Tag and use it, and it's still just as good as ever. Now, alternatively, you could go out of your way and get the Tundra Gun instead, which is weaker than the normal Thunder Gun, and get this. This gun has splash damage. Unlike the normal Thunder Gun, you can possibly kill yourself with the Tundra Gun. Why in the hell would you ever use this gun willingly? It's barely better than the Winter's Howl, and it can kill you. Next is the Wonder Waff from Tagged or Toten. Now, this is not like the traditional Wonder Waff that you may remember from World at War or Black Ops 3. In Black Ops 4, for some godforsaken reason, they decided to nerf this thing into the ground and turn it into a sniper rifle, and it's supposed to be sprayed rather than chain-killing zombies. Mr. Raffle Waffles took the words out of my mouth when he basically described this gun as being the equivalent of the dead wire power-up when you pack-a-punch your gun. So with that being the case, why would you go out of your way to get this when you could just get a gun and get dead wire on it? Next is the Scavenger from Call of the Dead. Now, this is a explosive sniper rifle, which is the coolest sounding description ever, and the gun's actually not that bad. Now, unfortunately, the gun's not strong enough to get you to round 100 on Call of the Dead, for example, like some other wonder weapons can on their maps, but this gun I do genuinely like. I think it is still worth your time to use, for at least the early rounds initially, and pretty much the only caveat of it is that it just has explosive damage, but the way that you end up negating that is you just buy PhD Flopper. Next is going to be the OG ray gun that has been in every single Call of Duty Zombies game since the very beginning. Now, the thing is, the original ray gun was good back in the day because it was the only wonder weapon other than a select few others, but now as the games have gotten progressively more advanced, the ray gun has just fallen to the wayside, minus the exception of the Cold War one, where it did have a massive resurgence because they buffed it so it could compete with the newer guns of today's day and age. So the ray gun is either really decent in World at War, really mediocre in Black Ops 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then in Cold War, it's one of the best guns in the entire game. But if I ended up meeting somewhere in the middle, I would put the ray gun right about here in the list. Alright, so coming in at the next spot, this is the Ray Gun Mark II V. This is not the ray gun itself, this is the variation of it that is in Alpha Omega in Black Ops 4, because in Alpha Omega, there is 4 Ray Gun Mark IIs, kind of like how that in prior maps we've had the 4 staffs, the 4 bows, and the 4 gauntlets. The one benefit about this gun is that the ammo will recharge over time, so you will never run out of ammo, which in turn would mean that you hypothetically have infinite damage, although the damage, ironically, is the weakest part about this gun because it literally does not kill anything, so even if it is infinite damage, air quote, it's going to be forever before you can end up clearing a horde. Next is going to be the Kraken from Voyage of Despair, and this includes all variants, so this means that this is going to include the Poison one, the Fire one, and the Lightning one. Just like everything else so far we've talked about in the list, the Wonder Weapon just doesn't kill things. It's just not that good. You are going to get a lot of hit markers with this Wonder Weapon, even in its upgraded form, so honestly, you should just not go for it. All of these Wonder Weapons I've talked about so far you should not go for, because they don't help you survive. Next, let's talk about the Death of Orion from Black Ops 4. This is the Wonder Weapon that is available in the map 9. Now, this gun sort of chain kills like a Wonder Waff, but not really. It does have a added benefit to it where if you hold it down, you can end up stunning some bosses and locking them into place, which will give you some time to kill them with something else. So if you want to, you can take a specialist and just beat them to death. And it is better than nothing. Personally though, I'd rather just use the Helion Salvo instead. Next is the Ray Gun Mark II V from Alpha Omega. This is a grenade launcher version of the Ray Gun Mark II. If you hold down the trigger, a grenade cluster will just shoot out of the barrel of the gun and blow up zombies. This is essentially your get the hell out of my way version of the Ray Gun Mark II. So if you're playing on Alpha Omega and you're trying to get something like, let's say, a max ammo, you can just spray them down with a grenade launcher shot from this and then go pick it up. One thing I noticed about this gun, though, that I don't like is the lack of ammo. It feels like that I go through all the ammo on this gun way too quickly. I would prefer if it had more, but I think that the compromise is that Treyarch just expected you to run the max ammo elixirs, but we all know how elixirs went in Black Ops 4. Everyone just runs the basic green ones, so that's the main reason why this version sucks, and I rather would get the other two. Next is the Ray Gun Mark II Z. This is the purple one. This is a ray gun if it were a shotgun, and this is where we're starting to get into the better Ray Gun Mark IIs in Alpha Omega. Now the gun acts very slug-like for a shotgun, so you're going to want to mostly aim down sights or be really close so that way your hipfires don't miss, because it's not going to have a wide bullet spread like most traditional shotguns. And for the last ray gun on Alpha Omega, this is the Ray Gun Mark II X. This one is my favorite, because it's a rapid-fire ray gun that when you pack-a-punch it, it becomes dual-wield. This is, without a doubt, the most fun ray gun to use on Alpha Omega, the coolest-looking one to use in Alpha Omega, and it's also the best statistically wise to use in Alpha Omega. Next is going to be the die from D Machine, and just like I was talking about earlier with the Kraken, this is going to include all the variants of the die, and not just the base one. Now, the die collectively as a whole is what the jet gun should have been, in my humble opinion. And the Wonder Weapon doesn't fucking break on you. Now, this is where I probably start to end up having a hot take with the list, because I think a lot of people are not going to like where I put this in the list, but next is going to be the KT-4 and its upgrade, the Masamune. The KT-4 is supposed to be like the Sliquifier of Zetsubo no Shima, and it is, but you have to work so much harder in comparison to getting the Sliquifier to get the KT-4. You have to spend so long getting this thing upgraded that by the time you're done, it's going to feel like it's already round 30 for the average player. But that's really my biggest complaint about this Wonder Weapon, is that it's just time-consuming to get and fully upgrade. Other than that, the Wonder Weapon's great. It has good damage, it has good statistics, everything under the sun. It's a great-ass Wonder Weapon. But I just don't want to spend the entire game trying to get it when I really only want to play for like an hour or two, get to round 30, and then dip. Next in the list is going to be the Ray K-47 that is in Firebase Z, or just in Cold War in general. I love this thing. I think this is one of the best ray guns we have ever seen because, number one, it looks sick as hell. Two, it's really strong in comparison to some of the other ray guns we've had before in the past, such as the Alpha Omega ones. And lastly, you don't have to end up doing a whole bunch of unnecessary steps and random mumbo jumbo to get this gun. You can either just get out of the box, or you can do a little Easter egg to earn it yourself. Next, I've got the fire bow from NSenr. Now, I just never liked the process of how to get the fire bow, and even though the fire bow is not necessarily a bad bow, there's just better options given the fact that you have the void bow, the wolf bow, and also the lightning bow. I originally used to think that the void bow was actually the worst, but now I'm starting to say that's the fire bow because the void bow started to grow on me, and I've just never enjoyed the process upgrade the fire bow, especially the step where you have to shoot in midair while on that launch pad. And then shortly thereafter, next is going to be the void bow. The void bow only grew on me because when I was reusing it again in this gameplay, I was like, oh, well, this is actually killing zombies better than I remember. I swear to God I remember the void bow never killing as good in comparison to the other bows. But then again, though, I never used the void bow except for when I played it on launch, so they could have buffed it and I just never noticed. But the void bow was killing pretty decently, I would say, around round 20. Now, I don't know if I would end up using this bow for, like, let's say, a round 100 attempt, but I could definitely see myself using it if I was playing a co-op game and the other guys that I was playing with wanted to use the other bows. It wasn't like this thing was unusable, so if I were in a lobby with my buddies and they wanted me to use the void bow, I wouldn't necessarily decline. So this is at the point of the list where we're starting to get into the staves on Origins. So the first one is going to be the Wind Staff. The Wind Staff on Origins is very easy to get. I think that it's grown on me just similar to the Void Bow, where it's not as bad as I remember it. I remember playing a challenge recently, about a couple months ago, on Black Ops 2 Origins, and I was getting the Wind Staff for that video and fully upgrading it. And getting the Wind Staff was pretty easy and straightforward. All I had to do was just get inside the robots' heads by going through their feet, and then the upgrade process I got done in like 10 minutes. The Wind Staff in Origins is better in Black Ops 3 because of the fact that you got Gobblegums and you can spawn things like max ammos. But in Black Ops 2, you really didn't have that much flexibility, so it's much harder to justify the Wind Staff in comparison to the other ones in Black Ops 2. But I mostly play the Black Ops 3 version, so I don't have this problem. In Black Ops 3, I feel like the Wind Staff is a solid option, especially if you're running max ammos or just Gobblegums in general. The Wind Staff, it feels like a Thunder Gun if you took away more of its ammo, because that's what it really is a Thunder Gun in terms of physics and capabilities, it's just that it's got a lack of ammo. Next is going to be the Fire Staff. I never really liked the Fire Staff on Origins. I tried way back in the day when I was, just a kid and I was just messing around with all of them. But after I found out what I liked, I never really just went back to the Fire Staff. I always preferred Ice and Lightning. My brother loves the Fire Staff. That's where I remember the memories with the Fire Staff the most, is that was the one that my brother would always rock when we used to play Xbox 360 Origins and we're just playing zombies as kids. And I heard this in a video recently, and I for some reason think that I experienced this as well. I swear I remember that the Fire Staff had the ability to crash your game just because when you would spam it, all the pixels would just make it where the game couldn't load. And that's probably a reason now I'm just remembering about why I never get the Fire Staff whenever I'm playing Origins. I mean, this is why I've always liked the appeal of having like 4 wonder weapons per map with the staves and the bows and the gauntlets, because at least as long as one of them's good and you're playing solo, you would just get the good one, and if the others are at least decent, you would just get whatever the next best one was, and you would just hope that you wouldn't get stuck with whatever the worst one was in that given map. Next is going to be the Wave Gun / the Zap Gun from Moon. Now, if you pick this up, it's going to end up killing the zombies by inflating them until they explode, at least if you use the Wave Gun version. If you end up splitting it into the Zap Guns, which is just these dual-wield pistols, it will just kill the zombies until a decently high round, but there's no cool special effects. Really, the only inconvenience of this gun is that it just does not make drops, which means you can't refill it based off of max ammos. Other than that, that's basically it. I still like the gun, though. Next is going to be the Alistair's Foley / the Alistair's Annihilator from Dead of the Night. Dead of the Night is one of my favorite maps. I think it's a underrated map, and including the Wonder Weapon when I say that, because the Wonder Weapon in Dead of the Night is one of the reasons why I like this map so much, because this thing is wicked good. Since the Chaos maps in Black Ops 4 don't have the ray gun, this is what would be the equivalent of the ray gun. It feels very ray gun-esque. And this gun, it really doesn't take that much time as much as people say it does to fully upgrade. Sure, it's a fetch quest, but you will end up being very heavily rewarded for it if you decide to upgrade this thing, because the gun will one-shot for so many rounds, and it's actually how I got my highest round ever in zombies at round 70, was by just dicking around with the Alistair's Annihilator while running trains in the one little room here in Dead of the Night. I even love the little neat effects it has when you shoot it, where sometimes you can get a tornado, sometimes you can shrink the zombies, sometimes a poison mist cloud will just overtake them. It's a really fun weapon, and it's super gimmicky, but I just love the corny-ass, cheap, like, 20s setting of Dead of the Night. It just makes me happy. Next on my list is the Ray Gun Mark III. I used to think the Ray Gun Mark III was just better because of the fact it was the third ray gun, and I loved the black hole combo with the dual-wield pistols, but even though I do like that, I have noticed over time is that the better I just naturally have gotten at zombies, this gun's not as good at killing in a high enough round as in comparison to, like, let's say, the Ray Gun Mark II, for example. The Ray Gun Mark II is actually better at killing in the late game. So the Ray Gun Mark III is a very great casual weapon. You will thrive in the very beginning for several rounds, because you can just spam the black hole combo endlessly. But eventually the damage will drop off, and that is the main deciding factor about why it's not significantly higher on the list. This gun is great initially, but in the later half of the game, if you're going to survive for a really long time, you need a gun that will help you survive longer. Next is the Wolf Bow from Horizon Track. I enjoy the upgrade process for the Wolf Bow. I think it's the most worth my time other than the Lightning Bow. It really doesn't take me that long. I would say for the Wolf Bow, it takes me like less than like 15 minutes. And the steps for it are not as tedious. I think that the Void Bow has an annoying step with trying to make crawlers to get its soul chests filled for the vases. And the Fire Bow has that stupid challenge where you have to shoot the targets in midair, but the Wolf Bow really doesn't have any annoying challenges. All you gotta do is just look for some paintings, go around the map and help out the ghost dog, and then get the bones from the prior owner, and then that's pretty much it. Next is the Lightning Staff from Origins. This is one of my favorite wonder weapons in the entire history of COD Zombies. I love the Lightning Staff. In fact, I like it so much that if I were to play a co-op game, if somebody wanted the Ice Staff, I would gladly take the Lightning Staff instead. I would pick the Ice Staff for solo, and Lightning for co-op if I couldn't end up getting Ice. I have memorized this upgrade process back to front and front to back. I've just in general had an easy time understanding where I need to go to get the pieces on the tank path, to flick the switches around the map so that way the electricity will end up sparkling, to end up doing the piano inside the crazy place. I can make the staff quick, it's fun to make, I like the reward I get, and also as well, it makes me flexible so if I'm ever playing a co-op game, there's less problems. And then next, I have all the variations of the Blundergat from both Mob of the Dead and Blood of the Dead. It would be the normal one, then the Sweeper, then the Acid Gat, and then finally the Magma Gat. The Blundergat is one of the best weapons of all time and has several cool variations. I mean, who wouldn't want this gun? You know, shooting acid, shooting magma. I mean, hell, even the Sweeper one is super cool because you can one-shot Brutus, essentially, with it until the very late rounds of the game. The Blundergat feels like the shotgun from Doom, just making you feel like a total badass when it's in your hands. Next on my list is the Chrysalax from Forsaken. Now, normally I wouldn't end up liking melee weapons, but this thing is an exception. This thing is incredible. I feel like the Grim Reaper going around with this Element 115 looking ass scythe and just slicing zombies in half. Now, you technically do get a gun variant of the Chrysalax, but the gun variant is not nearly as good as the axe variant. I always prefer running around and slicing zombies with the axe part of it, because the gun variant just feels like a pea shooter to me. It really isn't that strong, but it is cool that you can rotate between the two anyway. I think that is a nice add touch. The gun's unique, it feels good, and it's badass as hell. Next is going to be the Sliquifier from Die Rise. I don't like Die Rise, but I like this wonder weapon. This wonder weapon is so easy to make. It's ridiculously easy to make. It is so easy to make, in fact, that the fact that this gun is so powerful and you can get it built in less than like 2 or 3 minutes is insane. The difference between this and the KT4 in terms of the process to fully upgrade it is immaculate. I can get this done literally as soon as I boot up the game, whereas the KT4 is going to take me easily at least 20 minutes. Now, I do have to preface something, is that even though we have tested on the channel that you can unpatch this gun and revert it back to the power of its glory days, but I'm trying to base the Sliquifier as it's intended by Treyarch. So I'm basing it off of the way it currently stands and not reverting it back to the way it was back at launch. Because if we were ranking it based off of what it was at its peak, this would essentially be the #1 gun. Next is going to be the original Wunderwaffe, the one from World at War and Black Ops 3, especially the one from World at War. This was the second ever wonder weapon to be created, other than the ray gun, in World at War. This came out in Shinonuma, and then it was also in Darice. Now, the thing is that it's really only beneficial to you specifically on Shinonuma, because if you use it on Darice, if you end up shooting yourself, you're going to lose your Juggernog, basically rendering it completely useless. So it's only really beneficial to you on one map. But even though it really only benefits you in one map, it benefits you in the best possible way. In addition to some other factors, but the Wunderwaffe being one of them, the Wunderwaffe is the reason why Shinonuma from World at War is one of the best maps for high rounding ever in history of COD Zombies. Because in Shinonuma, it is possible to not get the hundreds, but the literal thousands in rounds, because of the fact that this wonder weapon has infinite damage, and that only 24 zombies will spawn at a time in World at War. This gun can essentially chain kill forever. If the Wunderwaffe didn't have the problems it did, like taking away your Juggernog, and was available in more maps, this would easily be closer to the end of the list, but I do have to give it a little bit of deductions because of its problems. Next in the list is the Ray Gun Mark II. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I always felt like that the hype for the Ray Gun Mark II was insane. I remember when the Barry trailer first came out, and everyone was just like, oh my god, a second ray gun? That's the coolest thing ever. And now with all the other subsequent ray guns that we've gotten ever since, it just doesn't feel like as a big deal. So the way I look at it with the second ray gun is that it was #1, the first of its kind, and 2, it's still one of the strongest ray guns we've ever seen. I do have a preference where I think that the Ray K is my favorite in general to use, but the Ray Gun Mark II is going to be something that's going to allow me to survive the longest because this is probably the strongest ray gun we've ever gotten. The Ray Gun Mark II sometimes is interchangeable for me. I sometimes like it more, sometimes I like it less, but on average it's usually about here. Next on my list is going to be the Cerberus from Mauer der Toten. This is one of my all-time favorite wonder weapons. I love the way that the gun looks, I love the way that the gun feels, and the weapon doesn't require you to do any stupid or convoluted steps if you want to upgrade it. From when you end up getting the base Cerberus, all you gotta do to upgrade it is just kill zombies and find a drop for one of the upgrade variants on the ground, and if you want to use it, all you do is pick it up and immediately it applies. There's nothing that you have to do that makes this like tedious or annoying. And if you simply don't want to use any of the upgrade variants, you just don't pick it up. If you want to use a different one, you just pick up the other one. Since these are temporary, you will eventually go back to the base Cerberus, but that's fine, because personally, I think that the base Cerberus is the best variant of it to begin with anyway. So really, the bonus upgrades are really only if you just want to end up playing with them because you find them cool or for fun, but I end up thinking that most players are just going to use the base Cerberus, so essentially what happens is that the moment that you get the base gun, you get the best gun in Mauer der Toten. The Cerberus reminds me of when I ended up getting those toy laser guns when I was a kid and was able to customize it with all of its parts that were always included separately in the toy store for some reason. And I would just end up using my imagination and end up kicking butt inside of my imaginative little kid mind back then. And for some reason, the Cerberus brings that out in me. I don't know why, but I just love feeling overpowered and the futuristic look of it. The little ball spinning around it is also a nice touch, by the way. Now, I know a lot of people love the stabs on Origins and the bows on Der Eisendrache, but the gauntlets from Ancient Evil are one of the best sets of 4 wonder weapons we've ever had in a map, so I'm just going to put them all back to back. The first gauntlet is the Gauntlet of Hamura. This is the light gauntlet, the one that is yellow. This one has a ability where you can call down a giant beam of light and end up annihilating the zombies. The one thing I just don't like about it, though, is that you have to hold your trigger down, and it kind of slows you as a player down, so you're not really moving as fast, you're kind of locked into place, and it makes it harder to kill things. Next is the blue gauntlet, the Gauntlet of Aranos. I'm probably botching all these names, so I'm sorry, but yes, this gauntlet allows you to be able to fling the zombies away from you Thundergun style because it has this air cannon effect that will launch zombies away from you pretty much instantly. You do have to hold the trigger down, though, to activate this gauntlet special ability, however. Then there is the Gauntlet of Gaia. This is the green one that involves the plants that you have to pick up and move around the map. You can get it done, though, in just a few minutes, and I think that this one is better because of the fact you don't have to hold down the trigger for everything. It's just a charge shot like the old staves and bows were that we used to use on Origins and Horizon Drac, so they feel more fluid and it's less clunky. When you end up shooting this charged ability for this particular gauntlet, it will fling these rocks out of the ground and stab zombies, plus also engulf them in like vines and shrubbery, and it's really good at killing them. So I would say that if you had to pick a gauntlet, either go for this one or the one that I'm about to list next. And lastly, this is the Blood Gauntlet, the Gauntlet of Charon. This is the coolest one and the strongest one. It's not that hard to get, even though you do have to go to the dark side of the map. It's only just a little bit longer to get than the other gauntlets, but when you do get it, it is worth it. This is the equivalent of the Lightning Bow in Horizon Drac or the Ice Staff in Origins. You will love this gauntlet. Next in the list is the Ice Staff from Origins, mostly because of its upgraded variant. Without the upgraded variant, this is the worst staff, honestly, but I'm not necessarily regulating the staffs separately from their upgrades, I'm just combining them. If they were separate, though, normal Ice Staff basically would be rock bottom. The upgrade Ice Staff, however, though, is one of the best ever because of the fact that you can chain kill so well with the Ice ability when you charge it up. I mean, hell, the Ice Staff even has some cool little neat side abilities, like, for example, you can spawn into zombie blood when you end up shooting the carriages while they're on fire with the Ice Staff. It's one of the best wonder weapons we've ever had for a variety of different reasons. It's also just iconic in general in nature. But yeah, I love the Ice Staff. I think a lot of other people do too, but there is just a few wonder weapons that are better than the Ice Staff, but not by much. Next in the list is the Lightning Bow from Horizon Drac. This is interchangeable for me. Some days I like the Ice Staff more, sometimes I like the Lightning Bow more, but more times than not, I always end up circling back to the Lightning Bow being over the Ice Staff. I think that the Lightning Bow is better because of the fact that the upgrade process is more straightforward and easier to understand in comparison to the Ice Staff, and the area in which you can train using this weapon is better than where you would have to go normally for the Ice Staff. Normally with the Ice Staff you would have to go into the mud behind the tank station at Gen 2, and that can sometimes get you killed, but running around in this area with the Lightning Bow and Horizon Drac is a really great option. All in all, it just comes down to preference, but yeah, I like the Lightning Bow, and that is why I put it here on the list, and now let's get into the very last 3 wonder weapons. Coming in at the number 3 spot, this is going to be the Baby Gun from Shangri-La, and the reason it's called the Baby Gun, by the way, is because that the original name, first of all, is just impossible to pronounce, but also second of all, is that it's just a glorified shrink ray. You can shrink down zombies and run them over by walking into them, and it is one of the strongest weapons damage-wise, because you're essentially putting these zombies into a insta-kill form, so that way you can be able to always one-shot them. You don't need insta-kills to one-shot zombies because you're not exactly shooting them, you're just taking away their health and basically putting them down to 1 HP. And if only they ended up making an elemental version of this, because there is cut concept art of a elemental shrink ray from Shangri-La. This would have been the first of its kind instead of the stabs on Origins, and it would have been really cool to see the other variations of what this shrink ray would have done had you gotten a different upgrade for it. But the original base one is still really fun to use, still really good at keeping you alive, and even though it's on Shang, and I don't want to play Shang because I don't particularly care for the map, I will always go for this if I play it. Coming in at the number 2 spot, this is going to be the Thunder Gun, one of the most iconic COD Zombies wonder weapons next to the Ray Gun. It is available on a good majority of maps. It is available in Nocturne Toten in Black Ops 1, it is available in Keener der Toten in Black Ops 1, it is available in Ascension in Black Ops 1, it is available in Black Ops 3's Revelations, the Chronicles maps of all the Black Ops 1 maps in BO3, and it's also available in Black Ops 4's Tag der Toten, and I believe that's it. The Thunder Gun is essentially perfect. It's lightweight, it has a decent amount of ammo per the damage that it has. In Black Ops 3 and 4 they made it even better because you can get drops when you kill with it, whereas in Black Ops 1 you could not. If you really want to be nitpicky in Reach, you could say, yeah, it's inconvenient that you can't reload whenever you want, but I think that's reaching. I honestly never really care that much, because at the end of the day, all I'm just wanting is a zombie killing machine, which the Thunder Gun is. And the best wonder weapon in all of Call of Duty Zombies goes to the Apothicon Servant from both Shadows of Evil and Revelations from Black Ops 3. It is a black hole gun, it is a Gersh device, it is the end of days for the zombies, because this squid thing, this giant squid thing that you just shoot out of nowhere and cause these just dimensions to open up, is the most sick-ass, cool, weird wonder weapon we have ever had in zombies, and it still is good to this day. They never nerfed it. All they ever did was make it where you couldn't pack-a-punch it on Shadows of Evil because they cut it last second, but then they made up for it by making it so that way you could do it in Revelations. But regardless of whether or not it's pack-a-punched, the Apothicon Servant is just the fun, cool, weird gun that everyone wants to get because it just makes you feel overpowered. This is why Revelations is one of my all-time favorite maps, because both the Thunder Gun and the Apothicon Servant are in this map, and you can get them at the same time. They don't restrict you from having both. So if you want to, you can get both and train in, I believe, Verruct, and just go through the rounds in seconds. It's crazy how fast things will die when you have both of these guns. You're Jesus Christ. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. And in today's video, I am ranking all the Pack-a-Punch quests in COD Zombies from worst to best. This video was intended to originally be every Pack-a-Punch spawn location worst to best, but that video would take a millennia given the fact that there is billions upon billions of Pack-a-Punch locations, sometimes even on just one singular map. So I just decided to end up ranking all the quests instead, which is a lot more manageable. I will be solely ranking all of these based off of my own opinion and experiences. The list is not going off of just only if the map is hard or easy to get Pack-a-Punch, because if it was, this list would be extremely predictable and therefore not entertaining. This list is all in good fun, so if you guys would happen to rank these differently, please by all means share your opinions here with me in the comments down below. And with all that being said, guys, let's rank all the Pack-a-Punch quests in COD Zombies from worst to best. Okay, so coming in at the first spot, which in my humble opinion is the most annoying way to get Pack-a-Punch in a COD Zombies map, this is going to Transit. I know some people are not a fan of the newer Call of Duty Zombies games with their Pack-a-Punch quests being so extremely difficult, but Jesus Christ, Transit is pretty bad too. Here is a list of a few things I don't like about the Pack-a-Punch on Transit. Number 1, when you need to end up Pack-a-Punching, you have to pray to God that when you end up placing a turbine back at the power station, it does not break on you, because for some reason in Transit, you need to have a turbine to still Pack-a-Punch even if the power is on in the entire map. Second of all, it's very inconvenient that I have to build the Pack-a-Punch machine. At least in the newer games, it's only like one piece or something like that on D machine, but you literally have to build the entire Pack-a-Punch on Transit. Lastly is the location in which Pack-a-Punch is at, because number 1, you have to go through the fog and the denizens to get to it in a timely manner, otherwise you're stuck waiting for the bus. And even when you finally do get in here, it's a narrow and tight-ass space, which means that zombies can ambush you very easily and you might not necessarily get out. Transit's Pack-a-Punch was never good, and I think sometimes people forget that because of nostalgia, but seriously, this is a bad Pack-a-Punch. Next is going to be Dire Eyes from Black Ops 2. Now the reason why I don't like the Dire Eyes Pack-a-Punch is because this Pack-a-Punch can move on you in the middle of Pack-a-Punching, like in this example right here. I no-clipped to find the damn thing because I was impatient trying to look for it, because it just moves around the map constantly. When I would finally find it, it would end up snatching my gun away from me and I had nothing to be able to kill the zombies with. Now yes, I was in God mode for this example because I was just trying to get the footage for this and I didn't want to play a legit game, but that's besides the point. In a legit game, it's very annoying when you just get bad RNG and either can't find the Pack-a-Punch on Dire Eyes, or when you finally do, you sometimes may lose your gun. Next is going to be Nuketown Zombies. Now, just like Dire Eyes, the Nuketown Pack-a-Punch is annoying, but for a completely different reason. So rather than the Pack-a-Punch moving on you, the Pack-a-Punch is completely random about in terms of when you can actually use it. Because in Nuketown, the Pack-a-Punch machine is just like the perks, where you have to wait for it to fall out of the sky, and it sometimes can be all the way up until round 25 when you finally can get it to spawn within the map. It is crazy how much that Black Ops 2 made a comeback with the last 3 maps being Mob of the Dead, Buried, and Origins, because these first 3 maps were all in a row, and Jesus Christ, they have got some very bad game mechanics, especially in terms of RNG mechanics, because this is entirely luck-based. Next is going to be Alpha Omega. Now, the reason why Alpha Omega's Pack-a-Punch is bad is because you have to end up unclogging these drains that are around the map. Sounds pretty straightforward, right? Well, not exactly, because what happens is that every single time that you try to clean one of these pipes, it's going to spawn in a crap ton of zombies. And in Alpha Omega, that's bad, because this map is extremely claustrophobic, just like the original Nuketown. And Black Ops 4, with the super sprinters and the mechanics of Black Ops 4, it's even worse sometimes. So you will down quite a lot, especially if you're not receiving help. This is also annoying in the later half of the game when you need to pack-a-punch a gun again, and they reclog. Yes, these drains will reclog again later, and not only just the once, which means that you constantly have to go back and forth around the map, putting yourself in danger just when you want to pack-a-punch your weapon. The only plus side to Alpha Omega's Pack-a-Punch is that it's always available to you as long as the thing is not clogged. The machine will always be there. It's just that you have to make sure that it's at a good timing, because if not, you're kind of screwed. Next is going to be the Pack-a-Punch on Voyage of Despair. Now, Voyage of Despair has 4 Pack-a-Punch locations, and really only one of them is good, which is going to be the one that's on the poop deck at the very end of the map. The Pack-a-Punch also roams in this map as well, like Dire Eyes, so you have to make sure where the Pack-a-Punch is. Luckily, in Black Ops 4, it at least will tell you which location's in. All you gotta do is just remember where that location is at. So, like, for example, if the game says it's at the poop deck, it's right here. You just have to remember where the poop deck is. The thing is, though, is that Voyage of Despair is confusing as fuck, and sometimes even just telling you literally where it is not enough. I need to visually see it on my screen to know where I'm going, because I get lost in this map. Voyage of Despair has always been confusing to me. I've never liked the layout of this map, and so sometimes finding Pack-a-Punch is just annoying. That's why I purposely always try to spawn it at the poop deck, so what I can do is I can just get all my guns Pack-a-Punch straight away, and then just disregard the Pack-a-Punch, because I don't want to be going looking for it in the middle of my high round strategy. This is why I don't like Voyage of Despair, because it literally, one of the 4 locations is good, and the other ones are obsolete to me. It's very annoying and feels like it's just a waste of my time. Next is the Pack-a-Punch on Blood of the Dead, and guess what? It's another roaming Pack-a-Punch. Oh boy, our favorite. And also, here's another oddity, is that you have to have the Spectral Shield, which is extremely weird. For some reason, they couldn't just make the Pack-a-Punch stay in one stationary location. I feel like that would have been better, but no, you have to have the Ghost Shield on Blood and spawn in 2 ghosts and make them spawn it in for you. It's very, very strange. And even then, it will still roam around the map. It's like, why am I putting in all this effort for just a move eventually? There's 3 locations in which the Pack-a-Punch can spawn on Blood of the Dead. My favorite being the roof, but the other 2 are going to be the other half of Mob of the Dead, which is like the Blood of the Dead specific part, which is going to be near Richtofen's laboratory / where the brew perk machine is, and then the other one is going to be near the secondary power switch, which is located down near the docks. There's nothing more annoying when you're Pack-a-Punching on the roof and then like it goes back to like the newer spawn and you have to keep going back and forth between the catwalk. That's very annoying because that spot is risky AF and I don't like having to go back to the new area pretty much at all. I only just go over there if I have to either get my brew perk back or occasionally Pack-a-Punch. Otherwise, I just avoid that area basically altogether and just stay in traditional Mob of the Dead. I don't like the Pack-a-Punch on Blood of the Dead. I just wish it just would stay put in one location, but we're gonna have to live with it. Next in the list is going to be the Pack-a-Punch for Zetsubo no Shima. Now in Zetsubo no Shima, it's a long-ass quest that you gotta do just to get 3 simple parts. So the first part is for turning on the power switch and then surviving a lockdown sequence underwater, by the way, where you're trying to fight off zombies and not suffocate to death, and then you get one of the parts as you're escaping the lockdown. Next is going to be RNG because it's just going to spawn in randomly from one of the webbed up bodies, and you have to end up meleeing them so that way they break and then hopefully it will drop you the part. And then for the last parts, you have to once again go underneath the water and end up collecting it at the bottom of this tunnel. Now this tunnel is extremely long and very big, and if you try to do this in the middle of a round, God rest your soul, because there's no way you're going to get out. There's barely any air, and it's extremely claustrophobic. You want to do this while holding a zombie, otherwise you're probably not going to get out alive. With all of these parts that you've collected, you can now go over to where the Pack-a-Punch is and use it to end up draining the water. And once you finally have drained all the water, you then can finally Pack-a-Punch in Zetsubo no Shima. One of the things I also didn't mention until just now, by the way, is that you better have a lot of money or gobblegums to get said money on standby, because the bunker in Zetsubo is expensive AF, and unless you have like roughly $20,000, you can't even open up the parts that you need of the map to be able to collect these parts. You either gotta get lucky with double points in managing your zombies, or you just gotta have a crap ton of the money-based gobblegums and just spam them into oblivion. Now I'm going to be lumping in Tagged or Toten and Call of the Dead together because their Pack-a-Punches work basically the exact same way. However, though, I'm not going to be including Golden Pack-a-Punch because that's completely different. So speaking in terms of just the normal Pack-a-Punch, the way that it works is that once you end up having the power on, you just gotta run around until you have it where the lighthouse shines a light, revealing the Pack-a-Punch location, and then you just gotta go find it. The Pack-a-Punch does move on both Call of the Dead and Tagged or Toten, but the map's layout is not necessarily that bad in comparison to the other maps we've talked about thus far. It is more player friendly. Tag and Call of the Dead, it's mostly just about just navigating the frozen water, and if you can do that, you're pretty much in the clear. Next is going to be Moon from Black Ops 1. Now, I feel like some people are going to wish that I put this higher, which is valid because I understand the appeal in it. However, though, this one's not for me. Moon's Pack-a-Punch, if you want to, is available straight off from the spawn. All you need to do is just have enough money, and the way that you would do that is surviving in the spawn because it's basically like a little challenge arena. Here's the thing, I like to take my time with Pack-a-Punch, and this is a little much for me. I would much rather get Juggernog, get a couple of decent guns, and then come back here, or at least use the hacker and lock down the Pack-a-Punch so zombies do not disturb me. I do see the challenge in this if you are more of a experienced or crazy zombie player, but I'm more of a casual one, and that's where this opinion comes from. I like what it's providing, but I'm just going to choose to decline the offer and will come back here when I'm good and ready. Next on the list is going to be Dead of the Night's Pack-a-Punch. Now, the way that this one works is that there is going to be 3 crystals that are lying around the map, and you gotta fill them with zombie souls, and then it will give you a hint on what you need to do. These challenges are completely random, and some of them may be, for example, like a soul chest. Some of them might be like, go escort a random NPC and help them get to X, Y, and Z spot on the map. Sometimes it might be a lockdown. It really just depends on what challenge it's going to give you, but I promise you a majority of them are not that bad. When you finally end up completing all these challenges, you can go over to this one barrier here and get rid of it, and then head into the forest and fight the werewolf boss, and when you finally end up killing him, you will then be able to end up Pack-a-Punching at your own leisure and get all your guns set up. Dead of the Night's Pack-a-Punch is definitely a fetch quest and very complicated to some, yes, but I personally enjoy it, and I feel like it's bittersweet. Next is the Drak Pack-a-Punch. Now, the Drak Pack-a-Punch is one of the last few that end up being completely random. It's going to move around the map in 3 different locations, and the locations are going to be right near the Death Ray, the rocket test site, and then finally right near the anti-gravity room, and all 3 of these are really not that bad. The worst one in my opinion is going to be the rocket test site, just given the fact that the rocket test can sometimes go off on you, but as long as the rocket test does not go off on you, all these areas are pretty roomy and able to be navigated without necessarily putting you at really any risk. I personally prefer the Death Ray on Drak, that's my favorite Pack-a-Punch location, but let me know what yours is down below. All you gotta do on Drak to get the Pack-a-Punch complete is just interact with the parts that are at all the 3 locations, and whichever one you end up building last is going to be where the Pack-a-Punch finally spawns. So typically what I like to do is that I like to get the one at the rocket test site in the anti-gravity room, and then I'll finally approach the one that's near the Death Ray, so it will be built there, and then I can get all my guns Pack-a-Punch before it moves over to one of the 2 prior locations. I feel like most players, when they play on Origins, will favor their staves over their Pack-a-Punch gun. The excavation site is also very cramped, by the way, and this is not necessarily the best spot you should be in the middle of a round. Lastly, I will also say this, is that the Pack-a-Punch can be turned off when the generators get attacked by the Templar zombies. Origins is my favorite map of all time. It absolutely is a classic, but the Pack-a-Punch is not its strongest attribute, and it's just something that a lot of people only do when they want to have a secondary gun for when their staff runs out of ammo. Origins Pack-a-Punch is even more obsolete with its Black Ops 3 counterpart because of the fact that you can just spawn in gobblegums, which will give you ammo and things like that whenever you want. Next is going to be Firebase Z. Now, Firebase Z is similar to Origins, where you have to go around and turn on all the generators to get power to the map, but then all you gotta do is just go back to the spawn and pack-a-punch your gun. Unlike Origins though, Firebase Z will not have the generators turn off on you and having to go around killing a special zombie type, which means that it will always be available to you whenever you want, which is a lot less of a stressor on higher rounds. That, and conveniently, right next to the Pack-a-Punch is the Wonder Fizz, so right after you Pack-a-Punch, you can buy whatever perks you want, which means that there's a lot of great valuable assets to you all in one small location. It's just right there whenever you want it. Revelations is very similar to Origins and Firebase Z, so I'm not really going to necessarily talk about this one too much, but all you gotta do is just turn on the power with the corruption generators, and then just trap the giant gummy worm, and then you can go into his stomach. Plus also, the Pack-a-Punch in his stomach is one of the better training areas in Revelations. Ancient Evil's Pack-a-Punch quest is relatively good. All you need to do is just have your specialist and free all the creatures from their cage, and then eventually Pegasus will end up trying to zapping the rocks off a Pack-a-Punch and end up unlocking it for you. And once Pegasus does, you can then use the Pack-a-Punch whenever you want, and the area is relatively good, not necessarily the most roomy, but a little bit roomier than some of the other maps we've once talked about. The Pack-a-Punch on Garag Kroby is very fun to unlock. What you need to do is you need to get these code cylinders which drop from zombies, and you have to go to the location that the color is assigned to. And once you end up calling in the Groff module, which is the thing that drops and just shoots that green beam in the sky, you have to end up killing zombies that are trying to attack it, and you will get a part so that way you can use it to unlock the Pack-a-Punch by taking all these parts down to the basement where Mule Kick is. And then finally, to end up getting to Pack-a-Punch, you ride a frickin' dragon, which is one of the most badass methods of getting to Pack-a-Punch I've ever seen in my entire life. This cutscene is always so fun to watch. It feels like I'm watching it for the first time every single time. I am just in awe about how beautiful this cutscene looks. I mean, look at this crap, dude. It's so freaking cool. Just going into battle on a goddamn dragon. Who else wouldn't want to get the Pack-a-Punch this way? This is super cool. So when the dragon reaches Pack-a-Punch, he will just fling you up into the air, and then you will fall through the roof. And then you can end up Pack-a-Punching whatever you want. This area is kind of unique in the sense that you can end up using the MG42, and you can also end up getting the Dragon Strikes. And then once you get everything you want, you just end up leaving by taking the sewage system. Next on my list is going to be Forsaken. Now, what you have to do is you have to fix this teleporter in the map. And luckily for us, since this is Cold War, it will give you a ping to where exactly you need to go to pick up the part, and you just need to collect all 4 parts. Now, once you get all 4 parts and build the teleporter, when you take it, there's still just one last thing you have to do, which is that you have to fight the Abomination, which will spawn in every single time. And when you kill the Abomination, then you can finally teleport to the area where Pack-a-Punch actually is, and finally get all your guns upgraded. And be sure not to stay in this area too long, because if you do stay in here too long, your character will die over time due to the radiation. Next on my list is going to be Pack-a-Punch on Mauer der Toten. Now, this is not necessarily the craziest Pack-a-Punch in the world, but it does look kind of cool, cinematic-wise at least, because just having all the disciples floating around the machine, and then having a fight sequence with them is just very surreal to look at. It's not necessarily the most complicated, but it just looks visually appealing. I like the way that this just is designed, and when you finally do kill them, which is relatively quick and straightforward, you will just get Pack-a-Punch. It's as simple as that. I would also like to note this area near Pack-a-Punch is also really good for training. It's personally where I train in Mauer der Toten, which is nice because it takes a while to get enough money to fully Pack-a-Punch a gun in Cold War, let alone a fully Pack-a-Punch gun and secondary in Cold War. So it's going to be a while before you end up getting enough money, and it's just nice when you finally have all the funds just to be straight right next to the Pack-a-Punch. Next is going to be the Pack-a-Punch system on 9. Now, the way that the 9 Pack-a-Punch system works is that you have to end up defeating all the champions at every one of the God Statue locations. You will fight pretty much every mini-boss under the sun that is available on the map, so you'll fight anywhere from the gladiators to the tigers, and once you collect all 4 of the different types of heads, bring them down to the basement, put them on pikes, and then it will end up unlocking the Pack-a-Punch, and you can finally upgrade all your guns. I like how it's 4 distinct boss fights with themes, and you can activate them whenever you want, and then you can finally Pack-a-Punch. It makes it more unique and novel, instead of just simply just turning on the power switch. Now, since these are so similar, I'm going to put them one right after the other. The first one is going to be classified, and then the second one is going to end up being just normal 5. Now, they do work slightly differently on these maps, so let me explain how each one works. On classified, you have to activate everything to DEFCON level 5 like how you did in the normal 5, but instead this time you have to find a set of parts that allow you to modify one of the teleporters, so that way you can actually end up getting to the true Pack-a-Punch on classified, which is the original spawn of Moon in Area 51. Just make sure to remember that you activate DEFCON level 5 one last time before you take this brand new teleporting location. The reason for me choosing 5 over classified for Pack-a-Punch is just because 5 is a lot more simpler, because all you have to do is just get DEFCON level 5 and then just run into the teleporter. Next is going to be the Pack-a-Punch on Ascension. All you have to do on Ascension to unlock Pack-a-Punch is just ride every lunar lander. That's it. Ascension's not necessarily my favorite map in COD Zombies, but I really appreciate the simplicity back then. Next is going to be D Machine's Pack-a-Punch. Now, this is all you have to do. You have to go into the Dark Ether and collect one single Pack-a-Punch part, and then bring it back to the overworld, and then you can end up Pack-a-Punching. I like the fact that in D Machine they brought back the idea of building Pack-a-Punch from maps such as like Transit, and then they made it actually flow and play out in a way that it made it fun and engaging, because instead of just simply turning on the power, it's a little quest. All you gotta do is just find the one singular piece lying around the map and just bring it back, and that's it. It's a little bit more than just turning on the power, but it's bite-sized. Not overwhelming, but bite-sized, and I really appreciate that. Next is going to be the Pack-a-Punch on Shadows of Evil. Now, even though this is not nearly as bite-sized, this one is just flat-out fun. I enjoy the fact that I can go around and do all these crazy rituals to unlock Pack-a-Punch. This one is more about just how entertaining it is versus how easy it is, and that's one of the reasons why I like it. I like the fact that I'm going on this crazy journey, ultimately to initially, back when I first played this game, be surprised that I was accidentally helping out the Shadow Man, which was the bad guy, and then I had to undo my mistake. I typically don't stay in this area for long, but the initial impact that this left on me when I first played Black Ops 3 has just stuck with me. It was a very good first impression. It introduced me to both the characters and also the gameplay mechanics in such a unique way that this ultimately led to Shadows of Evil becoming one of my favorite maps ever. Next is going to be the Pack-a-Punch on Buried. Now personally, I don't necessarily care for where it's located, but I like what you end up getting rewarded with while trying to get there. Because when you go through the witch's house, even though yes they do take your points, every time you successfully get out of the witch's house and kill the last one, you will be rewarded with a free perk, which is a way you can get max perks on Buried. This map has a lot of interesting trade-offs. The witches can steal your points, but you can also get a free perk. The maze is annoying, but you can also get a unique fast travel that allows you to get back to the spawn. At the end of the day, Buried is one of the easiest maps in COD Zombies ever. It's debatably easier than Cold War. I would say that's just a matter of how you look at it. Personally, I feel like the few annoying things about Buried are not nearly as bad as people think that they are, and there's a lot more good when it comes to Buried, especially with this Pack-a-Punch method, because I like the fact that I can get free perks on the way there. Now, depending on the type of player that you are, this may surprise you, so let me explain. This is going to be the Pack-a-Punch on Shangri-La. Now, the way that it works in Shangri-La is that there is pressure plates around the map that you must step on, so that way you can be able to go up the stairs in the spawn to the Pack-a-Punch machine. Now, in multiplayer, everybody has to stand on a tile, and they're scattered throughout the map. In solo, there's just one tile, and all you have to do is just stand on for a couple seconds, and then just go over to the Pack-a-Punch. In solo, it's ridiculously easy. In multiplayer, it's ridiculously hard. Since I am primarily a solo player, I just decided to only rank the solo version of this Pack-a-Punch method, because since I've only played Shangri-La with my friends only so many times, I feel like I don't necessarily have enough experience to really give a valid opinion on the multiplayer version of Shangri-La's Pack-a-Punch. If I was to though, it'd probably be towards the bottom, just because the one few times that I have done with friends, one of them have gotten confused several times on how it exactly works, which ultimately led to us just getting frustrated and not wanting to Pack-a-Punch on this map again. It's just nice how, at least in solo version, that this is a simplistic thing that is in a map that is known for being very complicated. Next is going to be Darius / the Giant. Next, I'm going to have Keener der Toten from Black Ops 1, and after that, Town from Black Ops 2. And the reason why I have all these maps back to back to back, and the reason why I'm addressing them only for just a little bit here is because these maps are only here for one reason only. They are simple and straightforward and fun. Because in my mind, there's two successful ways that you can have Pack-a-Punch, and that's going to be either by having it be ridiculously easy, or to give it some sort of fun but not ridiculously hard to understand quest. Because that's basically how I've been describing all the ones that I've liked, and the ones that I don't like are the ones that I can't control / are annoying gameplay mechanic wise, such as Die Rise with it moving around, Nuketown with not being able to know when it's going to show up, etc, etc. I want Pack-a-Punch to be something that I can get based off of my skill level and not my luck. I want it to be something that is easy and straightforward to understand, and not something where I have to understand the Pythagorean theorem to be able to just simply upgrade my weapon. You know what I mean? Okay, so now there is only one more map that is in this list. I don't necessarily know if you guys have been keeping track, but if you were just to make a guess, what do you think is going to be my number one? Alright, you got your guess? Coming in at the number one spot for my personal favorite map to Pack-a-Punch on, this is gonna go to Mob of the Dead from Black Ops 2. Mob of the Dead's Pack-a-Punch is the perfect balance between fun and challenge. So, the whole premise of Pack-a-Punch is also pretty much a good majority of the story in Mob of the Dead. You are 4 prisoners trying to escape Alcatraz, and the way you're trying to do so is by building a giant plane. And the whole entire quest to get Pack-a-Punch / the premise in the story to escape is by getting that plane. And you have to get all the parts by going around the map and doing these mini challenges. The gameplay perfectly blends in with the story, and it doesn't feel like it's two separate things. The challenges to get every single part are not only unique, but they're not necessarily too easy or too difficult, and it always feels like that Mob of the Dead has a distinct beginning and end with its Pack-a-Punch. So when you end up getting to Pack-a-Punch, that feels like a mini ending to me. It feels satisfying to get the Pack-a-Punch and just be like, okay, that's good enough, I don't need to do round 30 or I don't need to do the Easter egg. And a nice cherry on top is that the Golden Gate Bridge where you end up Pack-a-Punching is so wide open. This is one of the best training spots ever, personally, in COD Zombies. This area is great to run around in and just survive. And if you really just want to end the game, all you gotta do is just electrocute yourself with the electric chair and then you just go back to the prison. It's very, very fun. Very good gameplay loop. Very unique mechanics. Very easy to understand. And it just flows well. I have not met a singular person that has said that they do not like the Pack-a-Punch system on Mob of the Dead. When Jason Blundell tried to take on zombies, with this map being his very first one, he could have just ended up playing it safe and just went really simplistic, but he knocked it out of the park with a home run by trying something new. And sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. But I will say this, is that Jason, thank you for making this map, because if you did not take the risk, we would have not had one of the best maps we still got to this day in the franchise. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. And in today's video, I'm going to be ranking all the Juggernog locations in COD Zombies from worst to best. Now, I'd like to clarify that this video is being recorded the day right before that Black Ops 6 officially comes out, so therefore Black Ops 6 is not going to be included anywhere within this list, and it's only going to include 5 games. It's going to include World at War, Black Ops 1, 2, and 3, and then Cold War, because Black Ops 4 never had Juggernog, and I never played Modern Warfare 3 or Vanguard because I just did not like those games, so I see no point in including them since I never ended up playing them in the first place. Now, this list is going to be entirely my opinion and my opinion alone. It's going to be based off of my experiences and how easy or hard I remember it being to get Juggernog within these given maps. And with that being said, I thought it would be very important to mention right away that nowhere in this list will you see Nuketown or Die Rise from Black Ops 2, because number one, if they were on the list, they would be at the very bottom, and the reason why they would be at the very bottom is because to obtain those perks, you basically need luck. Nuketown, if you end up getting unlucky, can sometimes have Juggernog spawn in as late as round 25, and Die Rise, since they're in the elevators, they are moving constantly, so you can literally just get to the perk and immediately have to chase it down again. Now, with all those clarifications out of the way, let's end up hopping into the list. If you end up enjoying the list, please drop a like, but let's begin. Okay, so for the first spot, since I'm not including both Nuketown and Die Rise, by de facto, this map is going to be the automatic next spot, and therefore the worst spot on the list. This is going to belong to Moon from Black Ops 1. The way that Juggernog works on Moon is that it cycles in and out with Speed Cola, which means that sometimes you have to make 2 trips to just get 1 perk. You may or may not have to end up going to Area 51 multiple times just to get Juggernog, which can sometimes take forever. This is not quite as bad as Nuketown or Die Rise, but it's pretty damn close. At least you don't have to wait until possibly round 25, or end up having the perk leave the moment that you get there. Once it's there, it stays there. Well, that is at least until you leave again, but if you see the perk, unless you leave and go back to the moon, it will stay there as long as you're at Area 51. Next is Transit from Black Ops 2. It takes way too damn long to get set up on this map. Either you have to wait for Ted to end up taking you to town after you turn on the power by riding the bus, or you have to sprint through the fog, lava, and denizens and get there on foot. Regardless of which method you pick, it will take excruciatingly long just to get Juggernog. If only Juggernog were at one of the earlier locations, like the power station, or maybe even the diner, then maybe this wouldn't be as bad. But since it's at the last location that Ted makes a stop at, it takes you unnecessarily long to get this perk. Next is the Juggernog location on Call of the Dead. Now, unlike Transit, where you have lava, fog, and denizens getting in your way, on this map, you've got frozen ice water, George Romero, and claustrophobia getting in your way, because that is exactly what you're going to have to endure to get this perk. Next on the list, I'm just going to lump these together because for the most part, they're basically identical, and this is going to be 3 of the 4 huts in Shinonuma. This is going to exclude the comm room specifically because the comm room is actually not necessarily that bad to get the jug. It's just that I have a problem with the other 3. The problem with the other 3 that I don't like is that there's a whole bunch of deep bodies of water that end up slowing me down. You can kind of sense the theme here with certain Juggernog locations that I don't like, given the fact that the 2 before this were Transit and Call of the Dead. You can see that 2 of the things that annoy me the most about getting to Juggernog are when shit's in my way and slows me down, or if it's like a one-way doorway that can lead me to getting trapped and killed, which both of these are at play here. It doesn't necessarily help either that the perks are also random on this map, but unlike Nuketown or Die Rise, it's not like the perk is going to move once I see it, or it's going to be impossible to get before round 25 sometimes. Next on the list is going to be one of 2 Juggernog locations in Shangri-La. This is going to be the one that belongs to the Maze Trap, because even though this one wouldn't necessarily be the worst on a low round, it's when you're in a later round that this thing becomes a nuisance, because if you down in the middle of a high round, and in your given game, if Juggernog spawned here, good luck to you. Next is going to be the Juggernog location in Darice of World at War, or one of many Juggernog locations in the Giant of Black Ops 3. This area is one way in and one way out. At least for you, because there's multiple zombie entrances that can also end up being problematic. Similar to the one on Shangri-La, if you down mid-round and you need to get Juggernog again, good luck, because if you don't end up doing it extremely quick, you're gonna get trapped and you're gonna die. Next is going to be Verrucht in World at War. In Verrucht, we've got something that's a little bit of a problem, which is going to be this little shit right here, which is the Verrucht Sprinters. Because these guys run so ridiculously fast that if you need to get Juggernog and he's right behind you, you are screwed. He will get to you before you can fully drink the perk and bitch slap you into oblivion. Next is going to be the Juggernog location of Keener der Toten. I love Kino, I really do, but just like Darice, it's one way in and one way out. This is not the best designed Juggernog location. If only Juggernog were on the stage instead. Next is the Juggernog location on Ascension. This location is just another cramped hallway or room with one way in and one way out, but on top of that you've also got the monkeys that spawn every few rounds, which means that it's very likely there's a high chance they could steal your perk, and you gotta subject yourself to a possible risk of getting trapped in here again, multiple times in a given play session. Next is Origins from Black Ops 2. Now, the mud, luckily for the most part, is more rather around a Juggernog and not directly on top of Juggernog, but the fact that Juggernog is still tucked away in this inconvenient little crevice next to Generator 4 makes it very risky still regardless, because you can have it where, if let's say the Templar zombies are in the middle of spawning, or you just get very unlucky, the zombies will have their way with you, and they're going to kill you extremely quick. And it's not like you can get out of there once you recover either, because even if you have quick revive and you immediately get up, if the zombies are not far enough away, and the mud, given the fact that it's still right next to you, if you're trying to run away and get out of there, the mud could slow you down just enough that it could fully kill you. This area is not as safe as you think it is. Next is Juggernog on Mob of the Dead. Now, Mob of the Dead luckily doesn't have it where there's anything slowing you down, and it luckily also doesn't have it where there's only one entrance in and one exit out. However, though, this area is still not the best design, because it's still claustrophobic as hell, and this can therefore lead to many zombies jumping you and getting you by surprise. Next is going to be the only other Jug location in Shangri-La, which is going to be right over here. Now, this is actually easier to get to, not only at the beginning of a game, but also in the later half of a game. This spawn is going to be closer next to the power switch, and you also don't have to deal with the maze. There is a little spike trap, yes, but that's not necessarily as annoying. That doesn't necessarily come down to luck. There is a window consistently where you can just go past it, but the maze is completely RNG of whether or not it's going to just send you in a loop constantly, or just be a straight shot. Next is going to be Buried. Now, a part of me wanted to put this in a slightly better position, given the fact that this is one of the most famous camping spots of all time, but I decided to place it here on the list because in single player, this is not nearly as good of a spot like it is in co-op. If you're planning on going in here in mid-round, I hope you either have a Paralyzer or a Subsurface Resonator. Next is the comm room from Shi No Numa. Now, luckily, this area does have a whole bunch of wooden planks everywhere that will allow you to be able to avoid the water unless you choose to go into it. And when Shi No Numa was remastered in Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 3, and they made it where you could end up having Quick Revive work in solo, if you ended up downing and losing your Quick Revive and Juggernog and you wanted to go get your perks again, if Juggernog was in the comm room, it was already in the main training spot of that given map. So if that was one of the perks that you needed to get mid-round, and you just grabbed it, and now you need to try to survive for a while until you can buy the rest of your perks, you're already in the most convenient spot in the entire map. Next on my list is going to be the Juggernog location on 5. Now, even though 5 is a very difficult map, the Juggernog location honestly is not that bad, because the Juggernog location is not tucked away in a deep-ass tunnel or hallway leading to you possibly getting surrounded and trapped. It's just a little indent, which means you can pop in and pop out. That, and it's also already in the pretty much one and only training area in 5, which means that if you pick it up and you're in the middle of a round, you're immediately able to start training again, at least until the end of a round when you can hold a zombie and then get fully reset back up again. Next is going to be one of 3, I believe, locations that Juggernog can spawn in Zetsubo no Shima, and this is going to be the bunker one. The bunker is not my favorite part of Zetsubo no Shima, and I've just had no real good experiences whenever I'm in this bunker. I tend to just get killed in here. Next is Garag Krovi's Juggernog location. This, once again, is just another cramped-ass room. Need I say more? The next location is going to end up being another one that's on the Giant, and this is going to be next to the KRM wall by / one of the mystery box spawns. It is not the most egregious spot, but I would prefer it to be in one of the other spots. Next is the Drak or DE Juggernog location. Now, this area is crowded and it has zombie spawns. However, though, if you have a bow and you spam it into oblivion, you sometimes can get out scot-free. However, if you have no ammo on top of having no perks, going in here in the mid-rounds are going to be basically a death sentence, because it's way too easy to get trapped from all directions. You may rank this differently depending on your experiences compared to mine, but this is where I chose to put it on my list. Let me know about yours. Next is the Juggernog location of Revelations, which takes place in Nocturne Toten. It's one of the quickest ways to get Juggernog, given the fact that the moment you turn on the first generator, Juggernog's already on, but you're also in Nocturne Toten. So you have to hope that you can get into the fast travel system before the zombies start to spawn in that given area. Otherwise, it's a 50-50 if you'll live. Next is going to be the Juggernog location of where Quick Revive would have originally been in Derice, that's on the Giant. Now, this Juggernog location has its benefits and its weaknesses. You have the points you can get it right after turning on power, and it's near the catwalk. However, though, there's really only one way out if you don't go in through the same entrance, which is going to be through the floor, and that's a risky spot. Next is the Waterfront District in Shadows of Evil. Of all the districts in Shadows of Evil, this is my least favorite layout-wise. is really unfavorable to the player in my opinion because there's just the most amount of junk that's in the way in comparison to the other two. This really fundamentally just comes down to layout preferences, but I would say that this is probably my least favorite district because this is more times than not the one that kills me. Originally, I was thinking about not including farm or town within this given list, but since I'm excluding Nuketown and Die Rise, I thought I should include them. That being said, the next thing on my list is the Jug location on farm. Now, farm doesn't necessarily have the best location, but it's farm. You're not really meant to play on this map for more than a couple of rounds. It's not like you're going to be going into like round 100 or anything. You probably will play on this until like round 15 or 20 for the average player, so it's not necessarily the biggest deal that it is not in the perfect location on this map, if that makes sense. It's a good enough location for the type of map that farm is. When it comes to Zetsubo no Shima, I would like to clarify that I don't necessarily know for 100% certainty all the Juggernaut locations, but I do believe they cycle between 3 different ones. Other than the bunker, I do believe it can also spawn right here where the challenges are. However, though, I was not able to get the RNG to have specifically Juggernog land in this spot. I tried so many times just resetting the match with my Amethyst mod menu and just trying to reload it over and over and over again, but I couldn't get Juggernog to show up here other than the bunker. With that clarification out of the way, I have seen it take place here, and this is actually a preferred spot over the bunker in my opinion. If I'm going to get Jug to land in one of the spots, I rather would have it be over there. And then just right after that location, the next spot on the list is going to end up being this one, which is going to be right next to one of the temporary power stations. It's not the bunker or the prior location next to the challenges. It can spawn right in front of me, right near this gate. It's like the last location, I was not able to get a clip of a gameplay where Juggernog landed here specifically. It was just all the other perks. Of all 3 locations, this is probably my favorite one on Zetsubo. Next is the Footlight District on Shadows of Evil. I feel like of all the districts, this one has the second least amount of clutter and therefore a slightly better layout. There's 3 different ways that I can end up leaving this area in case it gets surrounded. I can use one of the 2 staircases, or I can even go up that little ramp there and fall down. This area, in my opinion, is more safe to be in a long term in comparison to the Waterfront District, so that's why I'm placing it here in the list. Next is the Canals District in Shadows of Evil. This is my favorite district and one of my favorite areas to be in general in Shadows of Evil, because if I'm not downstairs in Pack-a-Punch or running just outside of spawn, I'm over in the canals, because this is one of my favorite areas to end up training in, because usually I'll just train near that one buildable bench in this area, and if Juggernog happens to be in here, it's just really easy to get Juggernog and then pop back over there. Next in the list is going to be the Juggernog location on the Giant, where it can end up spawning upstairs near the one deployable catwalk when you first turn on the power. I would say that this is probably the second best area for Juggernog to spawn in, because of all the other areas, there's only one more left where I feel like you have the best chance of survivability in this small map. Next in the list, and what I believe is the best Juggernog spot for the Giant, is just right here, because this is in one of the most high traffic areas in the entire map, and if you have to get Juggernog in mid-round, this is probably the safest spot to get it. Next is Firebase Z. Firebase Z is very similar logic-wise like Origins, but unlike Origins, Firebase Z does not have mud around the area and Juggernog's leaning up against a wall and not tucked away in a little crevice. I just have a feeling that there is going to be at least one person that's going to be disappointed that I'm putting Cold War in general so high on this list. But I'm going to be honest with you, I've always considered myself a casual zombies player, and I more times than not prefer my maps to be easier. And Cold War, in its nature, is just an easier game and has easier maps, so therefore it's going to be up higher on the list. It's not a diss to the older games, it's just a matter of preference. It's just easier to get Juggernog, so therefore it's going to be higher on the list. Next is Mauer der Toten's Juggernog location. We're definitely at a point in the list where a lot of these Juggernog locations are just going to be nitpicky if I have really anything to complain about them with. So I'm just going to keep this entry there for brief. This is probably going to be nostalgic for a lot of you, but does anybody remember just loading up into round 30 on town and immediately going to get Juggernog and pack-a-punching the Mustang and Sally's? I do, because that's basically how I played this map like all the time when I was a kid. And Juggernog on town is in probably one of the most convenient places in all of COD Zombies. The building that Juggernog is in on town is one of the most roomy and very forgiving rooms that it could possibly be in. Imagine this, just this simple little difference. Imagine if Juggernog switched locations with any other perk in this map. Specifically, imagine it being in one of the more inconvenient locations, rather, like the speed cola location in the bank, or even double tap next to that dumpster. Can you imagine how different town would play if that was the case? One simple change like that would affect the gameplay loop dramatically. Next in the list is Forsaken. It's almost comedic at this point on how ridiculously convenient and easy it is to get Juggernog, because on this map it takes me like maybe a minute or two to get it. And coming in at the #1 spot for the best Juggernog location in COD Zombies, this is going to D Machine. You don't need to turn on the power to get Juggernog. It is in an area where I normally train and have a high likelihood of survivability, and it's not surrounded by just random junk. It's leaned up against a wall, and it means that I don't have to worry about being in a one-way doorway with only one entrance in, one entrance out, having something random like mud or water or fire or whatever slow me down. I can just get my perk and mind my peace. That is why this is the best Juggernog location, in my opinion, in COD Zombies. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. And today's video, I am ranking all the Call of Duty Zombies starting pistols from worst to best. Now before we go too far into the video, I would like to mention that that prior statement about ranking the guns is true, yes, but there is a asterisk next to it. I am only ranking all the pistols from World at War up to Black Ops 3, because Black Ops 4 onward had two major things happen with the starting pistols. Number one, Black Ops 4 was the first game where the starting pistol was not mandatory, it was optional. You could have spawned in with some select guns, and then by Cold War and Black Ops 6 you could spawn in with whatever gun you wanted, so the pistols became a second thought. And in addition to that, the pistols and just every other gun in general from Cold War onward have rarity systems now. And I don't want to make this video complicated by just ranking individual variants of the exact same gun. Plus also I feel like it's a cop-out because inevitably the gold variants are always going to be ranked up higher. So I feel like it's just better if we make it simple and only rank from World at War up until Black Ops 3, which means that there's 5 starting pistols in total that we're going to list. That being said, if you guys have been enjoying today's video, please drop a like, subscribe if you are new, and if there's a particular COD Zombies video that you want me to make in the future, or just a certain thing in COD Zombies you want me to rank worst to best next time, just let me know via the comments down below. But yeah guys, let's now rank every starting pistol in COD Zombies. Coming in at last place is the M1911. Hold on before you murder me. I want to preface this is the World at War 1 specifically. This is not the M1911 as a whole, okay? Let me explain. The World at War M1911 specifically is not going to become the Mustang and Sally when you pack-a-punch it, but instead it becomes this thing right here, the C3000 Biatch 35, which I love that name, by the way. That's one of my favorite things about World at War. But yes, this is not exactly the Mustang and Sally's. It functions similar to it, though. It is a grenade launcher pistol and it will blow things up, but it's only in a singular pistol form instead of a dual pistol form, and it's technically in World at War, which means that there's no PhD flopper, and Pack-a-Punch only exists on Darius, which means that only one map of 4 in all of World at War, this gun is usable past like round 4. Now don't get me wrong, this gun is fun, it's also really powerful, but I'm not going to be using it on Darius. I'm going to get the PPSH, I'm going to get the Browning, or I'm going to get the ray gun, or just anything else besides this thing. Because unfortunately, unlike the other starting pistols, when World at War was just getting good, it just ended. And so that means that a majority of the really good things are not going to be in this game, they're going to be in the Black Ops games. Speaking of the Black Ops games, let's move on to one of them. We're going to move on to Black Ops 3, and this one is going to be the MR6. Now the MR6 is more like the Mustang and Sally's than the World at War M1911 is, because the Mustang and Sally's are dual-wield, and so is the MR6. Now, unlike World at War, Black Ops 3 does have a lot more options, because in Black Ops 3, even though there is no PhD flopper, unfortunately, there is still at least Danger Closest, which is the gobblegum that's supposed to mimic PhD because you don't take explosive damage. And I will say this, is that even though I don't like Danger Closest, I rather would have it than not have it, because I don't want to be in situations like this where I accidentally kill myself with these guns. So next on this list is going to be another Black Ops 3 gun, and this is going to be the Bloodhound from specifically Shadows of Evil. Now the Bloodhound in Shadows of Evil is an excellent starting pistol. This is where we start to get really good starting pistols because the Bloodhound kicks ass. In a pinch, you can use this as a legitimate means of killing in like rounds 9, 10, and 11. Now just like the Mustang and Sally and the MR6, this once again becomes another explosive dual-wield pistol gun when you end up pack-a-punching it. And I will say this, is that even though this gun is very similar to the MR6 in its pack-a-punch form, I don't know what it is, but the unpack-a-punch form of the Bloodhound is significantly better than the MR6. Now that statement that I just made is entirely based off of what I feel. I'm not looking at the game stats to confirm this fact, but I'm sure a lot of you guys won't disagree because I'm pretty sure a majority of you will agree when I say this, that the Bloodhound just feels better than the MR6. It feels beefier, it feels stronger, it feels better to use. Now the last two guns of this video, they're basically neck and neck. I feel like one could swap around these last two just depending on the mood of the given day. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rank them based off of how I prefer them personally, and then I'm going to explain why that the guns could be swapped for some of you, because it depends on the circumstances of how you play. Coming in at the second place spot is going to be the Mauser from Origins. Unlike the last two variants of guns that we just talked about, the Mauser is unique because instead of becoming a dual-wield explosive gun, it instead just becomes a ray gun of some kind because it is extremely powerful and basically destroys everything, which is like 1 or 2 shots. If I can't pull a ray gun on Origins as my secondary gun in addition to the stabs, I'm going to use the Boomhilda or the upgraded Mauser. So that means by the process of elimination, the number one spot is probably what you were expecting, which is going to be the classic M1911 from Black Ops 1 and 2. In Black Ops 1, the M1911 was one of the not only most iconic guns, but one of the strongest guns, because in Black Ops 1, you had a PhD flopper on every single one of the 4 DLC maps, and this gun kicked ass. If you shot at the floor and just spammed, every zombie immediately just evaporates and Thanosnap dies. Now, even though we didn't get PhD Flopper in Black Ops 2 as a perk, we did get some exceptions here or there, such as getting in Mob of the Dead Grief and a perma perk in Buried. I know we did get it in Origins, but we had the Mauser at that point, and because the Mauser doesn't have explosive bullets, it really wasn't relevant to use. But regardless of how useful you felt PhD Flopper was in Black Ops 2, it still did exist. And in Black Ops 2, in my opinion, at least on Buried, you can get PhD relatively easy, and if you lose it, you can also get it back relatively easy. So it was still there for the most part, at least on one map. Now, depending on your mood of the given day, I feel like one could swap out the M1911 and the Mauser quite easily. Something that I would like to point out is that the Mauser is the only gun of the 5 in this entire list that can be double pack-a-punch, which means that you can put on Blast Furnace, Dead Wire, etc. You can't do this to any of the explosive pistols in Black Ops 3, the MR6, the Bloodhound, or the M1911. Let's say that somebody wanted to get a high round in Black Ops 3, but they didn't want to use gobblegums, or they just wanted to be really picky about their ammo usage. They could put an alternate ammo type on the Mauser, and then just time it so that way it one-shots indefinitely, whereas with all the explosive dual-wield guns, you can't do that. But at the end of the day, all this is just my opinion, so let me know if you agree or disagree in the comments down below. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. And today's video, I'm going to be ranking all the Call of Duty Zombies merchandise from worst to best. Now, for some parameters for this video, to prevent this video from being unnecessarily long and convoluted, I am only ranking things from the official Call of Duty website, except for 2 things, which are going to be the collector's editions for Black Ops 3 and 4, because those are zombie-centric collector's editions. And there's a particular set of merchandise that is very similar to another set. I'm just going to clump them all together. That being said, if you guys end up enjoying today's video, please drop a like, subscribe if you are new, and if there's a particular video you guys want to see from me in the future, just leave it here in the comments down below. But yeah guys, let's rank the Call of Duty Zombies merchandise from worst to best. By the way, let me know how you guys personally would rank all these in the comments down below. I am curious to see what you guys end up liking the most of all the options here. So let's start off with the first one, or in my opinion, is my least favorite of all types of merchandise. My least favorite merchandise is going to be the pins, magnets, and the decals. These are neat, but they're not something that I would actually buy. These would be things you would expect to get in a pre-order bonus as filler. Next in the list is going to be the keychains and or the Christmas ornaments. I like both of these ever so slightly more because they have the ability to be taken with you with ease because of the fact that they can either go around your keys or be wrapped around something like, let's say, a backpack, or maybe perhaps being hanging in the mirror of your car. Next is the posters, or more rather specifically just a poster, because this is the only one I could find. If the designs were better, it might be higher, but since this is the only design, I'm going to rank it here specifically within the list. Next in the list is the Juggernog, specifically LED sign. This one is cool. I would love to have this in my room and be able to have it mounted on my wall and just have it just sitting there during the nighttime while I grind camos. This is something that I can actually imagine myself purchasing if I had the money for it. Next in the list is going to be the Perca-Cola coasters. These are genuinely cool. They're fair asking price, and you get 4 of them. You get Juggernog, Speed Cola, Quick Revive, and Stamina Up. Unfortunately, rip our boy Double Tap even in merchandise form, but that's besides the point. I just find the fact that these being as high quality as they are for how cheap they are is surprising, because the last time we ever saw anything like this was in the Black Ops 3 Juggernog edition that came out 10 years ago, back when Black Ops 3 first launched. And in the same vein, coming in at the next 3 subsequent spots is going to be the water bottle, the perk glass, and then the coffee mugs. The water bottle is okay, but it's not my favorite design. The perk glass is definitely the best design, although I don't know how often I would drink out of it because I'd be worrying about breaking it, or possibly even staining it. But the coffee mug, that definitely is something that I like the most because of practicality. Number 1, I drink coffee every day. And number 2, because of the design being decent enough that I like to look at it, but not something too crazy like the glass cup where I'm worried about damaging it over time with usage. Personally, regarding the glass cup, I know what they were trying to do, but I would have loved it if they would have just given us like a fake perk bottle instead. Next on the list is going to be the pillows. Now, the pillows, I don't necessarily care for their actual functionality. I more rather just care about whether or not that they would look nice on a display. Now, I'm a fan of traditional pillows, and as far as these images are concerned, the pillow doesn't look the most comfortable in the world, so I probably would just tuck it in the corner of my room. Next on the list is going to be the plushies. These are a much better option in my opinion because they're basically like the pillow, but it has better proportions and is more reasonably sized. If I didn't have the room to, like, let's say put these on a shelf so that way they can nicely be on display, I would just simply put them in my bed and just put them off to the side, and I feel like it wouldn't impact my sleep if it was moving around with me. Whereas the pillow feels like it would be a little bit more in the way and therefore uncomfortable. Next in the list is going to be the hats. Now, this is where I would say that we start to get into the territory of where not only I, but I can see a lot of you actually buying these, because everyone wears baseball caps, or at least I feel like most people do. And I even have a couple of Call of Duty-centric baseball caps. For example, I have a old Black Ops 2 one from back when that game first came out. And then shortly thereafter are going to be the other articles of clothing that they sell, such as the t-shirts. I couldn't find a zombie-centric hoodie on the website, and only just tees, so I'm just going to only show off the t-shirts instead. Now, these last 3 are the heavy hitters, the ones that we would all absolutely want. It's just that either they're out of our price range or they're not available anymore. So coming in at the next spot is going to be the ray gun statue. This is something that is beautiful, absolutely stellar. The problem is that it is 600 USD, which I know a lot of us are not willing to fork over to get this thing. I think it was a missed opportunity to have this in another Call of Duty Zombies Collector's Edition for, like, let's say a game like Black Ops Cold War, where the ray gun became really good in that game again. How cool would it be if you had all 3 Collector's Editions, the Juggernog fridge, the mystery box from the Black Ops 4's Collector Edition, and then this ray gun statue. Now, you could probably guess what the last 2 are going to be. Coming in at the next spot is going to be the Black Ops 4 Collector's Edition. This Collector's Edition came with a couple of different little trinkets. It came with lithographs, 10 specialist patches, a comic book, figure pins of the Chaos crew members, a 1,000-piece Zombies puzzle, the steelbook and the game, a pop socket, all the DLC, and then the main cherry on top is going to be a replica of the Chaos Storyline mystery box, which if you open it, makes sounds and glows in the dark. Of all the things we have listed thus far, these collector's editions are probably the best bang for your buck because you get so many things. You're obviously going to want to play the game, and then the mystery box is like the main kicker, the main meat and potatoes of this collector's edition, if you will. The thing is, though, is that I haven't managed to see this mystery box in person once before at a used game store, and the mystery box was a little bit disappointing. It was just okay. It was nice to see all the lights and the sounds, but the fact that it is very hard to keep together is very frustrating because it's two separate pieces and it doesn't have any hinges. So if you lose the cover, you can't make the sounds or make it glow in the dark anymore. It's very easy to lose the piece. But if you manage to take care of it and you just like it sitting on a shelf, this is something that is a very nice collector's edition and a really good piece of merchandise overall. And coming in at the number 1 spot, the thing that you expected to be here, this is the Black Ops 3 Collector's Edition, more specifically the Juggernog mini fridge because that's what most of you all care about. This came with the Juggernog mini fridge, 2 DLC camos, Cyborg and Weaponized 115, the Perca-Cola drink coasters that I was referring to earlier, specialist artwork, the Black Ops 3 Steelbook, which has the infamous saying, "Only the curse survived," that a lot of people thought would play into the story but never did ultimately, and then the Season Pass plus the Giant. I remember when the pre-orders for this basically immediately sold out, and I thought that I was never going to get this in my entire life. The only person I knew that had this pre-order bonus was my friend Jake, and everybody else was trying to look on eBay and find it wherever they could, and everyone was jacking up the price to like $1,000+. Around 6 years later, in 2021, once again at another used video game store, I happened to stumble across just the mini fridge, but the mini fridge definitely being the most coveted item of the entire pack by itself on display. And I snagged it up immediately because even though, yes, they were charging $400 for just specifically the mini fridge, the thing I wanted anyway, was much better than buying the entire collector's edition for over $1,000 almost several years later. The best part about this mini fridge is it's legitimately a mini fridge. You can store drinks in here and keep them cool while you're playing and gaming. So of all the merchandise that COD has ever released, this is by far the best one. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. And today's video, I am going to be ranking all of the Black Ops 6 Zombies maps from worst to best. Black Ops 6 recently released its last DLC map, Reckoning, as of August, and since Black Ops 6 is now officially complete, and we're starting the transition over to Black Ops 7, I'm more than happy to include Black Ops 6 within ranking content and just continue rankings in general again. If you guys end up enjoying today's video, please drop a like, comment, subscribe, follow, and all that beautiful stuff. And if there's a particular video that you guys want to see from me in the future, just let me know via the comments down below. But yeah, guys, let's officially now rank every Black Ops 6 Zombies map from worst to best. Starting off in last place, this is going to go to, unfortunately, Reckoning, which is the most recent and last map for Black Ops 6. Now, why is Reckoning my least favorite map, you might be asking? Well, the main reason, and unfortunately this is something that will never be able to be changed, is the map layout. The map layout for Reckoning is awful. It's so much like Die Rise from Black Ops 2, which is another map that I strongly dislike. The way that Reckoning is laid out is that it's several towers with different floors in each individual tower. And the way that you go from one tower to the other is either by using elevators or by using this slingshot thing. And the problem is that they're not simple where you can just be able to go either straight across or straight down by one floor. They sometimes will do it by multiple floors. So for example, if you take one of the elevators, sometimes it's just going from the top floor to the very bottom floor back in the spawn. And the slingshots can go diagonally, which means that if you're on floor 2 and want to go to the other floor 2 in the adjacent tower, you're not going to go to the other floor 2, you're going to go down or up by 1, which means that you're either on floor 1 or floor 3, and then when you're in the other tower, you have to find another transportation method to get to where you actually want to go. So it's extremely easy in a panic or training zombies to take the wrong place and get lost. And sometimes certain floors can only be accessed through one transportation method, and if you don't know which one it is or which combination of ones that you need to use in order to be able to get there, you just don't get to your floor and you can sometimes just get killed. You can learn the proper combinations of slingshots and elevators over time. Me and Dan somewhat got used to it when we were playing the map long enough when we were trying to do things like the Easter egg. But for a beginner, this map is extremely goddamn confusing, and I do not recommend that you end up rushing through the map because it's so easy to just get stuck in a loop of being on the same 2 floors over and over and over again. That's primarily my biggest gripe with this map. The second biggest gripe that I have with this map is that the setting is boring. This is not like a facility like the traditional one that we reference within Black Ops Cold War, with maps such as D Machine and Firebase Z, but it's basically a facility because apart from the tower design, Pack-a-Punch is laid out like a facility. This map has a crap ton of offices, labs, and just all facility-like things with just being in an office building setting. And then the wonder weapon on this map is extremely disappointing. It looks cool, and it's a lot like a Apothecon Servant with the alien, like, spore-looking thing that you use, but it doesn't really kill as efficiently as I wish it would. You have to be able to charge it up to efficiently kill with this thing, and the upgrade quest for it is really boring and yet simultaneously complicated because it's a optional upgrade. First of all, you don't necessarily have to upgrade it for the Easter egg, but you do need to upgrade it in order to Pack-a-Punch the thing, which I find extremely bizarre. You can only upgrade it with the Pack-a-Punch machine if you've done the quest for it. And the quest requires that you do a side challenge or a side quest in terms of the story where you either kill Dr. Panos or kill Blanchard in order to be able to make into the green variant or the blue variant, but these upgrades don't change the gun significantly, and it just feels kind of lackluster because all it really does is just make it ever so slightly stronger and doesn't really do anything cool. If the gun changed its firing type, so that way instead of shooting like charged up energy balls, if it like let's say turned into variants like the way that the ray guns did in Shattered Veil, where the blue one, I don't know, shot faster, and the green one ended up becoming like dual wield or something, then that would be kind of cool, but they just don't do that. Now, this is really not about the Easter egg per se, because I'm trying to rank everything about this map besides that, but I will just give a little bit of an opinion here. The Easter egg on this map is not that bad, and I enjoy the optional boss fights with fighting either Sam or Richthofen. I know that the cutscene and the story ending is not people's favorite, but the actual fights are fun. But that's really the only reason why I like this map to a certain degree. If you're not doing Easter egg stuff, this map is very forgettable and not really that fun. It gets lost in the shuffle just with the other maps, in my opinion, in this game. Alright, the next map is going to be Liberty Balls, as I like to call it. This map is not necessarily the biggest map, and it's not necessarily got the most content, but it's a fun and simple map. I like how that they brought back the jet gun and it made it really good. I like the fact that this map gives me town vibes where it's just dumb fun to play with friends and it's very simplistic zombies. I like the fact that this map is great for camo grinding, especially with directed mode, because this is definitely by all means the best and quickest way to get camos in this game. This map is just fun, plain and simple. It doesn't necessarily have to be that crazy in order to be a good map. I would much rather have a simple map and have it be fun than have a complicated map just for the sake of being ambitious. Next is the tomb. Now, the way that I look at the tomb is I think about what could have been, because this map, on paper, in my opinion, should have been probably the top 1 or 2 maps within this game. It's got the fan favorite and iconic ice staff as its main wonder weapon, which everyone has always been begging for the staffs to come back. Unfortunately, nobody really seems to give a damn just because it's within Black Ops 6, which is a shame because in my opinion, this map is really fun and it's great for even things like high rounds. If you take the ice staff and upgrade it and just run around in things like the Speed Cola room, you can easily get round 100 plus on this map. There's even fun side quests you can do that were only on this map, like get red armor, which makes that way it recharges over time. That is a fantastic upgrade, and I love that side quest in my opinion. The setting for this map being in this archaeology, almost Indiana Jones type of setting, this map is extremely beautiful to look at, and I don't know why, but it just gives me this feeling of fun potential. Being able to look around and find secrets and find things that would get me thinking about different characters and different storyline implications, and that's very hard to get out of me with the last two COD games, because Cold War and Black Ops 6, I could honestly give less than two shits about its story, but the story elements that were told in the Tomb were, at least at the very minimum, making me curious, and it's better to have me curious than completely just disassociate and not care. The way I would describe the Tomb is that this map is underrated. Next in the list is going to be Shattered Vale. Now, I am very accustomed to this map at this point because the gap between Shattered Vale and Reckoning was 4 months. This was the longest period of time that we had from a map to another within Black Ops 6. The setting in this map is one of my all-time favorites within Call of Duty Zombies. It feels like Night at the Museum, and I love the just scenery of this map with the T-Rex and the giant mansion, the garden outside. It was beautiful to look at. And I enjoyed the ray guns, because having the ray gun Mark II come back was a cool wonder weapon, and I feel like it works well with Black Ops 6 mechanics. I was a little bit sketched out, because the last time we had upgradable ray gun Mark IIs was in Alpha Omega, and I thought to myself, oh god, this is probably going to be a very cheap reuse of a wonder weapon, and the quest is going to be annoying for the sake of buffing out gameplay time, but that wasn't really the case. And the map is also responsible for bringing Double Tap back, which we have not seen since Black Ops 3 officially, if you look at Treyarch games, which is really nice. I miss that perk dearly, and it's one of my favorites of all time. And it's also good in this game. It's not shitty like it was in World at War Black Ops 1, which I was worried about, because the excuse for Treyarch not bringing back Double Tap for so long was that they were worried about how it would fit in modern mechanics. But it ends up being great in this game, and in my opinion, I feel like this is one of the best iterations of Double Tap. This map even brought back the Wunderwaffe DG2, and it doesn't suck ass in this game like it did back in Black Ops 4. It's the original one from Black Ops 3. This is the way I look at the map so far. Reckoning is disappointing, Liberty Falls is great for simplicity and camo grinding, the Tomb is underrated, and then Shattered Vale and then the last two maps, in my opinion, are what's the best to offer from Black Ops 6. Coming in from second to last, this is Terminus. Now, for a launch map, this was a very good first impression for Black Ops 6, because considering the fact that a lot of people did not like Cold War when initially it first released, because everyone was used to the original first 4 Black Ops games and World at War, Black Ops 6 had to prove something. In my opinion, Black Ops 6 launching with Terminus was a smart choice, because this feels the most like traditional Black Ops Zombies. You have it where this map doesn't have the power on by default, you have to go around and turn on 3 generators. The prison setting feels a lot like Mob of the Dead, but also still being unique and not being like a botch version like it was in Blood of the Dead and Black Ops 4. The Wonder Weapon, although be it it's very weak, it is still a unique Wonder Weapon nonetheless with the Beam Smasher here. This map also has a great setting. There's tons of different areas to explore. You can be able to go down underground where Pack-a-Punch is. You can explore the main part of the prison. You can be able to go to these different islands by taking boats. You can swim in the water, and you can even sometimes be jump scared by the giant Kraken thing, and it can actually kill you if you're not careful. That was one of the things that took me by surprise and actually genuinely surprised me about Black Ops 6 when I first played this map. And both this map and Liberty Falls is the map that launched the brand new perk of this game, which was going to be Melee Macchiato, but I associate that perk more with Terminus because this was the map that I had played first of the two. The way I look at it with COD Zombies and just most games in general, I cannot stress it enough that the launch content is going to be the most critical part of any game's success. With both Terminus and Liberty Falls releasing on day 1, it helped them, because Liberty Falls is the simple map for all the casual players, and Terminus is the complicated but more innovative map for all the hardcore players. You want to grind camos and be able to relax after your 9 to 5 and play with your friends? Play Liberty Falls. If you want to be able to get YouTube content and make guides on the Easter eggs and get all the wonder weapons and be able to have a fun gameplay challenge, play Terminus. I remember when I first played this map, I wanted to high round for the first time in a long time for COD Zombies, not just necessarily for playing for making a video. And I got to like round 40 plus on my first day, and it was something I also played at midnight. I don't play games at midnight. I don't do midnight releases. Personally, I've become more of a morning person as I've gotten older, and I'll usually play games the next day in the early morning or in the afternoon, and I played this game as soon as it was available, and I stayed up till like 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning, which I normally don't do anymore. Which means that the number one map in Black Ops 6, in my opinion, is going to be Citadel de Mor. This is Black Ops Zombies to me. The map has an incredible setting with it being in a castle. This map was also the reason why Volterade came back, which was another perk that was sorely missed within COD Zombies. And my favorite aspect of this map is going to be the Wonder Weapon. I love the elemental staves and bows from previous games, but the swords just hits different for some reason. I'm literally walking around in a castle, killing zombies with magical swords. That's what's fun about games to me. I've always loved games that can just have suspended disbelief and are just fun and make you feel like a badass. And doing that, running around in a castle killing zombies with magic swords, that shit's fun to me. And each sword has its own unique concept, and they all feel good in my opinion. Sure, there's some that are better than others, but they're all worth using. You got the lightning sword, the fire sword, the light sword, and the dark sword, or as I like to call it, the hot topic sword. But these swords in this game are extremely fun, they're worth getting, their quests are not that bad. I mean, heck, even the boss zombie of this map, the Doppelgast, is not that bad either. He's a challenge, and he will mess you up if you're not careful, but he's not spammed into oblivion like the Mangler was back on Liberty Falls at launch. And in comparison to the other boss zombies that we got later in Black Ops 6, the Doppelgast doesn't seem that bad in comparison. All in all, this map is perfect for both casuals and the hardcore players. And even though Black Ops 6 is about to not be the newest COD game anymore and Black Ops 7 is just right around the corner, I would revisit this map. I would suggest playing this with my friends. I would play this by myself and try to get some high rounds. Heck, I can even see myself going for the Easter egg again, even though this is one of the harder ones within this game, because that's this map's specialty, is that it's replayable. I want to play this map in the future. I want to play it even now, just talking about it. So yeah, at the end of the day, this is my favorite map within Black Ops 6 Zombies, because it has a little bit of something to offer everybody.
Hey meme lords, Jesus here. And you better have enjoyed that video there by the Eternal God Daddy Ninja. You should probably subscribe too, or the mighty Moab will come for your balls. If you enjoyed the video, you might like it too. And give me the memes. Flash, bang, boom!